Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series. I assume everyone out there can hear me. It is my hope that that is the case.
I can hear you.
That's wonderful.
Can you hear me?
I can, and
Okay.
it's delightful, and I assume everyone else out there can as well. Welcome, as always, inside the Landing Casino here at Jeju Shinhwa World. Triton Super High Roller Series coverage. The end of the road in the four-card streets will be upon us today, as the 50K is where we're going to pick our coverage back up at. But listen, before we get to any of that, yesterday, the 30K was one of the most entertaining sort of final tables that I personally have been a part of here at Triton, and I think you would agree.
Definitely. Unequivocally one of the most entertaining final tables I've ever been a part of or seen casually. And, you know, I couldn't agree more, Ali. Long live Nacho Barbero.
I
And,
feel as
what is this, by the way? Is that a sweater, or is it a
jacket? I'm substitute
jacket?
teaching today. It's
It's very long below the desk as well. This thing just goes forever.
It's a smock, maybe.
Is it a cardigan?
A little bit of
You
cardigan.
look good, Ali. You always look good.
I'm also off balance with it, but you know.
Not my style, but you pull it off. So
maybe I do, maybe I don't. What we do pull off, though, at the top of every one of these shows, for those of you that might have missed the aforementioned entertainment, some of which, by the way, was delivered by Nick Schulman, encourage you to go back, or maybe you won't have to. Unclear whether or not we'll be channeling Barbero back over here. One of the greatest impressions of a poker player.
well, let's dive into these highlights,
for that
though.
matter, ever. But yes, as I said, for those that may have missed it, let's dive right back into what was very much the Nacho Show. Matthew Wood, incredibly adept four-card player.
6.
Kicked off this one,
I have a
ace
really
9,
bad
9,
hand.
6
Good.
with diamonds, 7 players. Barbero says, I have a really bad hand. Then he flops a flush draw. The nut variety on the paired board just binks it. On the turn, 3 or a 9 for a full house were the only things that would save Matthew Wood from elimination. And he gets a nice round of applause as he's out the door. $80,000 collected for Matthew. Then another very steely competitor, and the pictures tell the story here in the form of Kirk Steele was vanquished. And look at the hand that did it. King 9, 8, 3, double, top 2 pair. The aces would fall as
Kings.
Steele
Kings.
jammed.
I'm joking.
Don't take it.
Looked to counterfeit Nacho, courtesy of a 7 or a 4. A clean ace would have worked as well. Instead, it was a 6 on the river, as Nacho would improve to clubs and collect $99,000. And yet another one of these Quattro bounties, a wrinkle in this one that we didn't really touch on. $40,000 for each elimination earned. Now then, it was the turn of Ding Biao, who's shown us a lot of talent in the 2-card streets. Here he is, 4-card streets, getting premature GGs from Barbero.
It's never easy.
King 7, 4, diamonds, and they come in right away. And the never easy claim. Certainly the perspective of Ding Biao, but it looked pretty easy for Nacho. As Ding Biao, $127,000 for the 5th place finish. Barbero, another bounty. Then
I have a really big hand, and I'm going to call and see a flop.
Dan Smith would make it $1 million over the top of Barbero. Note that there was a short stack out there in the form of Jan-Peter Jakman at this time, and Smith would blast with the ace-king 10 deuce. Wheel draw.
GG done.
Backdoor Broadway, the latter of which didn't come in, and Barbero with the queen made trips on the turn and sent Smith packing in 4th for $160,000. So then 3 remain. Dan DeVoris had been quiet, and he stayed that way as Jan Peter found his way to that pay ladder.
2.15.
He and Nacho had been tussling for the bulk of the day. DeVoris, though, activated with Queen, Queen, 9, 4 double. Had himself the overpair. Nacho had connected with a very innocent-seeming 3 dangler. It was never looking good for Jakman. 2 pair on the turn for Barbero. DeVoris had plenty of outs as he picked up the hearts. Could have counterfeited, and instead, Barbero emerged victorious. Jakman, the shorter stack going into that one. $196,000 went his way. DeVoris, $302,000, but Barbero, his second Triton title, $443,000 for first. And I can't remember playing a session myself of any form of poker in recent memory that felt as just preordained as the one that Nacho enjoyed.
That was that was crazy.
It didn't matter what he took into battle. He just came out victorious.
Absolutely. He and you know, he gave some action. Scared money doesn't make money. So
gave a little lip too while he was out there.
Yes, he gave. We didn't really show the beef that much, but you know, I get it that it was more just about where the chips went.
There was quite a bit of Galbi out there.
There was some Galbi, and by the way, I'm sure you will be getting to this, but he has a very healthy chip lead today in the 50K PLO.
Spoiler alert!
18
by the way,
left.
I feel like we're going to be spoiled today as well, given the Nacho show does roll on. But let's unpack that 30K Quattro bounty a little bit. In terms of Nacho, effectively first paid us a visit in Vietnam. Madrid, he did play a single event, but Vietnam was really his coming out party. He picked up his first title there, got a second in Vietnam, and believe it or not, here's a stat that producer James picked out. Nacho has had a second-place finish at each and every Triton stop that he has played since Vietnam, and now plants his flag at the mountaintop yet again. You know, listen, a lot of our regs do kind of look out there, and they're just like, what's this guy doing? You know, what's going on over here? He's not cut from that typical packaging, and yet the results speak for themselves.
We certainly need to see what can we learn from Nacho and internalize from, excuse me, internalize from Nacho as far as being a gambler. He's very, I wouldn't say he's positive. You know, he's not negative, but I'm not saying he's over the top positive kind of guy, but he's definitely willing to win. I was talking about this the other day with somebody, and some guys, you could feel it a little, it's subtle, but when it gets down to crunch time, you know, it gets overwhelming to win in a way. For Nacho, it's no problem. If it happens to come in, he'll take everything, insta-stack it up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And there is actually a little bit of a art to that, or it can be psychological. I've had times in my life where maybe something was going on with me, it wasn't right, and I like almost, I don't want to say didn't want to win, because I've always wanted to win, but just something. I think a lot of people have these little proclivities, even if they don't. I'm not trying to like get too deep into it, because I might just be like in left field. But with Nacho, you can just feel it. He's trying to win every chip in the room every single day. And it's cool to watch that style, you know, and to watch it come in.
Well, we're going to talk about every chip in the room, which is what it feels like he's got in front of him in this 50K to some extent. But what I'll say from having observed him myself out in the cash game streets in particular is he's a guy that when he's got a chip lead, that's where he's at his best, so to speak. He can do the most damage. Now, obvious reasons people might roll their eyes and go, anybody can do damage. But there are those who aren't out there trying to shower you and reveling in it. And also, you know, in terms of some advantage, it doesn't go over well for everyone out there. You know, Yachman at some point, it got under his skin a little bit. Unclear whether or not some of the other regs were flustered or not. Clearly doesn't help to show that if you are. But, you know, you've been in those streets, and it's something of a phenomenon.
It is, and that style is a unique style specific only to certain players that come to mind over the years. That exact thing you said. When they get chips, it's different. And, of course, he blows some chip leads, too.
Sure.
You know,
the sword is double-edged. There's no question.
It's double-edged, but...
And I've seen Nacho on the other side, by the way, when the chips are lean and he's taking a savage beat. It can get a bit dark out there for the cow show.
It can get a bit dark, but it's very light at the moment.
Yes, very much so. Very heavy on envelopes, as we touched on. 8 bounties. That was good for an extra 320,000 on top of the 443. Nobody else really had anything close. Ding Biao, Dan Smith each had 3 envelopes. Laszlo 2, and nobody else more than 1. So pretty incredible, the added haul there. Jan-Peter Yachman, let's not overlook him. He looked pretty steely out there, very frustrated, obviously, that he kind of found card deadness when he wanted to stick it to Nacho. There was some very significant meta on display as far as those two guys nipping at each other throughout. A PLO reg, cash game player out in Rosvedov at Kings. you know, I would imagine we haven't seen the last of Yachman. And it wasn't the first time we had seen him because Nick and I, covering the World Series of Poker main event, saw him in the two-card streets make a deep run in the main.
Yeah, he's steely. He's obviously a high-stakes PLO kind of guy. And no, it's not the last we've seen of him. And great run. And by the way, Nacho won the tournament with a very rare double KO. That's, you know, also just... And for Daniel Dvoris, tremendous run.
Not to be overlooked, his second runner-up in a Triton PLO tournament. Obviously, the aptitude in the two-card streets very much clear. He won the PLO win that he had was in Monaco in the 50K. So I saw a glimpse there in the Triton Poker Plus app. Feel free if you want to dive us in there. This is how things are going to shape up in the largest and final PLO event that we have. There he is at the top, 2.9 million, Ole Shemian in second. And this is a bit of a petting zoo that I'm staring out at over here. In terms of the volume of goats, look at Ivy, Chidwick, Pua, Antonius in there as well. Greenwood and Dingbian not to be overlooked. This is going to be dramatic. Danny Tang just below average, and that's the distribution of the boys at our two feature tables over here. Grab the Lugers, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Kuhn nursing 20 also 4 off the money is intriguing sweats.
Yeah, looking all the way down, you see Joe Chuen, also a guy who you've been very fascinated by. He's sitting with 8 bigs. Might he be able to find a spin and work his way up? Setting the stage a little bit, 84 entries in this one, 43 uniques. High re-entry factor, of course, a function of PLO. Chips like to get their way in. Guys don't mind gambling. 14 of these coming into things today, 18 are going to find the money. $76,000 will be the min cash for that 50K, but it may take quite a deep run to get into the black if you're in a multi-bullet situation. You know, I'm just saying you can get upside down in the machine.
Yes, you can. Upside down, that's a bad place to be. Upside down gambling means you're in so many bullets for the series you actually can't get out, even if you win every tournament left.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
I don't know that I've ever been. But then I'm not at the machine.
Oh, you have.
All right, 7-figure payday is what we're going to be distributing here. Up at the top, it's going to be $1.1 million for our eventual champion, $755,000 for the runner-up. Third will take home $490, and, you know, some ladders there that are available. Player of the Year leader implications, of course, in the form of Jason Kuhn and Danny Tang. Danny came into this particular festival halfway through Triton Super High Roller Series Season 3 as the leader, both of them with an astonishing 2023, 6 and 5 titles. You know, these guys are jockeying for it.
Of course, and astonishing is the right word.
And obviously, plenty of points available here. Potential player of the festival implications, haven't really unpacked that one. We'll get and dabble to that a little bit. But maybe let's jump in to these two specific tables, if you will, for us, Nick. As you see, Ribeiro, Antonius, Watson, Tang, Shemian, and
Ribeiro's great.
Watson's
tremendous. Antonio is a GOAT, PLO specialist. Tang won 5 tournaments last year. Shemian, very talented, tons of spice. And Ichi knows I have loved sweating all festival.
Yeah, agreed. And by the way, a lot of talent comes out of Japan. I've had to tussle with these gentlemen in the mixed game streets of late.
Yes, we've discussed that. The Japanese are familiar with the mixed games. And this table, Chidwick, Greenwood, Kuhn, do we even need to say anything? Ding Biao surging. The boss, Paul Pua, just doing his thing. He's hilarious and amazing. And Dylan with 18 bigs, can he ascend? Very good 4-card player. Let's see if he can get something going.
I sense some lurk there in terms of Dylan, don't you?
Some what?
Lurk. Like he's been out there, you know, if he just...
I feel like he's been close, knocking at the door. Few key hands haven't gone his way. Let's see.
Yeah. All right. So then, with that, we're just about set to get you down into the arena for the resumption of play here in the 50K PLO, the final of the 4-card events that we bring you from right here in South Korea. Buckle up. The Nacho Show on the outer table this time around. Chidwick, Shemian holding court at the red and the blue tables respectively. Blinds of 10 and 25,000. Good draw for Ole in terms of chips. As you can see, the next best stack at his table is 8th in chips.
Figure out what you have.
Is that a Randy Moss sweater?
Is
or
it?
have I lost my mind?
I mean, it looks like a Vikings sweater. Perhaps that'll clarify itself.
Numbers in the 80s tend to be the wide receivers. Anyhow, I digress.
Beautiful high-low hand for Pua. Respectable and high in its own right. Limp.
5th in chips overall coming in. Here's Chidwick. In the big blind, says run it. And flops top 2 pair. Pretty dusty board texture for Pua, who does connect with the deuce. In limp pots such as this, we're more incentivized to come out swinging, or do we?
I think so. In no limit, generally, when they limp and we check the big blind, the spot generally goes, in theory, pure check for the big blind, pure bet for the limper. In PLO, when it goes limp check, you see some of this. Stevie leading out straight
First
away.
time we played together all trip.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't play many events.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Do we not get our fast action clocks reset on day?
2 tables.
2 tables.
7.
Oh, okay.
Advisory there from the dealer as Kuhn inquires with respect to reloads on the fast action time banks. Those are the red ones. They differ in color because they can only be utilized in pre-flop decisions in unopened pots, as the shot clock does reduce.
20 bigs for Jason, 18 remain, pays 14. That payout is 76,000. Goes for limp.
Dylan lets go of his button.
He started with 500.
Yeah, 495.
Stevie out of there as well. Greenwood checks back. King Jack 3, he flops himself an open ender here. Kuhn has the gutter, backdoor diamonds, second pair, and the lead.
I would think for Jason he'd like nothing more than to just clear some equity. And for Greenwood with the naked open ender and the backdoor diamonds, the try 10 high backdoor, this isn't particularly appealing. It's not like in No Limit, where an open ender, of course, continues. Here, we often run into the open ender with other stuff. He is tearing one off. Not one to throw away any shred of equity.
Turn does put backdoor heart draw out there.
And for Jason, I think he often thinks these jacks aren't good. But it's a little bit murky. 175 in the middle, 425 back.
Certainly not to say that just because he thinks those jacks are no good that he's suddenly going to shut it down, but we do see him check back on this occasion, and an innocent-looking running 6 rolls off here. He does have a winner. See if Greenwood with absolutely nothing.
I would think queen high in this line is probably a pure bluff. Maybe he goes for a size that complements just a king. It's certainly awkward for Greenwood. Limp check pre, he can have these queen 10 dust side card combos. It's a little bit hard to just check a queen. And I don't think he particularly likes having the queen and the 10. But what other bluffs do we really choose from? It's hard after he check calls flop. We can get creative and find some double backdoor type hands with a 3.
55.
He does just sort of go for the kind of king X size. And for Jason, it's kind of the same story. He doesn't love having the queen. Those are the hands he beats. Queen 10-9, Queen 10 nothing. I guess if we're being really technical, the clubs are pretty good. He's gone, fair enough. Well played from Sam.
So the little 55K bluff does get through. And a little bit of it tethered to the specific cards that Jason had, which he wanted to kind of envision across the way, more so. In the queen and the 9 having something to do with it.
Yeah, calling with second pair and PLO is pretty rare.
I've been singing the
Hi
other
to Nick.
song.
Hi to Nick. He's commentating probably. Our great PLO right now.
Shout out to you, sir.
Hello, Patrick. How are you, my friend?
I'm unstoppable. I'm a Porsche. Which is the same,
okay.
same singer. Same singer.
That kind of works.
I'm invincible.
Danny Tang with a beautiful voice as well. 5 titles and a tremendous singing voice.
I'll tell you what, his poker voice is the one that I'm more fixed upon.
So this is what you touched upon to start. He is gone with Raggedy 10s, but in general, Ole in a very nice spot with 2 million. The next big stacks, Kosei and Patrick with 900, then 750, 370, and Sir Watts with 85K on the big blind, the button rather. Can he find the spin?
Out of there.
Patrick plays PLO very freely. He's played so many nosebleed PLO high-stakes games, and for Danny with the aces in the face of the small blind limp, decent ones as well. And for those newer to PLO, one can see how much closer the equities run. 9s versus aces and no limit is something of a 4-to-1 dog. And here we can see it's a little better than 2-to-1. Patrick is in.
175 in the middle. An 8 is a pretty one to see in the window if you've got this 9976. And indeed, the wrap does materialize. But a couple of spades and, of course, the pesky higher straight draws are available.
Danny with a double gutter of his own. Still aces, likely content to check. Oh, and it does come in for Patrick. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nut flush draw working for Tang, by the way. More chips going in.
Very wet card in terms of these two particular holdings. The reasons obvious and aforementioned.
Ah, very sneaky from Antonius. And Danny with all sorts of stuff, but getting check raised, a bit of a disaster on the bubble, does just check it back. Winner for Patrick. And a difficult spot for Danny in the face of a value bet. Let's see. Patrick has to feel like this is close to the nuts as played. Check down twice. It's possible Danny employed some pot control with queens up, which would now be full, but it's a little bit unlikely. It is possible, though. We have the 6, which we like as well if we're Patrick.
Anything that can reduce those boats.
He goes for 60% pot, an annoying size for Tang to deal with. Let's see.
I mean, these are the situations that, and this is not a critique, of course, but when we find ourselves checking back flop and turn, we sometimes will encounter and we ask ourselves if this is seizing upon our deference or if it's tethered to the kit.
These spots come up all the time, Ali. You're right. I think if we're Danny, we like the jack and the 7. They were so friendly a moment ago, Ali.
Well played. Easy game. I think you played the hand perfect.
I don't think Patrick's mocking Danny in any way, shape, or form there. Actually giving him credit for not having lost chips post-flop. And you note that Danny, I mean, relative to Patrick, we're talking about a new arrival. Hang on.
Oh.
Putting a pin in things here. We have ourselves 3 players involved. Joe Chuen, Ike Haxton, and the Blez, Jared Blesnick, all in there. Blesnick is the covering stack here. The flop is Jack 8-4. Action was a Joe Chuen open to 75,000. Ike, 3-bet to 260. The Blez came along.
Wow.
Joe Chuen made the call, and here we are with... Is it Chuen jamming? And Ike calling?
Sounds like Joe Chuen is certainly
Jared,
live.
yeah, Jared has called as well. They're on their backs. Looks like King, King, 7, deuce, Queen, Queen, Jack 9, and 9, 7, 6, 5. And I think it's the latter of which the Blez took this little straight draw.
Oh, my goodness. Go on, Jared. Wow.
Showers both kings and queens on that rainbow flop, which was paired on the turn.
Well, this is a familiar sight, Ali.
Double.
Blez guzzling up chips in a PLO tournament.
Double elimination, Nick, in the early goings here. And yet again, we find Ike Haxton not making that run, which we all truly believe is so close for
GG
him.
Ike.
As the guy that came in with, I believe, the larger of the stacks, efforting that. Indeed, Ike will go out in 17th, Joe Chuen in 18th. Meanwhile, back here, we've got bottom set on an ace-8-4 board. This one was limped pre from the button. Shemian checked back. Has nothing working. Did check call 25,000 on the flop. Forgive me, the set is Shemian's, not Patrick's.
Understood. And for Patrick, with King High in the 5, we would imagine he has further plans. Although sometimes when we feel we're being called, we simply shut it down. But I would think with this one, he likely tries to put pressure on the exact hand we're looking at.
And the jack really is not part of the process at all in terms of Antonius's thoughts. This is two barrels of bluffing. And a third would be required. And note, by the way, the monotone texture on the board has put the cuffs on this bottom set.
I love the way Patrick kind of moves in slow motion at the table when he's locked in. Very hard to read. He goes for half pot for Ole. We never beat value. We lack a spade. He's great at sizing people up, but just optically, this is a tough blocker. This is a tough call with his blockers. Understandable fold and very nice from the Finn.
Another bluff through? Holy shit.
Is that okay? The Finn?
Oh, sure, yeah.
That's not derogatory, right?
No, not at all. So the Queen of Spade, ridden to glory by Patrick there. Shemian, by the way, look at this guy. I mean, that's a, I believe that's an Asian beer brand hat that he's wearing, Shinhwa, and it looks like it may have had a longer career than Ole, and that's saying
Perhaps
something.
the hat goes beyond, you know, multi-generational spanning hat. 16 left. 14 pay.
Producer James stepping in to advise that it is a Thai beer, and also, for that matter, that he's had a few. Not today, but in general.
Watson's all in. Good luck, sir.
There's some dents in Producer James's liver associated with that particular beverage.
Yes, Ali.
Watson looking to avoid further dents
for Danny,
here.
It's interesting. Ole with 1.9 in the small, Kosei 960, and Thomas 370 in the big. He is going for a sort of click isolate. Ole gone. Good luck, Sir Watts. Danny, 230 in the middle.
Another head.
5 cents. Better than ace queen. I refuse to believe any other made-up 4-card signs that you say.
Which is better? No, seriously. Seriously.
Yeah. I have only these cards. So.
You have only these cards?
Yes.
Oh.
It's fine. It's just coming a bunch of low cards anyways. You might make a wheel, but that's
I never like these previews, by the way. You know, it makes it sting more when things go awry.
Oh, absolutely, Ali.
When you're Watson, as Ole divulging.
Just an
230 in the middle. Watson.
Fine for you, yeah.
10's working, 8 dangler, and Danny calls for the just ace.
Watson
Note that
with
it
the
comes
A
in.
lot of diamonds in the deck, though.
Well, you have 3.
Can Sir Watts improve on the end? No.
GG, Sir Watts. We find ourselves on the stone bubble, Ali.
Oh.
That we do.
Very quick.
You might just make it. Just sit there. Wait. I was thinking, well, I'm going on.
Flipping it back over to the other feature.
Nice hand, Ding Biao. Set is good. And Green would likely wisely shut it down with the 10s.
I think so.
He did open to 60. Ding Biao flatted from the small. It went check on that Jack 9-3 board. And then Ding activated for 110,000.
Man, I had Jack that hand too against Paul. I just was so scared.
YouTube, Twitch.
He has a big hand.
You guys there? Everybody good? Anybody eating a nice meal? Little home-cooked meal? Little beverage? Where are we watching from? Much love from Ali and I.
I don't know how to tell you this, but anybody streaming poker on YouTube is unlikely to be enjoying a nice home-cooked meal.
Why?
Is my sense.
Why? You can have your laptop in the kitchen, and we see the chips there.
My read?
Wouldn't they be more likely to be having a home-cooked meal than...
No. They'd be more likely to be grinding the drive-thru or Uber Eats.
Fair enough. There probably is a lot of that going on.
Many,
but,
you know, top ramen wrappers strewn about, you know, the office is sort of my read. A glimpse, not just into my warped mind, but also the chip counts, the latter of which is brought to you by betacr.eu. Chidwick holding court.
Hello, Ghost of M. Seattle is here. Pizza for breakfast, Suha. Okay. Enjoy. I've done that. 7:34 in Finland. Are we sweating Patrick? Vegas playing on WSOP. See you soon, chill.
See what I mean?
Home-cooked meal from Andre. Russell's wife made him an amazing meal. This guy's watching at work in North Dakota. Beautiful. Oats and coffee. I need to do a little more of that.
Oats
West
and coffee?
Palm Beach, Florida. North America's here. A little vague, but I'll take it. Northern Cali is here. Laos, Perth, Alaska. Appreciate you too. A little Carlton drought in Melbourne. I don't know if I said that right, but beautiful. Welcome. Some home-cooked soup is here. Toronto, Uber Eats.
I'm telling you, someone's out there making a top ramen.
2:34 a.m. I think that's the Argentinian flag. It's tiny. Daddy is here, is declared. Okay. Ohio, cold pizza. Minnesota. Much love to you guys. Twitch, Arby's, we got the meats is the first comment I see on Twitch. Portugal, Swedes for Patrick. Sydney, thank you, Pool the Cleaner. Upstate New York, beautiful. Let's dive in. Stone bubble action, 50K PLO, some of the best in the world.
Things could get a little bit cagey. Shortest stack in the room, according to the latest from the Triton Poker Plus app, is Killian Loeffler with 12 bigs. Jason Kuhn level at 12 himself. Thomas
and that's
Ribeiro.
actually middle set for Stevie with the gut shot. That's actually not that short for a PLO bubble, so we'll see. Could surprisingly be here for a little while. Of course, it could get in, but PLO bubbles can be wild.
Gutter versus gutter here. Chidwick with middle set, as you mentioned. 155 in the middle. Plays it as a check after defending his big against the 60K open. Check back from Ding Biao.
And we feel a touch better about our set having a queen blocking queens and a 10 blocking 9-10. But we're still out of position and vulnerable. Curious to see what Stevie does. Maybe a modest type bet, just to sort of put some chips in but not go nuts out of position. Or maybe full pot. Or perhaps check. Does go for the third option. Unclear spot to me. They're all quite interesting. And for Ding with the sevens, do we hear from him at some point, or does he wisely continue to just shut it down? Wisely, of course, because we can see Stevie's hand. He is firing, and this check from Chidwick really working out.
$120,000. Has the 10 in hand, obviously, which is comforting.
Some of the questions Stevie asks himself is how often does Ding check flop back with 9-10, etc. There are hands we're just doing quite well against when we check raise, but call is so understandable on the stone bubble with his stack, which is just worth tons.
Pot up to 395 and an inconvenient arrival on the river as all that heart business and the king 10.
And very much a possible road to a victory for Ding Biao. That key 7 of hearts, of course no king 10 anywhere, but with just 7s we would have to assume he's bluffing this river. And if he does, this is a little bit nightmarish for Stevie in this line, heartless. Any size from Ding Biao is a hand that beats Stevie in the value department.
Being on the stone bubble, adding to the nightmare scenario.
I mean, Stevie's not out even if he check calls for hundo. Oh, he does just shut it down, and that's a nice sight for Chidwick.
Think Biao realizing promptly that the opportunity was there for him. Nice pick up there for Chidwick. His Jeju festival thus far has included 4 caches across 11 attempts, looking for his 12th thus far, hunting his 2nd ever Triton title and 35th career Triton cash. He's almost up to $20 million in earnings.
So strong.
At Triton. Also strong, by the way, and not to be overshadowed. Have you scoped the hat on Jay Kuhn today? He's a man after your own heart, designer-wise.
I did scope the hat. Kuhn always, you know what I mean.
Tom Ford.
Ali, you're so with the name brands, buddy. You're Persian though, from
Listen,
not to generalize, guys.
low pro.
We're not, but Persians from California. You can just ask anyone.
Listen,
from Stevie in the Small.
I don't need to hand you a mall directory for crystals, my friend. You know exactly where the boutiques are.
I know, but I'm more like a degenerate. Like, it's more like the streets vibe, where it's
You're
like everything down to the socks, the underwear, who knows. Flush for Stevie, top set for Greenwood. It's not as if they just are going to be shoveling 40 bigs in, but this one could get a little bit spicy. Maybe not.
Well, for the time being, we're not looking at any Carolina Reaper ghost chili stuff, but, a mild jalapeno. Chidwick checks over. I've always found the small flushes in PLO to be really uncomfortable to navigate in the face of, like, multi-street aggression. You just end up adrift with guessing games upon you.
Well said. Third from Sam. Stevie finds himself slightly adrift. Of course, not going anywhere. Your side cards are relevant, and making reads is relevant, This is, if it was easy, everybody would play PLO.
I mean, there's just no path to improvement for the hand. These are normally the affects with, like, the straights that we flop, and we have no backdoors. We're just never getting any better. You know what I mean?
I do.
Board develops in an uncomfortable way.
I know exactly what you mean. It's almost more comfortable to have top set here.
Right. There's upside.
And when we have small flushes, we like seeing more of our suit come out, as it minimizes the flushes our opponent can have. And for Sam, these spots are always interesting. A bet really exerts pressure on a straight, and we do have likely clean outs. We're also beat very often when Stevie check calls, which is an issue. Let's just check. For Stevie, I would imagine block is an idea in this limp check line.
Not that it's incredibly relevant, but Greenwood has upgraded to a 10-high straight.
It's possible he goes a bit bigger than block, per se. No limit players have a habit of always going extremely small on rivers out of position. We're in PLO. Let's go for third pot. And for Sam, with the 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, no club anywhere, no jack anywhere. It's a little bit sizing Stevie up.
A very healthy crack of the knuckles as he digs in for a decision. Note this one was check, call, check, check, lead. And Sam understands that just, the macro of a line such as this could very much be someone sensing an opportunity, dare I say.
He check called flop, so we have to respect that. Does pay it off, but very much so, Ali. And limp check in PLO is as vast a spot as it gets. These are really wide ranges. And Stevie will check. Call with uncomfortable holdings, others won't.
Well, I can comfortably tell you that it's time to fire up your laptop or your computer. Between now and March 31st, World Series of Poker Super Circuit action is happening at GG Poker. And let's not forget, this is the only place where you can officially qualify for the Triton Super High Roller Series. It all happens at the world's largest online poker room, GG Poker. You think honestly, you remember when Black Friday went down, very devastating obviously for those of us who are deep in the online poker streets out in the United States. Anybody that would have told us this far removed from that event, decade plus, we wouldn't have online poker back in the U.S., we probably would have said be serious. And yet here we are. We've done some intrastate stuff, obviously, Nevada, Delaware, Pennsylvania, whatnot. You feel like the whole, we're going to get back to the U.S. online poker scene? Because what a lovely infusion that would be into all facets of the game.
I don't know, Ali. I really don't.
Yeah.
I don't give it too much thought. 75 to go from Ding Biao. I'm kind of thankful to have gotten all those reps in when I was young and now mostly play live. I still want to stay sharp. Rundown for Greenwood tri-suit with the duck. Similar stack to Ding. Does just slide it.
I'll say this, you know, during COVID,
for Jason, let's see.
when we were all locked down, there was some app stuff going on. I hadn't touched a hand of online poker since Black Friday.
Yes, Ali, tell us about the apps.
I'm just saying, I realized that live poker is so much more you know, this is where I want to be doing it. In person.
Coon on the stone bubble here. Does defend, and I really do agree with that, Ali.
It's just a lot more to it. So Jack 10, 10, 6 with the spades. It does come Jack 3, 3 with hearts. Jason will take another peek out there as he is in front of the pre-flop raiser after defending his big. 195 in the middle, 15 left, stone bubble of the 50K PLO. Just north of 1 SPR.
He does have the 10 as an out as well. If he goes for this, just lead. I don't think this is posturing. It's very much an idea short to defend and just blast in with equity. This one, he's a bit in the nude. It would be a sick find if he just does it.
I saw that.
I think he has a pretty good idea of what Ding's realistic range is. How his hand is performing versus that range, somewhat. We're not computers, of course. 205 back, stone bubble, 195 in the middle. This is an odd spot. Does just check. And how does Ding interpret that?
I was thinking the same thing.
Middly naked hearts, something like Jason has. His hand is very hard to take any heat with Coons. I suppose he didn't like not having a queen, king, or ace.
And look at Ding Biao just prepared to pose a question, recognizing that maybe some of that pause there from Kuhn does cap range.
And it's a question that's very difficult to answer on the stone bubble.
Wow, check fold there.
Understandable procedures. The lead would have been very interesting, but that's not a good hand on that board in PLO.
And one where are we looking to go short of a jack or a 10 with that? You know?
Right.
So lacking future, the way we like to put it. As we flip it back over to the outer table, looks like the Nacho Show is involved in this one. They're on their backs. The path here was a Barbero open to 75,000. Killian Loeffler, direct left, jammed for his last 290 and has shown ace, king, king, 10.
Ace 10.
But Doogie, he's in front of king, queen, queen, jack.
We're going to see a flop.
Ace 10 deuce, inside wrap for Barbero. Look at Shingus looking on. Loeffler having some fun with it.
Third card, please.
Obviously, the two Cowboys serving as blockers for Killian. The turn. No backdoor flush concerns. No front door either.
And the river.
And the
river is
river.
the 4 of clubs.
Goal on Killian, huge for Loeffler. And to fade the Nacho Show makes it feel even, you know, you fade a little bit more equity in a way.
I'm a little bit relieved that Nacho didn't turn to him and go, GG's. You know, that's his move.
Yeah.
Back over to this feature. There will be some pauses in the action, obviously, some hand-for-hand activity.
Michael Villarreal in the chat says, I feel like if I play poker and speak to myself as Ali in my head, I can improve my game. Michael, is there any chance you meant me?
Yeah, allow me to answer this one on Michael's behalf. Yes.
By the way, if it's Ali, you know, fair play.
But
there's many players we can. But is there? I think there's a chance he meant me. Because if you're playing poker with Ali in your head, may God be with you, my friend. Kosei limping in the hijack.
I'd like to go on record, Nick, officially, and I did this with Ramin Hajiev earlier on in this festival.
Yes.
Good smile.
And it yielded an open invitation, by the way, to Baku. But if Ichinose-san would be so welcoming,
thank you.
I would love to conquer Tokyo with this gentleman. And by the way, that's a city that cannot be conquered. I've tried.
Yes, a little Freudian slip from Ali. He'd love to conquer Tokyo, but we know what you meant, and I agree. I would love for Kosei to give us just a little taste of the city.
Yes.
Ole with a great hand and stacks that really don't want to mess with him right now at all. Check is understandable, too. He does pot. And right away for Ichinose and Tang, they don't really want to deal with this, as Ole can just drop bombs post, again stone bubble, and they're going to cash for the most part.
Come on, Kosei. Get him.
I can't get him.
Repot.
Nice from Ole.
I wasn't folding.
Ole suggesting that wasn't just
could do that.
being frisky, letting them know there was no path to getting him out, it would seem.
Was not expecting not to see a flop. Such a good hand to see a flop as well. Fuck.
Mine either.
I was ready to hit a set and then have nut flush draw with it. I was so ready. I was like, oh, fucking, we got him. Set, nut flush draw, we gotta fuck some shit up. How is that possible?
Ribeiro looks like he might not have got a full set of rems last night.
Yeah.
A few times I've looked over, yawning, maybe a late arrival here in terms of jet lag.
I ran into Ribeiro walking into the casino. He looks pretty good to me, Ali.
Oh, yeah, listen.
I mean, you know.
He's up to the task, but he did only play the 25K PLO and the 30K PLO bounty 4-card specialties.
He is here to have 4 cards in his hand. Lovely Badugian 08 hand, not really the one in PLO. And for Ole, I believe he's potting here an awful lot. Of course, this one is a part of that scheme.
Mount up on the Cowboys.
He's got 90 out there, can only make it 75. Oh, 1530, excuse me.
Almost better. I need a time.
Shimmy on with the free look.
Yeah.
Ole, by the way, has the trappings of a man who could teach us to surf,
That one similar.
perhaps, or knows the best place to get a good fish taco.
I think Ole knows all sorts of things like this.
I couldn't lean.
Here's Dylan, who's, generally speaking, a favorite to be among the happiest people in any room that he enters, and I'm here for it. Really enjoy Dylan. I actually need to tap into Dylan a little bit to just figure out where it all comes from, how he keeps the darkness at bay. Yeah,
this has been your thing with Dylan this week.
Am I wrong, though, Nick, honestly, as much as you've been around Dylan?
I don't purport to know what someone's internal happiness scale is like you. You're very confident that he is just the happiest man in the world. Good luck, Jason, by the way. It's gone. Never mind.
The external read is there.
Yes, he's a great guy. I think he's,
You think he's just sad inside?
No, I'm not saying he's sad inside. I'm just saying this read that Dylan is the happiest man in the world just seems a little bit presumptuous. I'm not sure, is all. When I look at him right now, I'm not saying there he is, the happiest man in the world. How does he do it? I think he's at peace with his life, you know? But this whole thing, like, I just can't quite. And I'm sure part of the reason Jason let it go was this enormous stack in the big blind. If he felt there were shorties behind only, and that's what's so beautiful about poker, all of these spots are so fluid. Nacho's out there being fluid as well.
Chidwick. King, queen, 5 deuce, top pair here. After defending. Gut shot for Ding Biao. Note the other 2 8s are in the bin elsewhere. Stevie with that trademark flick of the finger. Knuckling the action over. $60K. Small questions being posed by Ding Biao. Some luxuries afforded him, courtesy of
King, queen, 5 duck, pretty uncomfortable. He is tearing one off, and if Ding leans on him, struggling to see many turns where Stevie can comfortably continue.
Hello, 9 of diamonds. Gutter just rolls right off the deck, and note Stevie draws dead.
This was borderline orgasmic for you, this 9 of diamonds. Every once in a while, a card speaks to Ali. Oh.
Listen, you think it's only me? Ding's out there edging.
Oh, my God.
By the way, I don't think Chidwick's feeling any sort of excitement over this development.
No,
Board
he
texture
did
is
what
awful
needs to
now.
be done. Top pair. Maybe bink the king or queen. The duck. But of course not the 9. And this one will be coming to a wrap shortly.
$250K with the nuts. Ace of diamonds was relevant. Was Ding able to collect one from Chidwick? Now, here in Jeju, Nick, I've kind of noted that it's a bit shoulder season, not quite spring, which is the very popular time of year for people from the region to come out to what is kind of the veritable Hawaii of this area of the world. Hikimius in the chat has advised that it is currently -9 Celsius here in Finland. Now, that sounds worse than it actually is. It's not sub-zero in terms of Fahrenheit. I don't know the math. I never have.
But it's a great day to stay inside and watch some high-stakes four-card, is it not?
Yeah, with a fin involved, by the way, here on the Stone Money Bubble. So shout out to you, my friend. Sorry about the heat bill.
For Ding, we see 3 pretty bad ones. Imagine the 4th didn't fit in. Dylan gone. Chidwick with the jakes.
Some clubs.
And Greenwood very disincentivized to get involved. Stevie does go for limp. But imagine Sam quite content to check. All sorts of stuff in this spot.
Lack of suits.
Doesn't mean you don't do what needs to be done sometimes, but in general, on the stone bubble with 30 bigs, you guys can kind of feel it as well.
Slight caginess afoot.
I wouldn't even say cagey, more just cautious.
Okay.
Both players with poor blockers. The upper part of the deck when the middle part of the deck appears. Always disconcerting. In PLO especially.
Both players, by the way, could very much be all over this board in this limp blind versus blind confrontation. 4-liner developing. Backdoor spades on board.
These are interesting. Ali, let me ask you a question. If you're in Stevie's seat, how do you think your hand is performing versus 4 random cards that you just take off the top of the deck?
Not great.
Maybe a dog, right?
I mean, any 7 and a card on board, or 10 or 4 nestled in there with it. That, of course, being the key card on this board texture, gives us fits. He does have the overpair and the gut shot.
He does have that gut shot, which is a little bit of equity. Checks it over to Sam. Does Sam want to turn these 10s into a bluff alongside the ace of spades, which certainly does block some continues? He does just check.
And he does block that gut shot that we talked about. Board pairing 9.
And likely just a check winner for Stevie, although we can never know for sure. Certainly don't think Stevie does anything other than check. Won't be embarrassed if he goes another way, Ali. I will a little. Please check, Stevie. Might be considering trying to bluff a 9 out. Does check. Not the most exciting hand of the festival.
And this 10, the paint is chipping at the bottom there. See that white
Paint
spot?
chips being detected by Greenwood.
9-7 Badoogie.
I'm losing $1 million this week.
Oh my gosh.
It's a lot, Sam.
That was a soundbite there.
By the way, if any player hasn't made scores in a festival in Triton, which of course just happens, you know, that's kind of the situation.
$1.5 million plus now for Chidwick, as the full shutdown exchange between he and Greenwood leaves him 11 bigs in front of Ding Biao, the 2 7-figure stacks. Here at one of our 2 featured tables, Jason Kuhn has slipped down to 6 bigs. Nick.
That he has. And behind him is Thomas Ribeiro with 7. Dylan has 11. And then some real separation. Killian Loeffler in 12th with 19. So 2 clear shorties with Dylan kind of in the very stressed out zone, but somewhat chilling right now. But as is often the case in Dylan's seat, they both double, and then here we are. But as it stands now, he's meant to be very tight.
The difference between 0 and 76,000, that's
like
the thickness
which is,
of this bubble.
Also, I think the light, like the super bright light, shows off all the imperfections so much more.
Yeah. And sometimes it's hard because like the backs are kind of shiny. So like it looks like you're seeing something and then it's like, nah, I'm just...
Yeah, it's just like finger oil.
Yeah.
Ace, Jack, 9-4. These suited aces are so tempting.
Not off 11 bigs when Jason has 6 on the stone bubble.
You're absolutely right. Double paired, but without any suits. Chidwick getting after.
Tricky hand to play in Badoogie, by the way, to break the king. Not really with the 6-5 duck.
Whoa.
Gives him a show.
We're actually at this point, as much mix as we've played, Nick, incapable of not having those lenses on when we see these holdings.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, guys, if that's annoying. But when I see 4 cards, if a Badugi ever appears with just 4
flying
unsuited
back from
cards,
Mexico City on a Boeing
Can't help it.
plane, and then they announced the flight was delayed because there was the engine light, like there was an issue with the engine light, and then the guy was like, "I'm getting off this fucking plane,"
dude.
And he was like, they were like, "It's just like the engine light. It's fine. It's nothing mechanical. It's whatever. It's at the dashboard." And he was like, man, me and my family, we're getting off this plane. Let us off.
I mean, there's like a filter now on
Yeah.
Kayak and some of the things where you can just search for non-Boeing planes to fly on.
That's quite incredible.
I basically only fly Air Canada, and all of Air Canada's newest planes are Airbus. So you want the Airbus anyways because it's a new plane. They have like USB-C charging ports, you know, they have all that stuff.
Yep.
Also doors that don't blow off and, you know, planes that don't porpoise into the ground. These are also advantages of Airbus out here. By the way, shout out anybody shorting Boeing stock. Godspeed. Think you're on the right side of that.
haven't been following this, and I'm just going to, you know, let's return to the PLO.
Just real quick though, Nick, if you and I are flying somewhere and they come onto the PA system and they say, "Hey, we got the check engine light on in the cockpit. We're a little delayed." I feel like you might leave me on that flight alone. You staying involved? Just be honest. Look at me. Are you staying in your seat?
I'm looking at Jason right now, and I'm going to just stay fixated on him. I can't look at you right now, Ollie.
I think you're getting off the plane. I'm just for the record. Greenwood. Ace 10, 8, 6. Choosing to limp the button. More hand than he wants to fold. Not so much that he wants to raise in this setup.
Such a good price. He is one of the two clear shorties in for Ding with the trips. You know, every once in a while it comes in. It's always very funny when it does.
Queen, Jack, 8. So for Kuhn, this is bottom 2. For Greenwood, a very relevant ace of hearts.
And by the way, does Ding take the trip nines and tell a little story here covering both stacks?
It's a great point.
We would, of course, love if that 3 was a heart. He is just doing it straight away. And for Greenwood, with the double gutter technically, and of course the most key card in the deck, the ace of hearts, would think he's floating, although stone bubble, just calling rather. I don't know when it's a float and when it's a call, but he's in. I assume the plan for Ding is to blast bricks and give up on cards that change the board.
And that is one of those type of cards. The deuce of hearts puts that front door flush on board. And now Greenwood's ace of hearts can be ridden even harder than the trip nines.
Yes, very much so. The trip nines now shrink up compared to the ace of hearts. Curious to see Greenwood's sizing approach here. 280 in the middle, 770 back.
$280. Playing 770 effective.
Perhaps something like half to 2/3 makes Ding indifferent with tons of stuff. And just garners pure folds. I don't think we need to go full pot on the stone bubble.
In a situation such as this, do you anticipate the truly nutted hands to be more on the milky side than on the...
Well, we don't want to give a set just a tremendous price to hit.
110?
He goes for 110, kind of the 40% or whatever that is, 110 into 280, and this one should be a wrap, unless Ding has some creative ideas, which, by the way, would be odd for Sam. Holding the ace of hearts. Very nice.
That was kind of a cool one insofar as it really, in both camps, demonstrated situationally the value of blockers in pot limit Omaha. We saw the dry ace activations for Greenwood, earning him that one. We saw the straight blockers encouraging Ding Biao prior to the flush arriving. All themes to keep in mind, in particular if you're newer to pot limit Omaha. Certainly this 5-pack, far from new at the game. Kuhn has slipped down to 100,000 now. Next shortest stack belonging to Thomas Ribeiro. 7 big blinds for him. 14 will find the money. 15 remain. Chidwick with not a particularly pretty one here.
She's an excellent dealer. I had a little tiff with her in London that I regret. It's actually a pot against Nacho, as we see Stevie leaning on them.
A little tiff, Nick?
I meant it like an argument. I don't know where
No. I just,
By the way,
okay.
3.5 bigs. Happy to tell you about it, but let's see. He knows Stevie's...
The question from Jason there?
Yes, he's asking if it reopens the action if he raises. I suppose he's weighing call or raise. Let's see.
And does he want the action reopened here?
Good luck, sir.
As he gets his 100K forward? Is that a preference?
I'm just going to let it kind of sit as I'm not sure. 3.5 BB bubble play. Does he want it reopened? Yes, he would like it reopened to where if it goes call, Stevie can re-raise, and now he's heads up as opposed to multi-way with those dead hundreds in there.
Right, okay.
And that, by the way, of course, affects people can't really call behind if the action is reopened. Where if it isn't, they kind of can-ish. Anyway, good luck.
Chidwick announces powerhouse here. And you see Greenwood with a big smile. Kuhn grinning as well. They're not on their backs just yet. And now authorization does come down. Kuhn just an 8% favorite as Sonny presides over the altercation. 275,000 chip pot here on the stone bubble. Will it burst or will Kuhn double? Almost triple, as it were. To the flop we go. 10-7-7 and hearts.
Not what Jason was looking for. Stevie with some eliminator type outs.
The 5s are in front. The heart draw, front door.
Your pocket 5s are going to hold.
Bad 10s, I assume.
Turn doesn't help Jason. You see the ace, king, jack, 9, 8.
Ace, king, jack,
Something
8.
in that range needed to stay alive, and there
Go
is.
on, Jason. The jack of diamonds. Not a welcome sight for Dylan. Not a welcome sight for Thomas.
Yeah. I also would have beat that.
Also not a welcome sight. A 7-event dry spell for Jason Kuhn, by the way. That's what he's riding into this 50K. Here in Jeju, just 2.
That's a pretty good hand.
Just 2 cashes under his belt, Nick, both in 25Ks.
I mean, it would have been hard not to, because apparently none of you guys did.
9th in the silver main for $149. 22nd in the GG Millions for 71,000. As we flip it back over to the other feature. There you see the second shortest stack in the room, Tomás Ribeiro of Portugal.
Patrick adding accessories to his outfit.
You know,
patch and hat now.
When he goes bucket, I get, you know, aesthetic visions of Tom Axel Bedell, who's another Scandinavian participant here at Triton. Haven't seen him here in Jeju, but very much the bucket, always in his range.
Fair enough.
Remember, the orange bucket was what Krabitz's camp kind of...
Interesting spot here for Thomas.
Uh-oh. Trouble.
I knew you were trouble when you walked in.
It's got to be a karaoke go-to for Danny.
I believe that maybe the KTV was alive and well last night.
Let's do that. Well, let's get there first. Jason?
I prefer you to fold now, though.
Shemian trying to usher Tomas's hand toward the muck.
Would imagine Shemian is fine either way. This is an awkward spot. Do we defend, open jam, a lot of stuff, or do we just fold? These are super tricky. He does defend.
Sure.
Understandable versus this very wide range. Of course, we can see Ole has kings. Oh, and it will be going in for Thomas. That's brutal. He's drawing dead.
Case king versus
man.
Top set. Ribeiro jams with top two.
Yeah.
He's drawing to stone queen queen.
Yeah.
No.
How much?
Sorry.
No.
How much you bet?
This bubble
Cash.
looks all done.
No cash. Hold, no money.
How much?
No money.
10,000?
You're like, what's the odds? You have one combo left.
Yeah, how much you want to bet, bro?
Right. Last.
You have no balls to
Says
bet here,
that.
right?
I have no balls.
Thomas
Yeah.
believes it yet. Brutal.
Is it once I say an amount, it's also accept or what? Or you're gonna have to say yes or no, because then you get to play perfect. Then I'm just a dumbass. So I say an amount, it's auto locked or not.
All right.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, I fold. Fuck. Oh, fuck.
Nice navigation there to avoid incinerating
This
some
is
side
really
action.
interesting.
Well, as wonderfully as the Kings are performing at that other feature, which is pause, they are doing horribly
Well
here.
done from Jason. Bravo.
Beautiful.
You have aces?
Escapes. And
I
wow.
also had aces.
No way.
Wow.
Are you serious?
Oh,
Guess
no.
I should have won.
Dylan apparently had aces as well. Flipping back over here, where the Doom switch appears flipped.
Just fold 3.
Maybe it's too good.
Oh, you bluffed me, Ollie. Ollie, you so bluffed me.
Yeah. You can't.
No. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. That's sick.
We do have a flop. He has 2 pairs, king, queen.
That's
That
sick.
is dead.
Yeah,
Dead
dead
as
than
can
dead.
be. Yeah, exactly.
Ole has
Only
3
club,
of
queen, right?
behind.
He needs running queens.
Yeah, running queen.
The bad news has been delivered.
10-9? No.
No.
Oh, nothing.
Only
He had no
queen.
club, no straight draw, nothing. GG, man.
Maybe queen.
That's really sick to
Well,
not just have
be
a
happy
sweat.
for you.
Ever in the history of poker.
I think you're done.
Good game.
Sick.
No
GG,
queen
Thomas.
on the turn, no sweat.
99% on the flop.
Put in 40% of my stack free and sold it.
And Jason coming over to
GG, bro.
sort of revel in his decision-making process back at the other feature. Obviously, Ribeiro.
Save some money.
Doesn't matter what Jason was doing elsewhere in the room necessarily, although if they both would have been showered at the same time, it is worthy of note that the min cash would be divided between them. $76,000 now locked up. As the bubble has burst here in the 50K PLO, courtesy of the demise of Tomas Ribeiro.
One must win here.
GG's to him. Fails to cash in all 3 of the PLO events here in Jeju.
Hand by hand.
Always tough. Are you one of these dudes who, if you get down to the stone bubble and you do end up being showered out of the money, you're like, well, why didn't I just get, you know, dispatched early, you know, soon as re-registration was closed?
Stupid fucking game, man.
Really ninja shit right there.
No, not that one.
I love this
but
game, and I hate this game.
You know, I don't like it. Stone bubbling.
Sure, no one does. And you heard Dylan say something interesting. He said, I love this game, but I hate this game.
Well, that was a really interesting spot. Kuhn open kings, folded. Dylan folded aces. This is how PLO tournaments kind of go. Good luck, sir.
I'm not folding this time.
He was behind Ding's 3-bet.
Thanks, bro.
Harder to believe I had aces when I stuck it in against you with ace jack.
I'm a good back.
Double suited yesterday.
Big money, bro. You can fold. You can definitely fold all kinds of stuff.
Don't think I can fold this one.
These are chats that don't happen in the 2-card counterpart. Here, yeah, you can fold.
They do.
You know,
they do
as
that
much.
one. They do.
People got a bust. It ain't gonna happen.
10-10-9.
Would imagine Sam does go for check. Jason with just 65K back. Sam with 9s and 10s with a 7 and the gut shot.
Fast. I hope you don't have 4 10s. I feel like you got at least 3 of them, though.
Nut flush draw.
I did sort of think Sam would just put Jason in straight away.
Okay, you don't have 4 10s.
Bigs for Jason. 6 1/4 out there.
No, I'm not.
Okay, I got a nut flush draw.
I have a pair of 9s.
You're in front currently.
And a straight draw.
Well,
and yet another reminder that these guys who are very close friends and such just play hard at each other in big spots in tournaments.
All right.
Note the assessment of in front. Technically, yes. But a
3-2
3-2 favorite, yes.
Correct.
Feeling lucky. Feeling like a king of spades.
Actually, yeah, I guess.
Just how about just like a queen of diamonds, even? As long 3.
Far from it. Is this 3? Although, added paths for Kuhn. Can he connect? No.
GG Jason.
How did you win that? Stop winning that.
I'll tell you what, getting out of here in 14th, a lot better than getting out of here in 15th. Although Jason won't be able to close the gap in the Ivan Liao Player of the Year race for Season 3 as Danny Tang is still in the field. So he will be furthering the distance between them in that respect. As Jason will add $76,000 to his earnings here in Jeju.
Check 4, leave him for 5. I would think. Yeah, maybe not with a pair. No, not with a pair on board. No, yeah, I can. Yeah.
10-time Triton winner right there, Nick.
Oh, no, because they got shot, right.
And some big stakes short deck coming up.
Oh, he's here for it.
Yes.
Like the odds Jason has a hand, like an unpaired hand, and then an 8 wins me the pot is, you know, yeah. At least they didn't waste the time being debating on whether or not to stick in the extra 5 or not.
Dylan, by the way, now the shortest stack in the room. Out of there. Chidwick. Suited ace and the puck. It's all coming together.
What size did he go for, Ali?
TBD.
Okay.
It's out there.
I believe he limped.
Yeah.
All right.
First to enter a pot if they limp. Do we still refer to this as an open?
I'm a little deep in my career to be asking this question, but it's honest. I've always said you're opening the pot once you initiate an action, but opening requires
it's an open limp,
raise.
but if you just say open, it kind of implies raise. Top and bottom for Stevie, the gut shot, the 5 and the 7s for Mr. Ding Biao. Backdoor for both, flush-wise.
Look at this line. Ding Biao seizing the initiative. Betting into these 10s up.
This is certainly interesting. He is attempting to seize the initiative. Unfortunately, he's a 2-to-1 dog covered by Mr. Chidwick. The 5 is certainly key, blocking 10s and 5s, and 5-5 for that matter. Stevie's in. I would imagine an idea for Ding is to bluff a 4 or a 6.
Improvements for Chidwick to 10s and 8s. On the strength of the 7s?
On the strength of the 7s. Now, with just the 5 blocker-wise, the 7s certainly interfere with some continues, but Ding pretty naked hand-wise. Does he want to keep going at this? 300 in the middle. Wow, Ollie.
Going hard at this one. Gut shot, the 5, although this is ambitious.
Feels like amongst the 3 pairs we can have for Stevie, he has a really good one in regards to not having a deuce, 4, 6, 7, or 9, which are all cards that Ding could be barreling with as part of a wrap or a straight draw of some kind.
900.
Oh, and he does just go for the equity denial. And no, Ding does have 28%. And all these little decisions do add up. It's easy to just call here, but Stevie correctly identifies that this hand is something of the nuts. We run into 3-5, certainly.
And conversely, it is far from easy to call here with Jack 7-7-5.
It's just over. Can understand the non-snap fold, but seemingly an impossible continue for Ding.
As you mentioned, over. Took a short bit to get there, but conclusions felt foregone as Chidwick now closing in on 2 million. Stevie, by the way, he's here for it all, just like Kuhn and, you know, a smattering of others. 2-card, 4-card, short deck, a full festival gets played. And most Triton festivals, Nick, this may be worthy of a little bit of note, as my internal clock certainly began to go off, lack these last few days. This was a protracted stop here in Jeju. And so guys digging deep out there in terms of, you know, a little bit of the stamina. You can run on empty a bit.
Stevie really takes great care of himself.
He'll mess around and take great care of you if you're out there trying to take his chips.
No doubt.
Aces is Ding Biao. Wouldn't mind taking care from the small blind of Dylan Lind. Off of 6. Let's see. What's he working with? King, Queen, 9, 5, and diamonds. 3-card Broadway interactivity. Rather straightiness. The 9 doesn't get us to Broadway.
A very reasonable hand in the face of the small blind raise. 40K now on the big. Just 4 blinds for Dylan. He's taking a flop. Not in the worst shape versus these particular aces. Diamonds working and cards between the 5 and the king live.
280 in the middle, Jack, Jack, deuce.
That is really not the flop for Dylan. How does Ding want to approach this? He goes for 90. Just puts him in.
Yep. Backdoor diamonds, backdoor straightiness, already the investment made. Better than 4-1. And yeah, of course, Dylan doesn't love his hand, but senses that perhaps now's the time to try to get lucky, as he'll play for 440.
Yeah.
Dylan is thinking about the 10 of diamonds right now, very much. Okay.
You see him perk up just a touch as he does pick up the gutter.
His equity actually improves slightly.
9 or 10 needed, and instead a 6.
GG. Good run.
We bid adieu to Dylan Lind. He will collect $76,000 and leave behind a pay jump of a little north of $6 grand to the remaining field of 12 for Dylan. He'll be adding to his career Triton earnings of $705,000 and change coming in. This is 8th career cash, 4th year in Jeju. Did finish 11th in the 30K PLO just before this one. Ding Biao just behind Sam Greenwood here at the 20 and 40 level. Imagine some rebalancing will be afoot shortly. How you doing? How you holding up, Nick?
I'm good, Ali. I can't complain.
Yeah?
Very grateful to be here. Sweating some great poker. Experiencing Korea. Do miss the girls, but, you know, that's life.
He's talking about his wife and his daughter.
Yes,
everybody
that's right.
relax.
That's correct. Good clarification, though.
You know what's funny? You say experiencing South Korea. We did do a few nights in Seoul,
Which one is
but I
this?
confess, and I'm a bit disappointed about it, I've yet to leave the property, even the hotel itself.
Yeah, well, it's tough. You know, we're
Jeju.
far from...
Saying all that study you did watching
Yeah.
for 8 hours. Now's the chance.
Would you be surprised if, I don't know if they have the one phone call rule out here in South Korea, but if you got, you know, you pick up the phone and I'm like, Nick, man, I'm jammed up out here. I need you to bail me out if I did end up leaving the property and maybe violating some local ordinance of some sort. And would you, by the way, come and bail me out?
It depends, Ali.
120.
On what, man? You really would leave me in there?
Just, you know, what kind of mood I'm in.
Greenwood in the mood to take us up to 120 with the ace-king 10-6. He's being honest, by the way, guys. Like, I'm just to let you know, there's a very serious look on Nick's face as he contemplates. Ding Biao doing the same with the 8-7-5-4. Flats this one on the button. Just the spades and kind of the leaner part of the deck, but some reach, I suppose.
Bow with a very comfortable button type hand. And a big flop for Ding Biao. Not a whole lot for Sam.
$320 in the middle. This is the kind of thing we have in mind when we come along from the button against the Greenwood Open. Note Sam's reluctance to c-bet on that texture. Does have the 6 in the backdoor diamonds working. Here we are. Very close in terms of stack depth.
Kind of amazing Greenwood has 42%. Suppose it makes some sense.
Hashtag
you really,
PLO.
Yes, Ali, what's the hashtag that you're sharing with us
PLO.
right now?
PLO.
Hashtag PLO, fair enough. Fair enough. And what a continue from Sam with all that equity. It really does show how close the equities run when you just observe the percentages next to the hands.
Now
it comes in gloriously for Ding.
Drawing dead is Greenwood. And I think any affinity he may have had for that flop peel has evaporated quite promptly, courtesy of this card. 770 out there now, which appears to be creeping toward Ding Biao.
Not a bad.
There's the laydown.
Very nice. Ding Biao chipping up.
That he is. Still running just 9th in chips overall, it would appear, perhaps vaulting over Patrick Antonius after inheriting that pot there. As you get a look at the chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake. With 12 remaining, Nick, we are at a redraw, so there will be some formalities that need to be conducted by our staff as we bring you back to the desk. Ali Najad alongside Nick Schulman, albeit briefly. I'm going to be checking out and bringing Rasty in here, Nick, but just getting our feet wet out there in the 50K.
Very much getting our feet wet. It was an interesting bubble. I'm excited to see Rasty. I'm excited to see you later. And I'm excited to continue watching the great game of Pot Limit Omaha.
There it is. Short and sweet, much like the break that we're sending you to right now. So don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage from the Landing Casino here at Jeju Shinhwa World of the 50K comes your way in just a few minutes.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. You're playing an 8-max MTT, 25 big blind steep. It's a button versus big blind single raise pot, and you're facing an 83% c-bet on Jack 7-3 Rainbow. Which of these hands should you consider folding? 6-5, King Queen, 7-4, or King 3? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Hello guys, welcome back. Delighted to be joined by Poker Hall of Famer and a man who has traversed the 4-card streets for many years, Rasty, Brian Rast. Hello, sir.
Hello,
welcome.
Nick. I'm very happy to be here again. And now, I mean, same tournament we left off last night, right? But getting down to the thick of things, in the money. You guys did the bubble, it looks like, and playing down to the final table, huh?
We did the bubble. There were some very interesting spots, and I couldn't help but overhear you sharing some of the Blez's side action on this tournament. It's all very interesting. Nacho still has the chip lead, by the way. Blez, Ivy, Ole, and Chidwick round out the top 5.
Yeah, no, I mean, a who's who up there of great PLO players. And yeah, Blesnik, you know, has some crossbook action, so, you know, and direct crossbook. So he's playing for, you know, more than just whatever he wins. So some people are anti-sweating him very hard. Have you been on the anti-sweat side of a crossbook?
You know, I have, not for many years. I can't quite stomach it. You? Do you make last longers and crossbooks?
You know, I don't do it very much because I hate the anti-sweat.
The anti-sweat it's a lot, but for Blez, he revels in it, and it's obviously a big gangster to come out to Korea and just side bet the whole field. These two tables are incredible.
You know, I'll give you a fun little, you and the viewers out there, a fun little story. So in 2016, when I won the 50K the second time, I had 100% booked extra. So,
oh my God.
Yes, Timex gave me like 50, and then I had
when did they try
True
it,
Teller and
Madrid.
Matt Kirk
Where?
booked teams
Madrid.
in front of me, and I wasn't on either one of their teams in a game in Bobby's room. So I'm like, I thought Timofey's team was better.
They
No
definitely won in
surprise.
Madrid.
So I'm
Oh, yeah,
like,
they
hey,
won in
Matt Kirk,
Cyprus.
can I book myself versus
Yeah,
each
and
one of
they
your
won in
team?
Madrid that
But at
won.
11 to 10%
passed
because
the
obviously I'm
150.
worse than them.
Oh, God bless,
Madrid.
Brian.
And he said, well, no, but 10.5 to 10. So I had whatever that adds up to, like 105% extra, some of which I gave to friends. But
you have tasted these tournament crossbooks.
But then the funny turnaround to the anti-sweat, a little bit later that summer, Kirk was like, hey, in a no-limit tournament, let me book you versus Fedor. And I was like, Kirk had just paid me hundreds of thousands, whatever it was on the cross. So I'm like, sure, whatever. Fedor won it. So he basically got a decent chunk of that back. So I was, and the anti-sweat was the most painful thing. You're watching the final table, like rooting so hard against somebody.
Fair play, though. You gave him the action back.
Yeah, so
it was gentlemanly of you.
Been on the other side of it, and it's not fun, the anti-sweat.
No, but this year I'm gonna take it chill. This year, yeah. This year not like last year, bro. Last year it was way too much.
Playing?
Yeah. As I was trying to get #1 in GPI, and I got second, and so.
Who won?
Being one. It was very close. He had 100 points advance in December, and he won the 25K.
Right.
He won the 25K.
Yeah, of course he was #1.
Yeah.
Perhaps just call with these side cards.
And I break.
I think so. I think we're too deep here, right? 40 blinds.
Feels like it.
Yeah.
I had to make a score in Bahamas or World Poker Tour. Did not.
Hand plays all right in multi-way pots, so it's not the end of the world. The big blind comes in, I feel like, at the king high draw. King high club draw. Ooh.
He also, I mean, I have way more.
The one for the king, 3, 4, 3 clubs.
The 4-3 coming in a little handy in this, though.
Did overlook the 4-3. Indeed, a draw to the nuts with the deuce. And the 6 we can fight.
The humble 4-3 coming in big for Chidwick.
110.
Like the most, they only count your top.
Yeah, and this kind of sizing, did he just go
top 10?
like 35%? Like, this is a comfy sizing for Chidwick's hand to call, in my opinion.
And also the king of hearts, we could tell some stories, perhaps.
I think they should probably do, like, you don't want to do it.
Both might be interested in those stories, it looks like.
get like
Indeed.
300 min cashes.
With
and, like,
Ole
own
having
some
the ace of hearts,
dailies or
for those
whatever,
who
but
didn't
I
pick
think
up
10
on it, I'll
cashes
be
is probably
obvious.
too few.
Ole shooting him a glance.
I think
Stevie's
PLO
in.
should be like maybe like 15 or something. Seems better.
It was kind of hard for me to catch him because he's just like being like the 5K. With
And
like
it is the
3,000
Jack of
pesos,
Hearts.
10K,
Interesting
like
card. Would
2,000
imagine
people, and a 5K with
Ole kind of wrapped his arm, but it wasn't an official check.
I also think we should make.
Yeah, having aces and sevens, it starts to become one that maybe you don't want to bluff.
That's what I was
too
thinking.
much.
You're almost more compelled to bet one pair ace of hearts than two.
Yeah, I think I agree. Let's see what Ole thinks.
Yeah, maybe.
Conversely, though, he does just go for something pretty big, I think. 350.
Yeah, this would be a commitment here if Chidwick floated it.
Very
would.
because I played so much, bro. It was insane. I went to every stop. I even went to Miami before that.
Okay.
in
Best
December.
hand winner.
But it's okay. He did really good. And he deserves it.
Yeah, no, he definitely did.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just looking. It looks like a pretty smooth distribution of stacks from the bottom to the top.
It's a good point. Fairly flat for this juncture.
Here's Patrick. With a little style.
And Brian, do you prefer having the 7 of clubs here or the duck?
Wow.
It's interesting because 8, 9, 10, you still have the straight, but jacks and 7s could run into issues where the duck sometimes... It's the duck, though. Look at the Blez's hat.
That's a good question. I mean, I wonder, do you prefer, what cards lower than a 7 do you prefer to a 7? And is there a cutoff?
Yeah,
Like,
maybe
is a
there's a cutoff, but I think a 5 over a 7 just when you have the queen as well. It's interesting. PLO just never ends in terms of its...
little nuanced questions you can ask with the 4 cards.
And it really makes you stay on your P's and Q's as Patrick slides into a commanding lead.
His opponents don't have very much to fight back with here, assuming he bets this flop, which makes sense in the sense we're not happy, but I think Danny is low enough that it's a comfortable get in versus him. Ivy's a bit of a different animal should he check raise, but
lovely to stab and just take it.
Yeah. I think really in all big bet games, but definitely in PLO, I think it's really kind of part of the bet needs to be some kind of thought process of what am I doing when my opponents raise or call.
Totally agree, Brian.
And here we are, we're back. Poker stake. Buy action. You see all your great heroes and maybe a few villains on Triton going for it. Don't you want a piece? You want something to root for? Well, you can do it. Buy action on Poker Stake. Let's go.
By the way, you can't anti-sweat on Poker Stake, right? Can you book people? That would be sick.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe it's coming.
In some ways, that might be easier.
Yeah.
If they wanted to offer
Or
it.
last longers, although then maybe you're in the weeds. Good luck, Killian. 6 bigs. This is a 6 bigs kind of hand. Pot declared.
100K hot water.
See if Pooh is in the gambling mood.
You know, I always like doing this here in the booth, but this is a part of the tournament where it does make a little bit of sense to gamble. Now, this was a small field tournament, so there's not as much of that stretch after you cash the bubble with the flat payouts, but 82.5 now for 12th. 10th, still only 92.5. You know, 9th, 110. These jumps aren't that big. I think it really starts moving after 9th, though, so I like Paul's fold, but I'm just kind of trying to make a point that right now your #1 priority isn't just staying alive, you know, at the cost of gaining chips.
I'm here to internalize and collect your future game ideas about tournaments. Killian is certainly hoping to collect this $1,030,000. Something of a 2-to-1 dog. Got the 9-7 going, kind of live. Let's see. Huge flop for Patrick.
Yeah, best hand, best draw.
GG.
GG, sir.
GG.
Nice run.
Ooh, no diamond, he wins.
That really is a good point. Tourneys are so interesting. It's easy to kind of look at every spot in a vacuum, and the setups of where the stacks are and the payouts, as you said. It's all, you know.
Here, right?
Yeah, I guess unintuitive gambling, I suppose, is called for sometimes.
I read an article that did an ICM analysis of the risk premiums at different stages of the tournaments once that was quite interesting. And I mean, this is like pretty intuitive logically when you look at payouts, but you know, it starts out quite small. It picks up earlier than people think. Not that it's big, even with like 50% of the field still left. It really builds up to the bubble where it's quite high. But then right after the bubble, and especially in large field tournaments, it just plummets.
Love that. By the way, Nachito, does he want to continue? Brian, I don't know how much you've been watching him over the last couple days, but Nachito is capable of anything. Does he want to try to bang inside the 3 and the 10?
Yeah, wow, he has no pair.
He's gone. Yeah. Great pickup for Stevie, denying that 30%.
It's tough to fold away all that equity when you're Nacho. You know, it looks like he donked the turn.
If you had top set, that would make me very happy.
Yes.
You have tens?
Yeah, after...
Made big fold, flop.
He actually just led flop.
Yeah, led
and then
flop
just bet turn again. Stevie piled and he was gone. Fair enough. Could have gone different ways. Perhaps he's thinking about it.
Huh?
I folded an ace, so Stevie didn't have top that.
Well, there's 2 left.
It's a good point. All true.
He can't limp aces. That's not allowed.
I don't know.
They'd see that on stream that he limped aces, and then they'd call the floor over and DQ him from the tournament.
I limp aces.
Oh.
Didn't think that was a crime. This hand is a crime. Nice hand anyway.
Yeah, and anyway, about the risk premium, I think somewhere at like the beginning of the final table-ish, it's about the same as the bubble, and then actually gets higher.
Yeah.
In the mid-final table stages, like when it's 7 left, 6 left, and you get those real jumps. And all that, if you just look at payouts and kind of think about it, it makes sense to me.
It does.
You know, you get those spots, especially in fields that are a little bigger than this, where right after you cash, it's just a sea of payouts with very little jumps relative to the buy-in size.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a time to try to accumulate to make a run for the big money.
Definitely, and something that somewhat can't be always calculated, but can still be accepted as true. Probably can be calculated on a very high level.
Yes, indeed.
Not everything we can get just a straight answer. We have to actually think sometimes. 3-2 favorite for Ding. Similar cards. Jose with a couple of backdoors and a draw to the nuts as well. See what Ding goes for.
Yeah, does he bet this? Check it back?
He 2.5x'd pre. Let's go for 80. Kosei, it's a little bit interesting pairless, but with the dual back doors, Brian?
Yes, I agree. I'm curious to see what he decides to do here. Whether, I kind of feel all three options are not unreasonable.
I sort of do too. It's murky for sure. So nice to have just a clean out. No pair gets a little bit weird. Understandable time bank. Oh, he is going for it. This is really nice from Ichinose.
He's shown a penchant for creative lines that, so far, I mean, he had the check call versus Ike out of position on the ace king jack yesterday with
Jack 10 10 8. That's
yeah.
right.
Backdoored into a goofy straight.
He certainly did. Creative line from Ike too, and he has shown a lot of fight, Ichinose. Ding not going anywhere. These two are both a bit in the weeds. 590 in the middle. 760 rather.
Yeah, this is not an easy call, especially with the three clubs. Oh. And if you're looking for a card to continue your story with here, this is definitely not the worst.
No, block 8-5, still technically a draw to the nuts in regards to the 9. And now we pick up hearts. SPR a little over 1. Sometimes, as we both know, you just find yourself in a spot where you sort of have to
hero pot it,
blast your way out. The 8 is key. I suppose the 8 also blocks 8 9s and so on, but... And it's almost like not having a pair now is pseudo-good in a way. He does go for pod.
I love it. I mean, when you check raise the flop here and you hit a low heart or spade, it feels semi-obligatory, actually, to just keep going with basically what your kind of bluffs are. Like, these are the hands at this spot where you're really hoping for a fold. You know, his value is going to be maybe king 7 plus sets, you know, possibly a hand like king 6-5 or a wrap that made a straight that decided to do this on the flop.
This is beautiful from Ichinose and does speak to the power of having the 2 back doors as we can find bluffs more naturally on the turn. Very nice, Kosei. This guy also one of the best dressers of all time. Every day, it's just...
He's he doesn't say much. Haven't really heard him talk on stream, but very, very friendly fellow. I was walking around late night down at that food court area outside. He introduced himself. He was with his girlfriend. He's like, hey, why don't you join us? So I just joined him for a couple-hour dinner and chatted him up.
Beautiful.
Interesting
awesome.
Dude. PLO is actually his best game. He's originally from Japan, as the flag indicates, but it's left because he does streaming, and Japan's cracked down on them. So he's staying in Malaysia right now.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sweet.
Thank you. Just on the guy who busted just on the rail, like sweating these hands we're playing while people are going all in.
Sweating super hard, I guess.
Yeah, for that, what is it, $8,000, $10,000?
Yeah, probably in the mindset right now for that.
See if Ding can shake that last one off.
All right, I'm gonna lock it up.
Yeah,
too.
pretty nice aces. Should help him get over it. Especially if somebody 3-bets him. Ooh, speaking of which.
This could be trouble for Nachito. He might find the call pre. If he doesn't, real issues. This particular hand does not perform well against aces.
Raise a pot.
Oh boy.
Yeah. It just felt like Nachito was doing that.
It
big
certainly
stag.
did, Brian.
You know, he's got that pizzazz, that aggressive go for it in his game.
And he won't be folding. Good luck, gentlemen. Big one coming here.
Yeah, hearts are covered too. This is nasty. We can see that reflected in the equities. I mean, Nacho being 29% here is pretty brutal for him and pretty awesome for
It's less, I think.
Ding Biao.
It's funny, if you're 70% no limit, it sort of feels like you are. But in PLO, even though you are, it just doesn't quite feel as cozy.
No, I agree.
Nacho knows he's not doing well against aces. Fair play on the tank.
How much is it?
1,095,000. No,
Currently
1,105.
11 left.
What?
1,105. 1,105,000.
11th is guaranteed 92.5. Same for 10th. And then the jumps, Brian, we're talking about really kick in at 6-ish. I mean 8th. Starts to get a little bit nuts. 9th to 8th is 42K anyways. Well, he does get away. Bravo, Nacho, I think. Protecting his stack there, and given that he had sub 30%, that was a great choice.
An ace in my hand.
Yeah, I was doing some math there, and it was 750K for him to call nearly the pot. Ding was in for just under that, so maybe Nacho needed, 32% or 30, something right around there. But we could see he had less, and yes, if you put Biao specifically on aces there, if you're break even or worse, yeah, why gamble?
Yeah, that was a great fold from Nacho.
Oh, we're on 11.
Nacho's dialed in, guys.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Okay. It's going now.
Yeah, the other hand you expect to see quite a bit, if not aces, would be like ace, king, king.
Definitely.
Just as bad.
Yeah. Understandable. Keep the pot small out of position versus Blez. 50-ish bigs to start. Interesting. Note Blez seizing the initiative. The 8-6-4 deuce. Really loves being in position. He's played so much heads up PLO. Brian and I are here for the Blesnik sweats, and of course Antonius as well. Great flop for Patrick. All things considered.
Yeah, this feels like a tough one for Blesnik to win. Really, no back doors. Patrick, big pair and hearts.
Starts with 80, and seemingly for Patrick, we only go for call and nothing else.
I agree. I don't see another play for him. Just let's not bloat this one here. Let's keep in all my opponent's weakest hands that probably have little to no equity.
This is an interesting card. And Brian, if we're the Blez 440 in the middle in the face of another check, do we now sort of like not having a heart? As far as bluffing schemes, it's a little bit multifaceted.
Yeah, if we want to go 3 barrels,
What's in the pot?
I agree.
Oh, he's asking what's in the pot.
This feels like an ambitious one.
Definitely does. Just a 6.
325?
Oh, he is cutting out 325. We can see how aggro the Blez can be.
Yeah, and Patrick knows how the Blez plays to a certain extent. I mean,
440 is in the pot.
they've played quite a bit over the years, even sometimes in the mixed games.
Definitely tons of history.
Yeah, the hybrid.
I heard 540.
So definitely some PLO in those live cash games, not to mention other times in tournaments. So I don't see Patrick really considering fold too much here versus Blesnik.
Such a clean out in regards to the king, and still kings and jacks. He's in, and with no heart on the river. Let's see first. Oh, the Blez does just bink the 6, Brian. I wasn't even considering that he's going to find a road to win. And Patrick is about to be very sick.
Yes.
Ooh.
2 off. 5.
I could have sworn you said.
Yeah, she did.
She said the wrong amount.
She did.
She said 5 something.
She did.
Where's he?
540.
It doesn't matter, but you
But
actually said the wrong
She said
amount.
540.
But is the dealer allowed to say how much there is if you ask?
Yeah.
In PLO?
Probably.
Okay.
Not in holding.
It's 300 plus 240. 160.
100%.
Yeah,
I can ask him.
Most interesting way that pot plays out is with like a 9.
A black 9, for sure.
Could be wrong.
A 9, a deuce. I would imagine if it was a deuce or a 7, he's definitely bluffing the river.
For
on
sure.
The back
It
door.
is possible the Blez had 65% of the deck as quote-unquote outs. We can never know. Patrick probably heroes sometimes.
Yeah, he's definitely heroing sometimes.
For sure. But the 6, wow. He was in such dire straits. I just forgot about that one. Good to have outs.
Yeah, the 2 6s and the 3 non-heart 5s.
Yeah.
And Blez is now the chip leader.
He certainly is, Brian. Pool with a defendable one. Like the way he puts the chips in and just does his thing, how he holds the cards, the whole thing.
Yeah, agree.
These two have also played a ton together.
Phil coming with C-bet. I was curious. This is a pretty interesting one to check back as well.
Top 7.
Agree. Great result. We hate getting blown off equity, but that result is terrific.
Outstanding. Yeah, the less our opponent is going to check raise there, the more we should be inclined to C-bet, I think, just as a strategic guideline, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think in those spots as well, like the deeper we get as an SPR, the more I find that people who aren't experienced at PLO can't find check raises. But as you get shallower, somebody who is maybe not super experienced at PLO, but definitely an experienced gambler, starts to like, why don't I just get this in? I have top pair. What am I doing? Check calling here?
Yeah, it's a
Like
great point.
That like logic becomes a lot kind of
Big
more
hand.
clear. So yeah, I find in a lot of the 4-card games, especially in PLO 8, by the way, Nick, people just can't find check raises when they're deep.
Yeah.
PLO 8's a really tough one. Just there's a whole host of players out there.
You have to really embrace the murk to do it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say it because it's a massive source of EV in the game I love, but people just can't find light check raises. It's
True.
OP there. You can kind of just C-bet at will. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'm kidding. I don't even know.
No, I think you're right. It's I've gotten that feeling too, Brian. Double suited 9s for Pua.
I can't help it. I'm giving away all the trade secrets. It's a fault. Okay.
You decide to eat your
Danny with the bulk.
cauliflower.
He decided he was just
Broccoli.
going to focus on eating.
Broccoli. Let's get this
Danny
up.
just with the bowl of broccoli. Go on, Danny.
Oh. I mean, let's see what Paul comes with here. Top pair blocker, open-ended straight blockers. I mean,
13 bigs limped against the big blind.
I like the bet here. I think bet fold is a great play.
Bet fold feels really nice. And for Ivy with just the jacks, the back door. He's in.
You're blocking so many hands that are going to check raise you as Paul, kind of what I'm getting at, having the 2 9s, and then when you get check raised, you have so little equity to improve. This is a curious card. It feels like we just get check down here, and which is good for Ivy.
The 9s are a little bit tricky now for Pua. They're not great. Spadeless does have the 5.
If he finds a bet here, let's make no mistake, it's a bluff. I don't think Ivy can continue, but ooh.
And would you feel compelled to turn jacks into a bluff here? It's a little bit tough with his side cards.
I don't. I think I check, hoping to get check downs versus a 10. I am compelled to bluff with Paul's hand.
Yeah, that 5 looms.
And the double 9s, both.
And the double 9s. Oh, Phil removing the option, it looks like. And this is great instincts. Pua might find the jam. The 9-9s, such key cards. You can't ask for 2 better cards than that, but it's still tough as Ivy. He's just the kind of guy who will hero you anyway.
I don't think Ivy will hero this.
No, not this one. I meant like a 7 high straight. not this one.
It is intimidating, though, to jam for less than the bet.
It is. It would be quite a story, though.
It would be sick.
Does show the Ninas.
I don't think it's coming anymore.
Great play from Ivy, and a good example of sometimes bluffing with the best hand still garners EV in regards to not having to check fold.
Yes.
The Blez's footwear is unbelievable.
Here, look at the chip counts. A whole slew of players in that 2 to 2.5 million range. No clear chip leader.
Yeah, this thing will be really interesting. I find the sort of more theory-oriented guys clashing with the Blez to be a very compelling sort of storyline, because the Blez plays his own style and, you know, really hangs in there, to say the least.
Yeah, I agree. I do think it's compelling to just take a look at Blez, who's had a lot of success in PLO, obviously, over the years, but even recently in tournaments, just kind of take that style, take it to the streets, gangster style, and see what he can make happen.
Well, we're going to see what he can make happen, too. We're going to go to a short-ish break, roughly 10 minutes. Stay close, enjoy, little food, little beverage. We'll be back.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets betacr.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of betacr.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Goes for limp.
Dylan lets go of his button.
He started with 500?
Yeah, 495.
Stevie out of there as well. Greenwood checks back. King Jack 3, he flops himself an open-ender here. Kuhn has the gutter, backdoor diamonds, second pair, and the lead.
I would think for Jason, he'd like nothing more than to just clear some equity. And for Greenwood, with the naked open-ender and the backdoor diamonds, the try 10 high backdoor, this isn't particularly appealing. It's not like in No Limit, where an open-ender, of course, continues. Here, we often run into the open-ender with other stuff. He is tearing one off. Not one to throw away any shred of equity.
Turn does put backdoor heart draw out there.
And for Jason, I think he often thinks these jacks aren't good. But it's a little bit murky. 175 in the middle, 425 back.
Certainly not to say that just because he thinks those jacks are no good that he's suddenly going to shut it down, but we do see him check back on this occasion, and an innocent-looking running 6 rolls off here. He does have a winner. See if Greenwood with absolutely nothing.
I would think queen high in this line is probably a pure bluff. Maybe he goes for a size that complements just a king. It's certainly awkward for Greenwood. Limp check pre, he can have these queen 10 dust side card combos. It's a little bit hard to just check a queen. And I don't think he particularly likes having the queen and the 10. But what other bluffs do we really choose from? It's hard after he check calls flop. We can get creative and find some double backdoor type hands with a 3.
55.
He does just sort of go for the kind of king X size. And for Jason, it's kind of the same story. He doesn't love having the queen. Those are the hands he beats. Queen 10-9, Queen 10 nothing. I guess if we're being really technical, the clubs are pretty good. He's gone. Fair enough. Well played from Sam.
So the little 55K bluff does get through.
And a little bit of it tethered to the specific cards that Jason had, which he wanted to kind of...
Multi-generational spanning hat. 16 left. 14 pay.
Producer James stepping in to advise that it is a tie beer, and also, for that matter, that he's had a few. Not today, but in general.
Watson's all in. Good luck, sir.
There's some dents in Producer James's liver associated with that particular beverage.
Yes, Ali.
Watson looking to avoid further dents
for Danny,
here.
It's interesting. Ole with 1.9 in the small, Kosei 960, and Thomas 370 in the big. He is going for a sort of click isolate. Ole gone. Good luck, Sir Watts. Danny, 230 in the middle.
Not ahead. Fair sense. Better than ace queen. I refuse to believe any other made-up 4-card science that you say.
Which is better? No, seriously. Seriously.
Yeah. I have only these cards. So
you have only these cards?
Yes.
Oh.
It's fine. It's just coming a bunch of low cards anyways. You might make a wheel, but that's his only
I
hope.
never like these previews, by the way. You know, it makes it sting more when things go awry.
Oh, absolutely, Ali.
When you're Watson, as Ole divulging.
Just an
230 in the middle. Watson.
Fine for you, yeah.
10's working, 8 dangler, and Danny calls for the just ace.
Watson
Note that
with
it
the
comes
A lot
in.
of diamonds in the deck, though.
Well, you have 3.
Can Sir Watts improve on the end? No.
GG, Sir Watts. We find ourselves on the stone bubble, Ali.
Oh.
That we do. Chidwick with not a particularly pretty one here.
She's an excellent dealer. I had a little tiff with her in London that I regret. It's actually a pot against Nacho, as we see Stevie leaning on them.
A little tiff, Nick?
I meant it like an argument. I don't know where
No. I just...
By the way,
okay.
3.5 bigs. Happy to tell you about it, but let's see. He knows Stevie's...
The question from Jason there?
Yes, he's asking if it reopens the action if he raises. I suppose he's weighing call or raise. Let's see.
And does he want the action reopened here?
Good luck, sir.
As he gets his 100K forward? Is that a preference?
I'm just going to let it kind of sit as I'm not sure. 3.5 BB bubble play. Does he want it reopened? Yes, he would like it reopened to where if it goes call, Stevie can re-raise, and now he's heads up as opposed to multi-way with those dead hundreds in there.
Right, okay.
And that, by the way, of course, affects people can't really call behind if the action is reopened. Where if it isn't, they kind of can-ish. Anyway, good luck. Hello guys, welcome back. I'm Nick, that's Rasty. We have something of a classic finish here, not to oversell this, but 50K PLO action, Blez in the lead, Chidwick in second, Ivy in the mix, Nacho who's been surging, Patrick, Greenwood, Brian, dynamics right now and feelings that you have. Talk to us.
Yeah, no, 100% in agreement on this being a dynamic and exciting group of players to close out. Really looking forward to this. Feelings on the other dynamics, just very curious chip assortment where we have really no clear chip leader, just a host of players here around the 2 million chip mark, which should make for some interesting ideas. You know, who wants to do the laddering, who wants to, you know, go for the chip lead. I'm sure we're going to see some different strategies and ideas. What do you think?
I totally agree. There's overt different approaches amongst great players who have results in their own rights, who kind of skew one way or the other. Obviously, the Blez has shown a propensity towards tricky play, but then I remember that hand he played yesterday when we were in the booth last night, where he defended ace-8, 6-3, and just check-folded the nut flush draw on king jack 7. So it's not, you know, he's doing his thing. And Chidwick, I've heard, is fantastic at PLO tournaments. Haven't seen him play that much, but I've very much enjoyed the navigations. And Ivy is a GOAT with 2.1. I mean, this is pretty sick.
Yeah, and I would guess, based on things I've seen, even especially from Short Deck, which has some analogs to PLO in terms of, you know, equities running closer, I'm going to guess Chidwick takes a more aggressive approach.
Yeah, I could see that. He certainly has shown a willingness to do just that. The red and blue table are upon us. 11 remain. No pay jump from 11th to 10th. They're guaranteed 92.5, but then 110, 152.5, 200, 247.5, 317.5, 401, 490, 755, and 1.107 for the winner.
Yeah, and just one thing to look out for, you know, we have Greenwood and Paul Flaw both on about 10 blinds. Danny Tang, 13 blinds, and they're separated by quite a bit as the shortest stacks. Patrick, the next stack in 8th with 29 blinds, so more than double Danny, who's in 9th. I'm just curious to see what they decide to do, right? A lot of high risk premium, high ICM PLO is you just keep folding, you don't flat opens with that stack. That said, given, and I'll repeat the analysis, that right now is a time to try to earn some chips and not worry too much about laddering, because let's say those 3 stacks are all the next 3 stacks to go out. I mean, they're getting 92.5, 92.5, and 110. And the jumps don't really start, you know, 9th to 8th is when it starts kicking off with a 40K jump. So, you know, there's a lot of incentive for them, you know, and there's, up top, there's 1.1 million. So to me, if you're them, there's, yes, staying alive is all right, but there's a lot of incentive to also earn some chips. So like passing up, let's say somebody opens you flat at 2.5x in position with the, you know, the queen 10, 9, 7 double suited or something, which you wouldn't do in high risk premium spots. Like, I don't know, right now to me, like, I would definitely do that as them, and I'm just curious to see who comes with that and who doesn't.
It's all very interesting. 10-10-8, Kosei spikes the 8.
I'm doing really bad against exactly.
Bow with the initiative. Pre-flop razor.
7-7.
Yeah, and Kosei, not one of the well-known names among this star-studded group, did have a pretty impressive, aggressive play that worked out for him in a pot with both of these guys, actually, where he check-raised flop and then continued on a natural bluff card on the turn with the hero pot.
That was sweet.
I don't think that's it.
What?
I think he keeps trapping if he has a sudden a straight draw. That's my guess.
No clean outs for Kosei, but the backdoor hearts and the 10s and 8s with a king. See how he wants to play it. Murky spot out of position.
Very much agree. This is
I counted
very
14
dicey.
hands that I was doing really, really bad again.
How do you get to showdown?
Understandable fold. Seems quite nice.
On this board.
Yeah, I understand, but if he has like a set and open-ended, like some so that.
No,
yeah, when you're good there, getting to showdown is not very easy.
Yeah.
你可以大咁之後整到我啲可能煙9 8即或者煙9 8煙9 6 10咁樣抌咗佢咯。
咁佢煲煙去唔去咧？
And it would appear that Blez is trying to channel the power of the orange. We saw Roman Hrabets do that recently when he won the 100K main, and now the Blez is wearing an orange bucket hat.
He certainly is.
I think he got the memo, even though I believe he didn't play that tournament.
Okay, now you know.
This side is very bad, I know.
Nice timing for Danny. 13 bigs.
How much is it?
175.
I would imagine Patrick will be going with this.
Yeah, Danny has 13 big blinds.
Could consider call without an ace. But it seems like enough to just repot to me. Do you agree, Brian?
Yeah, I agree with your analysis here. Could consider, but I think he probably repots.
Call is a little cozy too. Danny is solid. Blez in the big blind with heaps.
Yeah, you don't love getting Blez in the pot with some. Never. It's going to be very hard to put him on specific hands.
And he'll rep them. Oh, he's just gone. Go on, Patrick.
Wow,
that was amazing. Oh, what a fold from Patrick. Boy.
Really? Wow, you have Jack Queen with it.
Club's working for Blez, diamonds for Danny.
He has
that was a little
clubs,
bit sick
diamonds.
from Antonius, right?
Yes, very much.
Those were good queens.
And he just let it
How about we
go
chop?
very.
That was cool.
Boss.
Maybe he had a good
Hold on
read
a
on
second.
Danny's.
No, I mean by the river.
Boss, can we chop?
Yeah, no,
Can we
not-
get- No, boss. Can we chop? I don't want to see you. Come on.
That's kind of good, right?
You're free rolling.
Yeah.
Well,
Put a 9.
8-10 does exist, but
Ooh.
yeah,
Ooh,
never
no.
say you're free rolling too early.
10 I lose. So 3
You
outs.
put a
I
10 out
lose
there.
to 3 outs.
Jack's
Ooh.
up. No?
Winner for Patrick, by the way, but
Chop.
he was right.
Good hand.
Good hand.
Yeah,
Glad
that
you had
was
aces.
interesting.
If you didn't, I
As we
probably
were
would have
talking about it, I almost feel like
Oh yeah.
I could get the vibe and
Yeah,
on
but he
Patrick's
would've-
face
you
that he
would've
was
pushed him out.
considering fold,
Yeah,
even though I
maybe.
wasn't.
He's committed.
Yeah, in hindsight.
He's committed.
Maybe he just calls 175.
Yeah, he wasn't going to call. He was crazy with it.
Nice deuce hand for Phil.
Certainly.
Another playable one. See what Patrick comes with. It's so daunting having Blez behind you.
Maybe limp.
Looks like he is grabbing limping chips. Good call. There's a mic issue. And Blaise does this. He's always done this. He even kind of gave off a little the way he limped, but we can see his hand. But he's shown a propensity to do this with bad aces. It's a cool play. And Pua slides into the trips. It's kind of like your situation in the tournament if your Blaise is so good. And if you pot aces to do what needs to be done post, it gets kind of pushing small equity, Brian?
Yeah, and narrowing your range.
That's why I hate playing.
I agree. I like this play from Blesnik. Every once in a while, Paul raises.
Oh, and he's just out. He's just stone out immediately. Go on, Blaise. Blaise is sick.
Yeah, and every once in a while when Paul raises the big, you get to back raise. It's a nice play.
Tea? Black tea? Yeah, sure. What is that you order? Is that the...
Yeah, the check fold on the flop is pretty nasty there.
Very snap as well.
Chicken curry has been the most popular thing I've seen ordered this week.
Buddy,
nobody at the table thinks he had aces. That's for sure. Not with the snap fold. I mean, I think almost everyone is just calling once.
Yeah, it's ace of spades, which I guess he didn't like on the two spades, but very much so.
And I tell you that chicken curry is whatever. My big.
See if Sam gets it through or meets resistance.
You know, you have good recommendations for.
We'll be meeting resistance.
For Kyoto?
Yeah, and I think if you're ding here, we just put, okay, just calling.
Okay, perfect. I love it.
Yet another example of how poorly the ace-high rundowns are doing against aces specifically. Not on this board, though. Ding slides into the lead, and for Sam, 75% pot left to play, Brian? Weird spot.
Yeah, very weird. His two side cards not interacting at all with this board. You know, can we get any one pair hands to fold? I think so, right? Some like queen and 10x stuff that doesn't have gutters.
Yeah, any fold equity at all, such a major accomplishment. Ding does put him in. Sam a little worse than a 4-to-1 dog.
Ah, okay, sorry, Danny, sorry.
His spades covered.
Yes, two pairs.
So I need an 8.
You need a miracle here.
No, I just need an 8.
Yeah.
Not a miracle. I have 4 outs.
Ace 2.
I have 4 outs.
Ace 2.
And I'm going to turn 7 outs.
Ace 2.
You need a king.
No, that's greedy.
Oh.
All right, here we go.
Now he has 1 out.
I think I had an ace.
I had an ace.
No, was it the ace of clubs?
GG,
no
Sam.
Side too. Wow, so unlucky. You have 3 no sides, he comes no side. Wow, sick.
Here's Nacho.
Wow, that's tilting. It could have been the fucking ace. Oh, it's diamond. No, impossible.
Needs to be black.
Yeah, it needs to be black.
Well, thank you, Nacho.
Thank you for that, Nacho, yeah.
Wow.
I'm sure Sam is very happy.
Good noise and no size. Sometimes the ace.
What a flop, buddy. You like the flop? You got a bit excited over there?
Lucky.
Top 2, double gut shot, not flash draw. What the fuck is that?
Nacho is really something.
He has to needle everybody involved. He needled Sam on his way out,
but somehow he's needling Ding in a weird way. Who doesn't want to deal with this right now?
So it's only going to be one of us.
If I come top 3, maybe I fire it. I kind of won. I mean, I don't know. It seems like fun.
You won one already.
The year of the nachos just started. The year of the nacho 2.4. I mean, I want to be like Stevie. It's been the year of Stevie for the past fucking decade. So I want to have like something like that. It's been your fucking decade too, Oli.
No.
You had any losing years now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Sure.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess online is, to play online you can different lose.
Pretty bad years.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think live is to, it's easier to be a winner at the end of the year.
Not recent years, but...
What?
Not recent years, but...
How much?
Decade for sure.
I feel like the conversation is about to come to a halt.
I want him from him to know. Because
yeah, will he keep
so
talking
big,
through
Stevie?
a
Why so
pot
big?
with Stevie?
I think he might.
Yeah.
Mom, I'm
Shakes
playing
are
against Stevie. Tune in. He beat me in a hand today. Bad guy.
See what size Stevie goes for? Something speak to you, Brian?
Why are you looking at me like that, bro?
I feel like...
I mean, he's not
I
giving
think he's going to
away.
come something small that implies a range bet. Would be my guess.
Maybe like a B40, 50.
Might check this one back.
125?
Nope.
You're right, he does go quite small. And for Nachito.
Not my flop.
There it is.
2-0 for me, series.
That small size really retains some hands that are in poor shape as well.
Wow, 1, 2, 3, look, wow.
Yeah,
Why is
any
that,
ace or
bro?
king X
We
that
all have the
continues,
same
just
stack, it's
all
great.
2 pairs
Thank you.
drawing dead with
Gracias.
bad reverse implied odds often for the caller. And here we are, Jacob & Co., the official timekeeper of Triton. You might have noticed that because every time one of these guys win a tournament, the main, they get a beautiful Jacob & Co. watch. You can see them sometimes wearing it on their wrist, a sign of status. I mean, you've really made it in life when you win the main, have a Jacob & Co. watch. Check them out. All right.
Some stuff going on for Ole.
Yeah, double suited, kind of connected. Stevie passes. A pretty bad hand. You play that one, the decade of Stevie might be over.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I like that. That was Nacho, who usually needles everyone, managed to actually slide some serious respect Stevie's way.
Yeah.
And needle him. Nope, decade of Stevie.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get there.
Yeah. Kosei defends.
Okay.
I believe that brief clip came from Nacho's phone. I don't know if you guys heard that. Top and bottom rather for Ole, the gut shot, the 2 back doors. It's interesting. We don't really want to bet and get raised, but our hand is also amazing. And for Kosei, not a whole lot end of the day.
We don't want to, but I don't think he can go anywhere because his hand performs pretty well versus wraps with the double backdoor flush draw and 9-7.
For sure.
Right? Obviously, king 8 being not that fun, but, you know, still got the 9 in the gutter and the 5. Really has Kosei's hand on lockdown.
The 6, as we can see, is very unclean. Kosei really in a bad way here. Still somehow clinging to 28%. Oh boy. The scenario is unfolding. And Ole's certainly not going anywhere.
And I think this is an interesting combo, again, to choose. The 6s blocking continues. Almost any hand that bets flop with 6-7 calls to a small size, right? We're blocking top pair. You find a lot of, I was just talking about people don't find enough kind of light check raises in these 4-card games. a lot of times when you do find it, you're blocking a pair, especially top pair.
It's a really good point. Ole just lives with his hand right now.
Yeah.
And when we have Koze's hand, they sometimes have ace, queen, jack, 9, which has to bet fold. So the sixes being great blockers is subtle. Went for it, ran into it, and a nice pickup for Shemion.
And yeah, and another side point of that is not only do his blockers block the continues, given that he has that pair of sixes, his hand, I mean, like, what are you looking for if you check call with his hand?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Like a 10, basically.
And maybe the idea for him is a fair amount of fold and a little bit of raise.
Yeah.
Unclear. But agreed check call is quite nasty. Pretty one for Kosei in the small. 15.5 bigs. Going for limp. One of the few boards so locked where big blind could be drawing almost dead if we're in Kosei's seat.
Yes, especially when you have the king queen along with a gutter. Kind of a lockdown on improves.
Okay, interesting. Winner. Gravitating a little bit more towards check on the turn for Kosei, but it's an interesting idea. You do fold chops out. There's always some equity.
Yeah,
not that time, but
I agree.
You're not fair.
Huh?
It's not fair.
Not fair. Sorry, can you?
Seems like an interesting combo just to keep that story up the whole way. Maybe you get a 0 equity bluff either on the turn or river.
Yeah. Okay. Now Chito will like looking down at this one.
He raised to me on 175, I do the same to him. I'm learning as we play. Bro, my mom is sleeping now. It's 3 a.m. in the morning in Argentina. She does.
Everybody's sleeping.
She's missing playing with Stevie, bro. No. Wow, Stevie and Wiso. She would be so excited. Like,
she doesn't know me.
Of course she does, bro. You're a fucking legendary creature. She's been following your online career for so many years. She always asks me about you.
What kind of creature is she?
Apparently Nacho's mom is a massive poker fan.
I'm starting to believe it. He always talks about his mom is watching, or that was for you. She probably is watching sometimes.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he's not joking.
Are you the best Japanese player?
He's not.
Are you the best Japanese player?
No.
Who is it? Don't be humble, okay? Say the truth. You are, right?
No. Maybe I'm top 30.
Top 30? For tournaments?
Tournaments in general. Tournaments.
Who's the best? If you have to say one.
What?
One better than you.
One better than me?
Whom? Whom?
This game? PLO?
You're the best in this.
No. PLO, one guy is a lot better than me.
Okay.
K Junior, you don't know.
Oh, Kashunya.
Yeah, he's better.
But he's Japanese?
He's, yeah, Japanese.
Kashu?
No, Kaju.
Ah, no, Kashu. Huh?
K Junior is.
Oh, yeah, I know, but I know the nickname.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say Hold'em PLO mix tournament. Who's better than you?
Oh, maybe him.
Okay, so he's also good on Hold'em.
Humble.
I'm okay.
I don't know many Japanese players.
Not many people, not many good ones play tournaments.
Yeah. Yeah, so you play tournaments.
Yeah.
Puts you in the top 10 for sure, I think.
Maybe top 10.
Yeah.
There's some good cash game players.
I believe that. I probably wouldn't know them.
Because they don't go out. They don't usually just staying at home, clicking buttons, or either just staying in one spot and playing grinding cash games. So
yes, which I don't do very much.
You probably don't know. Many of them I don't even know too. Yeah, but I kind of
Heck's good.
Here and there.
Finally, some players are interrogating Koze about
I like that.
Japanese poker player scene, you know, who's the best tournament players, the cash game players.
I've enjoyed that. Kosei clearly humble.
This has been checked all the way down and probably gets checked again.
Take it, Mr. Chidwick.
To the other table, Blaise has come with limp for below average kings, I'd say, in the hijack.
A nice idea.
Yeah, I think we've kind of seen limping incorporated into no limit hold'em and pre-flop ranges. Most players are only doing it with like 15 big blinds and below, really. But PLO, it's definitely a thing that my understanding is incorporated at even just healthy blind stacks in tournaments, 20, 30, 40 bigs or more.
For sure.
A lot of interesting ideas with your ability to get to the flop by limp calling as opposed to raise calling a 3-bet, or mixing in limp re-raises and all that jazz.
This is interesting. Patrick starts things off with a call in the face of the Jared C-bet. Slides right into the nuts.
Yeah, very scary board if you're Blaise and you bet the flop and get called.
I would think he's going to check.
Same.
Is very scary. I was wondering if Patrick kind of plays mostly just raises on the flop, but it does make sense he has some middly pairs, I guess. Not sure what exactly the idea is. When he check calls flop, the gig is somewhat up. It's interesting. Or if he could even just lead turn.
That's
considering going thin. He is just going thin. Might be posturing. Does do it, Brian.
Yeah, wow, this is a thin value bet here.
Really targeting 10s or jacks. He's certainly not trying to get a queen to fold. Limp, Ivy completes a small, Patrick defends, check, check, c-bet, fold, call. Maybe the idea is he just feels Patrick is capped in this line as not betting turn, river rather, as an exploit.
Yes, I think that must be it, but we can see that was a bad read.
Indeed it was.
550.
All right. You see the Blez's kind of shapeless and formless style.
But yeah, no, getting into some of those pre-flop streets in PLO in the last year has reinvigorated the game a little bit for me.
I love that.
Just as a new way to approach it. Oh, I'm mixing in limps. These are the ideas with what hands I'm doing it with and from where. And just kind of feeling it work a bit when I'm in playing PLO tournaments has really helped me enjoy it more.
Love that.
Yeah. And so you guys will probably see these guys here, just like Jared. I mean, he limped off a decent amount of blinds from the hijack.
Just because there are players who play the Omaha Bounty because they feel like
technically,
they take a bounty, then they are like
Ivy deep back as well.
That's why I play in Monte Carlo.
But yes, no, it's not static.
Basically said the same thing
you know, there's a bunch of different stacks out there. Good point.
And it is always good for players to internalize that. It can be a bit tricky.
And once they have
you
some
have 20 bigs
like
in the low jack,
now you got the fish playing.
It isn't necessarily a 20 big strategy if there's 10, 10, 12 behind you, etc., or deeper stacks. It all changes slightly. A little bit raggedy for Patrick, but a great price. Hops in. Note how weird the Blez is. Raises 8-6-4 deuce snap and just immediately checks this one.
And if short deck have bounty, right, it kind of. So you know how.
Blez very deceptive by nature in his game. Really likes to be protected kind of in every node. Can raise you from nowhere. Can have some great hand from just nowhere where it's like, how has he not put chips in before this? And then conversely can rapidly dust going crazy.
Yeah, that makes somebody very difficult to play against.
Truly does.
Yeah. Will Patrick get sticky here? No, he susses it out. And so far, Patrick has been playing just in this two-hand sample size quite well against the Blez. Nice little river check raise find on that last pot. I mean, who knows? Maybe Blez probably folds to a value bet, but first check value bets kings very thinly himself as an exploit.
Agreed.
How play?
Does he play?
This?
Like, does you play with him at all or no?
He was here, bro. He played a couple of times.
Tell him I said hello. I battled with him probably more than anyone in poker, and I never met him. I battled him. Me and him battled more head up than anyone I ever play head up. When he was a kid. Tell him I said hi, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure the boss will pass that message along.
He was like so aggressive back in the day.
He hasn't changed.
Is he still the same way? He used to just
probably more aggressive now.
Really? Now he slowed down completely.
No, not at all.
He used to be like he was one of the first guys on the internet to just 3-bet, 4-bet, garbage hands. He still does that? Yeah?
5 seconds.
For those who want an update, they're talking about Roy Cow.
Indeed they are. Legendary high-stakes guy. And this is an interesting idea from Patrick, exactly what you were talking about, Brian. Doesn't want to open and get 3-bet with the Badoogie Jacks.
I suspected he was going to do that. That was my guess, and I'm happy to see that that's what he came with.
He's come with top pair, which is good at the moment. Jacks as well, of course.
This feels like a C-bet for him. Jacks being great blockers. We can just kind of bet fold. Let's clear out the riffraff.
Yeah, love that, the diamond key. And it's a great point. The clearing out the riffraff and bet folding hands that maybe if you're a little more inexperienced that PLO look sort of weird. It's much more of an idea in no limit, in PLO rather than no limit.
Yes, 100%. It's because just all kinds of hands have equity, you know, and you just gain a lot from getting them out, which can then, on very advanced levels of PLO, lead to really bizarre pots where people are raising to take advantage of the bet fold, and when people finding out you're doing that, what adjustment they make. But
totally, a lot of merging, and I think there's a high stakes battle going on Poker Stars right now. M's so good and Barry Sweet.
Oh, really?
I've seen some hand histories. If you want to look at some merges and weird ones, so you look no further. Ivy waving to somebody. Nice smile there from Phil. Look at this guy, the GOAT. He wants food. Smiling at the surfer. Checks out.
Can I have a Pokeball?
I mean, Phil's just really been playing so big for so long.
He has.
A brief intermezzo a few years back, but he's just back and firing on all cylinders again.
It was a bit of an intermezzo, and he definitely is. Every time I see him, he just tells me, like I saw him in the hallway the other day, he said, yoga, sun, and a walk. My routine is non-negotiable, Nick. And then he just left.
Yeah, he really got into some different, learning about different fitness, nutrition in the last few years.
And he looks awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked to him about fasting, diet, all kinds of stuff. He's been in those streets, just
really has
optimizing for health.
好近嘅其實，等一鋪 double up 到嘅話，個世界就唔一樣咗。
Is Danny the short deck? It's going to get a lot of people that don't play like this stuff, right? Is there anyone that just plays short deck and not no limit hold'em or not?
There are. They're like, but I'm not sure if they're here. There are a couple of Ukrainian guys.
They just play short.
They
deck?
just come here for short deck. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Ukrainian.
Yeah, Danny. He's called Danny. He's like a GG guy. GG short deck ambassador.
I go pot.
Oh, he's going pot again.
He goes pot.
As well, yeah.
Oh, and
I think Paul's going to go pot as well.
If anybody can get away after going pot and then Paul going repot, it is the Blez, but let's see.
Paul has more than a pot size bet. Not a lot, but there is room to get away as Jarrett.
Yeah. Kings, huh? Kings, huh? Oh,
just snap out, Brian.
Wow, Queen's Ace Jack. Oh my God.
He would. Ike Axton would just
go ahead. Double suited, double pay.
Ike Axton would have went push. I fold within 2 seconds. That's the difference.
He also has the side bet against Ike with somebody else, as you said.
Yeah.
But so there's all sorts of needles going on. He's calling Paul boss. Blez is doing his thing. He's goading around right now.
That's the first hand you've had. I feel like you've had bad hands, right?
Yeah.
This hand, yeah.
I know a lot of great PLO players too, who when it comes to the Blez crossbooks, they're just sort of like, yeah, I'm just good on that one. You know, he's just spooky is kind of what everybody says. And here he is again.
60.
I think, you know, I mean, just let's break that down. This isn't any mind-bending analysis, but it's just right there, given how Paul's played. I mean, he hasn't played a lot with Paul. I'm pretty sure Vegas, different streets, but just playing with him in this tournament, maybe a few times elsewhere, Paul stack, he just snap fold ace, queen, queen, jack. Like, you know, we're only 13 bigs here. Maybe he doesn't do that against some other players at this point in the tournament with that stack size, but just very good situational awareness of how ranges adjust and what he does in response through just years of PLO play. And like that kind of, it's like a mathematical intuition about range adjustments.
It really is.
It is spooky.
That's so well said. And a lot of just approachable ideas that we can all find. He thinks he's beat, he's out. You know, like,
Yeah.
Tai Hart.
They're all here?
Kia, Jason Kuhn.
Rene is here?
Yeah, Rene here.
And he'll run it and embrace pot odds too at a high level.
I
Of
bet over
course,
50.
isn't always as simple as just being beat.
Over
Ivy
50
stabbing
unique?
with the open ender.
No, he
put some stuff.
We buy lah.
Were you in the booth? He had his triple earlier today when he flatted a 3-bet pre, right? With like the 9-7-6-5 double or something like that?
7 of 10.
Yes, we
Yes.
were in the booth and we saw it, and that was a great pickup for the Blez.
So
For
yeah,
sure. Double knockout.
Find a spot where
Jeju.
guys sharing
Yeah.
cards, you know, we're super live, probably doing quite well 3-way.
And that
don't
speaks a
forget-
lot to the ideas you were talking
His
about
real
to
name is
start.
Shinhwa.
I think Blez internalizes how to win tournaments pretty well, and when it's go time, and then when to pump the brakes. This is an interesting amount of equity for Patrick. He preserves it with a check. I don't know if preserves is the right word, and the straight does come right home for Ivy.
Two-time champion. Full shot back.
Patrick with potentially a bluff candidate. Blocks 5-7, blocks 10-9. Interesting. In the face of an Ivy bet.
Ivy is coming with bet and a healthy one here. It looks like 300 into 380. So, yeah, blocking queens up.
Blocking queens up. We
Although-
could see if Patrick jams, if you're in Ivy seat. It's a bit sick, but
Probably not folding.
probably not with the second nuts, although it is sick. We lose to value pretty much in that line.
Yeah.
Patrick, from his mannerisms, is between fold and hero call. It is BVB. These are always murky. Limped pre to further complicate the matter. We just beat the kind of mergy stabs. 6-7, whatever, whatever. These two have played a ton together, Brian. As you know,
Yeah.
you've played a ton with them in the same game, as have I. Interesting dynamics when you go back 20 years with somebody playing high stakes live.
But yeah, going back 20, I mean, these guys played a lot on the internet as well.
Yeah.
Years and years, these two.
Obviously, Patrick very much respecting Phil being capable of running one at any time. Phil icy as always.
Yeah, that Cat feels a bit out of the bag. Well, 100% out of the bag on raise at this point, even though I think you picked up on that much earlier. It was an interesting combo to do it with, but
he's showing real discomfort, Patrick. Always been a dream of mine to then just jam in that spot. Like, still like the play and just, you know, but it's tough to balance the Hollywood range.
Yeah, that means you're going to have to do it a couple times with the nuts. And
like,
then
I'm not ready for that just yet.
This guy you've played with for 5 years is going to be like, fuck you.
Yeah, I don't want that, but.
Or whatever they might say.
That one comes to mind. Patrick does get away.
I was thinking more the on-air aspect of it
yeah.
after I dropped it, but yeah.
Pressure coming.
Good aces for Ole despite being Badoogie. Good Badoogie aces, I guess, would be the best way to look at it. Double suited for Ding Biao.
Yeah, can really get some hands that would 3-bet you in jail with the King-Jack up there.
Ding, by the way, always capable of stepping on the gas from what I've seen. He's made a few exotic bluffs. Does defend.
Yeah, nice big blind defend hand here, especially versus 2.5.
Tops up for Ole. Stone nothing for Ding.
Yes, indeed. Hard to have missed this flop more than Ding did.
And I would think we either go small or just check here. We certainly have an advantage in aces, and our hand is great, but check sometimes allows them to backdoor into a boat. Does just go for small, understandable. All right.
I was more worried you had exactly 10-10, 7-8 or 7-7, 5-4 double suited. But I guess it makes sense, that hand too.
Yeah.
I didn't think about
Aces with a gut shot makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I was thinking, after you said it, I was like, okay, this really makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but it also makes more sense that he had a hand like 10-10, 7-8 or 7-7, 5-4 double suited. Or 10-10. Yeah. All right. You also could have ace 10, 7, 8, and I'm not doing well against that hand either.
Ole card racking
Actually,
a bit.
that was more likely he had
And
exactly
these
ace 10, 7,
two
8,
hands in a row illustrate some of the power of having suits. I mean, we could see ace, queen, jack 5, Badugi being folded, and then Ole coming in with ace, jack 7, 4 double afterwards.
Definitely.
Just to give you guys an idea
you,
about
bro.
how these guys are valuing hands.
Unlucky you bubbled. To the ball? You guys play short deck now? 150?
Ding flatting small blind with a solid pair and a nut suit.
Nacho showing some likely well-timed restraint, although we shall see. Ole has that 7. A lot of stuff going on for Ole, top and bottom in the flush draw. For Ding, not really. A very key card with the 10 of clubs.
Let's see how Ole proceeds here. It comes with check.
Pretty slippery, seems like a cool idea. Oh, and for Ding, might he want to start representing these 10s? Feels like if we do it once, we have to do it twice.
Yes. Yes, on river blanks where jack 10 is still the nuts. I think it's mandatory.
And even a club, which would be unfortunate for him. That one is more uncomfortable, I suppose. If it goes back call, river, deuce of hearts versus deuce of clubs, we prefer the deuce of hearts. He is reaching, and this check back from Ole working out nicely now, as we can see Ding has 0%, believe it or not, as the 10 would make Ole a straight. But there are roads to a win for Ding Biao for sure.
How much was that?
Very interesting one brewing.
Yeah, the ace, an interesting blocker to do this with as well. You're blocking aces up, and even more importantly, perhaps a set of aces. Normally that would be a set of aces with nut clubs that would check flop.
Definitely. Sand, a great example of the Merc. Ole does make the straight. And for Ding now, perhaps we just check and try to beat aces up.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. I think Ding has to check, and this was a very interesting card that threw all of our speculation out the window.
Yeah. It was, in a way, the least fun card.
Agreed.
Such is the case. And now, if we were going to turn 10s into a bluff, which seems out there anyway, we don't want the ace, ironically. I guess maybe. Anyway, let's just. He does check. For Ole, do you go smallish here? It's a bit strange. You could go huge and try to fold out chops. Could go small and try to get called occasionally by a 10 high straight.
I think it's hard to come up with a lot of bluffs, so maybe we don't want to go huge for our size, right? If you're Ole, I mean, you can, but I don't think it's super, like, are you really turning aces up into a bluff here at any high frequency?
Maybe like ace, queen, queen, 9 or something, but yeah, agreed. Perhaps even considering just check, thinking he doesn't get called. Although, second nuts, does just check it. Indeed, he wasn't getting called. And nice example of gaining some EV Ole-wise with the check on the flop. A lot of different ways these hands can go. And a good pickup for him as he slides into perhaps the lead. It's all very close, but I think he's the new chip leader.
Second nuts. Wow.
Nacho coming in with his opinion.
Oh, it's a needy check, you know? See, you play so scared, Ole. Wow, you're a legend still, though. My mom love you. We can see the chips. That is everybody remaining in the tournament. I was just talking to my mom. She's up. She said, why you check? But it's okay.
But Stevie no check.
Yeah, Stevie no check. Stevie never checked there, right, Stevie? You're a legend, 10 years. He been on a heater for 10 years, Stevie. This thing is really, you know, slowed down a bit. These guys are not trying to go quietly whatsoever. They all want that 1.1.
We can see Ole, the first person to do some form of separation there, almost 3 million. But still 4 other stacks, just over 2.
Again.
$30.60 on the blinds. Not that deep. The chip leader of the tournament, 49 bigs. Looks like Kosei is grabbing defending chips.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to defend your blind here, but let's see. He's feeling pretty uncomfortable with it. There are 4 shorter stacks now. 10 through 7th are 14 to 18 blinds.
These hands do get worse the shorter we are. But we do need to do something for Kosei. He's clearly uncomfortable in the face of full pot. And understandably so, he is a 2-to-1 dog as it stands.
I wonder if there's any amount of letting time run off the clock. Are the blinds about to go up?
Interesting. Just deemed it close, didn't like being tri-suit. Maybe that was the distinction. Interesting. I'm surprised Ole owes a pre-flop time bank there, but I guess he just drifted off and thought. Shout out Twitch. We see you as well, Twitch. Brian and I are, not to speak for Brian, but I know it's true. Happy to have you with us. YouTube as well. Should be a dynamite finish.
Next time I don't put my cards in the box under the gun. Still, I'm not gonna do it again.
And curious, different open raise size strategies. We saw Ole previous hand with pot, whereas Stevie with 2.5 here.
Definitely.
Don't really have a good reason maybe to differentiate.
Stevie 30 BBs and change. Ole chip leader with 50. Maybe really wanting to kind of middle pair for Ole. Sort of a big flop for Stevie. Aces, bottom pair, and the nut flush draw.
Yeah, very high SPR. I would guess he wants to start putting money in.
I think so. We can comfortably call a raise. A lot of turns we don't want to see. Inflate the pot versus inferior hands, and don't have a 6, 7, or 8, which might comprise some continues from Ole that are a dog.
Yeah, I'm getting folds from hands like Ole's is pretty nice.
Yeah, again, a hand that just has 26% sort of out of nowhere. Such as the choppy waters of PLO. Chris Arthur says, I know Rasty doesn't look at chat, but I wish I could tell him I love having his point of view for these tournaments. He does look at chat sometimes, but I'll tell him for you, Chris. I love it too.
Thank you, sir. Quite a compliment. Appreciated. And yes, once in a while I do look at chat.
He grinds a chat here and there, but he has been transfixed on the PLO. Some Let's Go Ivies. Ace Queen of Clubs, 7-6, offsuit red.
No.
125? 150 rather?
Feels like the mood and tenor has really gotten more serious since
does.
I've gotten in the booth and there was like 12 left, huh?
It really does. They're all guaranteed 92.5, 1.107, and the title sits up there. A very potable one for Nacho.
But
540,000.
And barring aces behind, does Ding want to peel Nacho?
I feel like this is a raise fold for Ding. Just a little too dusty. Single suited, pretty disconnected.
He's shown a propensity to gamble sometimes. I'm inclined to agree. And see, he's only a 3-2 dog. The 6-7 are kind of in action, but it looks like he is folding the way he kind of... Let's see. He's gone. Take it, Nacho.
Big fucking hand. You will see it.
But no aces.
Big fucking hand. I don't play aces, bro. I fold.
That was such a Nacho way of telling them he didn't have aces that hand.
Yes, he's completely out of his mind in the best ways. No, you know, today I drink some Perrier. Nacho always just dripping in the Amiri gear. Nacho and wrappers. Beautiful hand for Barbero. A stone flip, according to our odds. Fair enough. Interesting.
Yeah, how is Nacho going to approach this spot versus the big blind? Two back doors.
Definitely has some 7x in his range. It's not as if he can't have it. Just leaning on Ding, who seemingly has a kind of uncomfortable check call. Hit the duck sometimes as well.
Yes, I think that's... I mean, that's really Ding's only option. Once the pair gets this high, I think if you're talking about smaller pairs, you start to see some check raise.
Nice.
You know, threes, fours.
That's a cool distinction. 640 in the middle. Oh, Ding does hit the queen, and Nacho makes queens and sevens with an ace. Not that he'll be trying to get it in right now, but an objectively tricky card for Nacho. And of course, for those newer to PLO, we don't feel nearly as good about queens and sevens with an ace as we do in No Limit, for understandable reasons. But still a very bad card for Nacho. Good start.
Yeah, in No Limit, you know, the big blind just is not folding a deuce in that spot, whereas in PLO, there's nothing that exciting about having, you know, a deuce only against the hijack opening range, where if you're somehow ahead, your opponent's probably beating you or bluffing you by the river. Very different spot. But yeah, this is the danger here after check, check, turn, which seemed sort of inevitable. Nacho has a hand he definitely might pay off, and almost certainly versus a small bet.
Yeah, Ding really prices his hand nicely, gets snapped, and he'll see the lady of death on the turn.
Nice one.
When is final table? 7? Okay.
He was maybe hoping to induce some bluffs.
Yeah.
Small bet?
Maybe. Maybe just one of those, Nacho doesn't have a whole lot, I'm out of position, let's just go small. Unclear.
You waiting for one queen to get 2? Or?
I almost repeat.
Oh, that's what he was waiting for.
Yeah. But like I have more queens than him. Check back.
Well,
It's bad. It's shit. Yeah, it's terrible. Shit.
Also runs the best.
Really is shit. Especially when we are quite short these days. You play these in cash games, you know. Here it's just not very good. Play if you're in the small blind, big blind.
You and I. Me against the chiplet.
Doesn't want to deal with the Blaze right now. Fair enough. Could have limped.
Doesn't matter.
Yes.
2, 8, 9, 10.
Very respectful fold by Patrick.
Yeah. Blaze is a tough customer to be right on your left with ICM.
Last time OP put all in, we played the big bet mix, 5K, 10K. We got it all in on the first 4 cards in Super Stud 8.
Okay.
I had all 4 cards. All 4 cards I had open-ended straight flush draw.
Like 3, 4, 5, 6 of spades.
And Marcus had set, and OP had just only high flush draw. We run it 4 times. OP gets 75% of the pot.
That's super.
Or something. Yeah, he got 75% of the pot or something. He makes the
Checks
flush
out,
3
Brian.
times, and it's good.
Ivy with the limp. Queens and jacks, Badoogie.
Very interesting story. I'm fascinated. I play in that game.
I made a low. I made a low.
That's a
on
very
one, so I
random
got-
story.
Yes.
I got.
What did you do?
Yeah, we run it 3 times, and I make low ones, and he wins all the highs. That's what happened. Marcus got scooped with these
I
sets.
like that little chuckle there at the end from Patrick. And Marcus gets 0. Top set for Phil.
You know,
wrap for the Blaze.
Obviously, both the game,
What's in there?
Super Stud 8 are better. No relation to this, but Blaze plays in that game, and so does Ivy. So maybe Antonius just kind of wanting to share one with the boys.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And a reminder that Blaze, Patrick, and Phil know each other. Blaze really walking into it here. And for Pua with the double gutter, does kind of have to let it go, and he is. Unless he's really pump faking. Nicely done. And this could be interesting against pot. Blaze may elect to call, although it's a little bit weird. Phil waiting for a safe one.
An interesting play versus the Blaze.
That's a safe one, Brian.
Blaze with 8 high here. You know, can we bet out better draws? Half pot, maybe?
We have mixed feelings about our cards. There's some very bad blocker properties, but the no 9 or 10 is good. He's reaching. And
200.
This one is, it's not going his way. Don't mean to laugh, Jared, but.
Now it's just 2 bullets, huh?
And now Ivy knows exactly what's going on here. He has all the jacks, so.
Used to be 3.
Blaze is either just firing again with a
Bigger
draw,
price pool.
or he has an underfull. Those are really the 2 options.
And not that Ivy's a huge Hollywooder, but he's doing everything he can to channel just that little bit of feigned discomfort. Nice shutdown from Jared. I have a feeling Jared is going to hyper snap fold.
200,000.
And yeah, Phil, I guess, just hoping to get called by a king or an underfull here.
Yeah, he has everything, so he's going small. Doesn't show. No need for all that. Even shoots Jared a little glance.
Yeah, twice we run it. He made the flush twice.
Is Patrick still talking about running it twice? Back to Nacho and Kosei. Dusty all around.
I challenge somebody to incorporate an AI and analyze Phil's side glances after a pot, because I'm sure there's like a story you could tell, like the double left side glance, right side glance, or how often he side glances at his opponent versus not. I'm sure there's like there's like a language being spoken there.
Definitely.
I'm not 100% sure what it is, but sometimes you just get a feeling. It's a secret language.
Cheers, mate. Oh, there's one already. All right, thanks. I didn't see.
Here we have a blind versus blind pot. Looks like Nacho just called and we checked it all the way to the end. And Nacho hit the 4 to pull ahead of Kosei's 7.
Going for 90% pot. This is the most hero call type situation, limp check blinds, but Kosei does widely get away. Gets shown the 4.
Give me some good recommendations in Japan, okay?
I don't really know if that showing him of the 4 earned that, Nacho.
4 is good, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 is good.
I mean, he's just asking for a restaurant recommendation.
It's true. It's true. He would probably do that anyway.
Yeah.
You see, I show you the trips, and you tell me what to do in Tokyo, okay?
Nacho is funny.
He is.
Bro, it's been 10 players forever. What's going on?
It is true. It's been really at a standstill on 10.
Bounty
I would
was
think
faster.
once we get to
Especially
9.
when I'm at the table, Vapi. Playing every hand.
Such a champion.
Such a champion. My mom, she told me I was gonna be a star. when I was born, that this kid is gonna be a star. Superstar. She also told me not like Stevie, but
This is where it is like a pseudo needle, you know?
Yeah.
not too bad.
So Nacho does have the button, but it's oddly close to Kosei.
I mean, it's hard to be a star like Stevie.
Maybe it was just the angle,
That's
kind
like,
of.
It's other level.
Kosei with 10 bigs, Brian. Maybe call?
A nice double suited hand here. Yeah, now we get to see what he thinks about the ICM. He is the shortest stack by 3 or 4 bigs. Some separation starting to happen, but he's still going to wait.
Fair enough. Spot is not clear. Ole peering over at his stack.
Ole, ole, ole. I've seen this movie before.
Will Nacho c-bet, or will he check this one back?
It is good to protect your checking range sometimes with some very cozy defends on turns. We can actually see the way Ole's hand interacts. He could get in trouble on some turns, but the c-bet is understandable. Thumbs up from Ole.
Brick City.
With a good hand behind.
That card, 80% against my
80%. Oh, wow, you really had like the 10, 8, 9, something like that.
Wow, Nacho. Yeah. There's the card sense, Brian.
Yeah,
Did you guys
say
catch that?
80%. You are, sir.
He said that's 80% for me. Nacho said, wow, you really had the 9-8-10. And that's exactly what he had. Go on, Nacho. Nacho's unconscious right now.
Yeah. That was a pretty incredible.
That was cool.
Hand call.
Good luck, Danny. On fumes, kings.
You gonna play now? You going to Vegas to play now after here?
I'm going to Korea. I'm going to Seoul
Yeah.
for a baseball game, and then I'm going to probably play this weekend. But it's not BBM. It's just.
No, but 3-6.
3-6. Yeah.
3-6. Because
Katz is coming out too.
he will play for sure. The regular mix.
Yeah.
That's for you sure. You sure?
We talk on the phone every day.
Okay. Because look,
he doesn't like playing that sheet though.
Chris has been messaging in Chris because he's
Chris Kruk?
Yeah, so
he was
to come to play, but I mean it's like I really
You just have to kind of check pile. And the limp pre was interesting. Kings, Danny. So few bigs.
You know how many times?
But the 3 duck,
last year,
can't blame Danny for not liking the 3 duck.
And I, because we were supposed to have a
I mean,
game.
with
and we just waiting for players to come, and it's like
with that few bigs though,
we played a lot, 300-400 games just to.
I think if you're Danny, it's hard not just to pot, try to win the blinds.
We would play for sure.
Yeah.
We can see these guys really want to stay alive.
They truly do. And they have been for a long time.
Yeah, we've been 10-handed forever.
Smash that QR code, guys. There's a merch giveaway going on, and the Triton merch is heat. I mean, I've been going completely off in the shop. I just, haven't actually been looking at the prices, but, they get you. But then again, the gear is so comfy, it fits beautiful. I feel amazing in this stuff.
Yeah, I
can't believe it.
The one in the model in the middle, the zip up black, I love that thing. It's been the favorite thing I bought. And I actually bought 2 items for my son. I'm going to bring that back.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That's when I came to take over the LA.
I got him on video chat. Showed him some
up,
options at the store, and he picked a few out.
Tracksuit, he got
yeah.
yeah.
Of course.
I know how that ended. Lovely to get a walk for Patrick. Huge at this juncture.
Nacho unconscious with the card reads. Nick unconscious with the clothes reads. Here we go. No matter what on the Triton stream, you're getting unconscious reads.
That was a different man then, like all of us.
He's grown up a lot.
Didn't like losing, but he still doesn't like losing.
No, he's a good loser. He's a good loser now.
He's a better loser now.
Yeah, he was a horrible.
It helps when you have a lot of money.
Yeah.
Did you catch who they were talking about?
I didn't.
Okay.
Danny taking a stand.
That was a selfish question, Nick, but I had to try to
Please,
follow up.
Wasn't selfish. I understand. And for Patrick,
Raise the pot.
he does do it. Huge implications for both, naturally.
Yeah, it's very curious to me, Danny's decision. I'm not really to pot this, but potting this here, yet not going with pot with kings in the small blind with only one. Not that the king, you just get it through there, but
you have to live with big pairs when you're very short.
Yes, sub 10. I mean, he had like 6 blinds.
And Danny, self-admittedly, has played way more no limit and short deck than 4 card, and does a lot of things extremely well. Waiting around to see about pay jumps and so on. This is all par for the course.
Yeah, unfortunately for him,
2 left. I'm not using the second.
His hand is really on lockdown versus Patrick. The ace king is covered, and the 10's over the 9 and the 3.
Am I on my? So after this is no more. Or what is it? I'm only on my second, so okay.
So Danny burning time banks here, folks, because he's going to call, and just in case someone happens to go out on the other table, he earns a pay jump.
Thank you.
Danny also in amazingly poor shape. It's instinctual that he is. The 9 is just an irrelevant dangler. I mean, it's better than an 8, but 23% is dire in PLO pre. He's doing exactly what Brian said. Cool. All right, good luck, gentlemen.
Gonna see the bad news.
That's bad. Very bad.
Ace or king, we chop easy.
Well, I'd rather chop.
Easy.
It's very hard to hit them when you have two.
I actually don't think you could be in better shape.
Yeah, and
can we get a
pretty
somehow?
awesome for Patrick, who, like the Blez said, really couldn't be in better shape, all things considered.
Truly cannot. Share the ace-king, 2 unders to the 10. Danny has the 3, the backdoor hearts. Equity improves slightly. That is not the one for Danny, though.
Patrick has flush draw.
GG, boys. Good game. Good game.
GG, Danny. Legendary Danny Tang. Leader in the Player of the Year race for Triton. A lot of short deck coming up, which he's purportedly quite nasty at.
Yeah, picked up a few more points. It's really down to him and Kuhn, right?
Believe so.
Is it done after this stop or after the next?
One more. This is leg 3 of 4.
Yeah, I don't want to lose it.
Kosei all in. Good luck, sir. Kosei in bad shape, but a lot of chopping. Oh, that is not a good card for Kosei. We do not like the Queen of Hearts. GG, sir. 9-10 comes in. Now we're 8-handed, finally, after such a grind, Brian.
Yeah, we make it to the final table. My feel, well played Kosei. He had a lot of really interesting post-flop plays.
Totally.
Some check raises, check raise finds that were pretty cool. One of them worked, one of them didn't, but I liked both of them.
I couldn't agree more. Very creative player who took a lot of sweet lines.
Yeah.
Finding those check raises you were talking about a while ago. Or you have to kind of merge and use future blockers and dissuade calls, even though your hand, it's just in that weird zone.
Are we waiting?
Yeah, I think many people instinctually just like call the king 10-6-6, but I like his decision, even though the hand didn't work out. And it was versus Ole. But yeah, no, I do feel like, I was speculating on this. I think maybe some of the short stacks, it did preserve the 10-handed play for a while, but maybe a touch on the tight side.
Yeah, I agree.
New chip leader. Oh, no, you're still not chip leader. Second.
3 million straight.
By the way, you guys see that QR code there? Can get the Triton app. It really does just offer seamless sweats, hand histories.
From me, fucker. Fuck you.
Huh? Thank you. Give penalty next time, please.
Yeah,
okay?
Give him a penalty. Give him a penalty.
Why? I'm always nice to you.
I'm joking, bro.
Not certain the dealer knows Nacho, by the way, because she said you can't speak to a player like that, which of course is true. Although this is poker, it is high stakes poker. I don't know, but no, I'm just kidding. Mommy, relax.
I do fully believe Nacho was kidding. I mean, they've been talking friendly this whole time at the table.
But I will say, though, the way he said it there did have a little bite, even though for sure he was right.
It did.
It did a little bit.
And the dealer definitely said something to him. And I don't blame her for it. I agree.
Super expensive.
Like, I would say 60 to 80.
But Nacho unapologetic.
Yes.
You? How much?
No what?
Don't show the card with your info.
Okay.
Huh?
I don't know actually. Maybe more.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, they're going to go to the final table, right?
How
Eight-handed.
much are the camera cost?
Believe so. Although we're dealing, so
150?
forgive us. I guess it combines at
More?
7.
Really, what the fuck? We were so far away. He said 60, 80, I say 100.
Thank you.
What a final table this is going to be.
Truly.
Right now, Ivy is actually the chip leader, 3.2.
Go on, Phil. I believe Stevie has already folded. If he has, note the fold.
Yeah. Pretty strong hand, but not playing contested pots here. And avoids this 3-bet by folding.
Very much so. And for Ole with the rundown, these are interesting decisions. You kind of run away with the tournament if you bust ding bao. The flip side is you know you're an equity dog. To signify the peel with the flick of 50K. I like Ole's style.
Yeah.
Huge one here.
So much communicated with that flick. Like, I understand that I'm gambling, but let's go for it.
Yeah. Oh, and Ole does flop the nuts. Top set for Ding Biao. Finds himself as a 2-to-1 dog. Huge pot. Massive tournament implications.
Yeah, there's about 1 million backs, so this is going to be a 3 million chip pot. So Ole's either going to have high 4s or Bao's going to be up there with Phil.
All in.
Okay, don't show the cards, please.
Aces against Jack 10 with diamonds.
So why he need to have the diamonds though, Nacho? Why not the yes at Jack 10?
Run it. Aces versus Jack 10 diamonds.
Here we go.
No diamonds. Fuck. Man, I'm so bad at this game. No backdoors? Nobody? Good luck, guys. May the luckiest win.
Good luck, guys, from Nacho. Okay, clean for Ding.
Not
Ole,
a good
rather.
one. Not a good one because it's blocked by one less of them because Ole has a 9.
Good point. Oh, and Ole just can't
Looking the king on the 9.
fade it, and he's sick.
Wow.
Understandably so. That pot was worth a ton of just real money.
Nice son.
And I've seen Ole lose a few of these this festival where he's been close to kind of ascending. Saw it in No Limit. He had ace-king suited versus
What a
kings in a
life.
massive spot.
That's a fish.
Poker tournaments
Lucky
are sick.
fish. Very lucky.
Go on, Ding.
Quads, chess quads. Wow, you were in bad shape. Bad shape. I'm on great shape, by the way. I'm on great fucking shape.
This is where the Nacho show can turn on you if you're Ole right now.
Yeah.
When Nacho says he's in great shape, by the way, and rubs his belly after you lose a pot worth $400,000.
It was fun for the last couple hours, but now it's starting to get tilting.
Yeah. You know, Ole, you were in great shape. Me too. I have abs. I've been working out too. Okay, Nacho.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah, I'm happy for you and your 6-pack.
Yeah. No, I'm just kidding anyway. I'm eating a lot right now. It's okay. Ding Biao has shot into the chip lead. Has Ivy pipped. Now Ole in second to last. The boss, Paul Pua, in last with 11 bigs. Ole 16 bigs. Patrick 17. Blez 23. 30 bigs for Stevie, 32 for Nacho, 39 for Ivy, 45 for Ding Biao.
Ole reaches into his pocket and pulls out the AirPods.
Does show the restraint. Limp from Patrick with the queens and ducks.
Blez find the limp behind him? Will he attack it? Limp seems so natural here. Yeah.
It does. Blez agrees. Paul's certainly coming along. He is holding his cards in that gangster kind of way, but he's in.
Yeah, Blez always one of the tougher ones to just say, oh, it's natural, this is what he's going to do.
For sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly is going on here.
Patrick and Phil with hearts. Patrick notching him. Nobody with a king. And, oh, Paul has open-ended backdoor. And the only one with backdoor spades.
Patrick with some very clean outs.
Yes. The queen and the deuce both.
Queen and the deuce are so clean, and this is really cool because if Blez had a king with no future, he really has to fold. And now we're up against the blinds in a limped pot.
How much?
I would assume the plan is to call versus Paul as we unblock the wrap cards if he does raise, which I don't necessarily think he will, although that's an interesting conundrum in its own right.
He's getting 4-1. I think he can just peel.
I think so,
Try
too.
to hit a 4 and ace, or then obviously an 8 or a 3. Maybe you rip it on like the jack of spades.
I like that.
As like a delayed 2-pair.
For sure.
Being the value end of that range, I mean.
Interesting card. Paul can kind of have it sometimes, but this restraint is understandable.
Check, check.
Patrick snap checks. And it does come in for both, so to speak. Not that either is extremely excited about it, but curious to see if Patrick goes for value in the face of check.
This feels like posturing from Paul to a certain extent. I really think check is coming.
Same.
Straight.
All right. Nice pickup for Patrick.
Here, flush.
Is it the diamond queen? No?
But
straight, come, flush, come. 6-0.
Who is still the shorty. Ole somewhat right behind him. Ace Queen of Diamonds 9-7. Black off for Jared in the cutoff. Looks up at the clock.
225.
There it is.
Come with raise. I guess we're committed versus the button. And let's try to win the blinds. Strong hand, nice high cards.
A pretty intuitive, sort of non-limp type hand.
Yeah.
Great to just get it heads up or just win.
Yeah. Both tables have somebody who's significantly shorter. Ole and Paul on different tables, and both kind of by far the shortest stack at their tables. Paul down to that looks like about 8 big blinds.
Those blinds are coming around quick. 80K on the blinds.
Yeah, when you're short in this spot with 2 tables left, kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Right, we could be at a final table, 8-handed. I have so much more time, but nope, I'm paying 2.5 blinds every 4 hands now. If you're Paul or Ole.
Blaz gets the walk and shows the 10s. Go on, Blaz.
Yeah, Patrick's been very respectful in the small blind so far.
He has.
An
understandable approach. Some of these spots, we might have different styles, but
you don't do magic, right?
sometimes you let yourself get a bit run over in certain pockets of the tournament. Just
Did you ever
never played or tried to play or tried to.
It seems like a reasonable strategy, playing a little bit extra tight.
Are you friends with Efro or no?
So you just have good hands a lot more when someone who may be putting, you think, maybe you read as they put too much money in the pot.
I talked to him.
I like that, and that is the adjustment. It's kind of an obvious one, but when they put too much money in, have better hands.
Yes, especially when you want to take a low variance style. You're a middling stack, and there's ICM. You know, another adjustment would also be sometimes play back at them, but now all of a sudden you're just basically ICM punting and printing money for everyone else in the tournament with that adjustment.
Exactly. This is nice from Patrick. He's going for pot to try to get it in with Paul. The plan to fold to a Blaznik 3-bet, which Blaz can't just do with impunity.
In fact, Blaz just folded double suited jacks.
He did with the 6 duck. Snap folded. We can see Blaz respects his stack as well. Pua defends, really needs connection. 285 back, 680 in the middle. Would expect to see Pua open jam a lot with any shred. Oh, and that's certainly a shred. Patrick not going anywhere, open-ended and queens. Good luck, gentlemen.
Yeah, great flop for Paul.
Oh, yeah.
Queens and.
Oh. Flush draw.
Yeah, flush draw. Block.
Small favorite, Pua.
Still have 10 out.
King, 9, 10, clubs, a lot of outs.
And a straight draw. Got a book.
All right. Nacho and Stevie wrapping a hand up. Oh, Nacho. Go on, Nacho.
And this is an interesting one. And, I mean, some card sense. he's targeting the perfect kind of hand. It's a head. Can it really call a check raise? And even the sizing he picked, it's decently big.
Stevie is very sticky, but he's gone. Well done from Nacho. Your mom will be very proud of that one.
8, 9, 10, 13 out. Oh no. You have a king?
You have a king also?
Yeah. 16 out.
Now
15
now
out.
it's a 50-50 for sure.
15
you
out.
may be a favorite. It's probably
Boss is 100% a
yes,
favorite.
yes, yes.
Boss, you're a favorite.
King, 9, 10, and club.
You know why? Because you're going to, a king.
Yeah. And I can't really improve.
Yeah. There's so many cards he's drawing dead with, Boss.
7 or deuce.
Like that one.
That's one of
Come on, boss. The Eliminator. So nice to have just Eliminator type outs.
285. 285. I didn't know I had the gut shot. Phil was right, king.
Yeah, see?
Yeah,
One more thing is coming.
Yeah, you can have king always.
All doubled. Fuck.
Damn.
Respect the honesty from Ole. And one thing just amazing about Triton is we see Stevie with aces, they can just look up at the clock and it has real-time updates for everybody's stack, as opposed to the typical hovering around the other tables and scurrying around the room on bubbles.
Oh, and they've done that now so people don't use their phones, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So cool. Pop from Stevie. Oh, and a very cozy defend for Ole. Guess he's trying to decide if he has some fold equity.
I would have been surprised with repot.
Me too.
Ooh, a jack. But not much else. 3 clubs, that's...
See if Ole peels clubless against a small bet. If Stevie elects to go that route, which seems logical, clear a lot of equity, have the best card in the deck.
Yeah, just a gross spot as Ole.
It is a really gross spot, clubless.
140.
With 140,000.
And Stevie coming with 20%.
One way to look at small bets on mono, this is obviously crude, but one of the ideas behind going small is 75% of the deck just misses, so to speak. For Ole, this is gross.
Oh.
He is tearing one off.
Can't be very happy about it.
No.
One of the issues is times where you're good or have a lot of equity, if our opponent has a big club, does he just keep firing? But a really great card for Ole now, top 2. We actually have outs if our opponent has a flush. Not that you're excited about it, but it
definitely.
Is
the nut card for him outside of the jack, I guess. Almost an argument that it's better than the jack, but probably not. And for Stevie, see how he plays it?
Yeah, very curious. I mean, we have less than a 1 SPR.
certainly think if he bets again, he just goes smallish.
Seems like he might come with that.
Third or something, just trying to get straight draw outs, 2-pair out, but it's a weird spot. It's not as if Ole with sub 1 SPR is folding flushes.
Yeah, maybe even less than third, maybe more like quarter.
50?
Yeah, he does go for 27% or whatever it is. And for Ole, we're not folding.
No, I think this is where the unimproved folds, but not when you make 2-pair here. And yeah, quarter accomplishes, you know, you're getting 1 pair now that floated flop or like stuff like with 5-4 to fold versus your double barrel very frequently.
Definitely.
When you get called here, aces are just not good, so will Stevie bluff the river?
I'm very curious about brick rivers for sure.
I mean, you're probably not getting a flush to fold, but you might get anything worse than a flush to fold. And some hands worse than a flush will be calling here. So this is one of those playing some polka spots.
This is sweet.
Let's get a blank, please. Oh.
Oh, go on, Ole. And enough showdown for Stevie to just check now and try to beat jacks and sixes, I think.
Yes. I don't think Stevie bluffs this.
And does Ole just go for it straight away, or does he target the kind of lone dry ace? He may just donk lead. Let's check it over. It was not the blank we desired as far as giving us a little action.
Yeah, Stevie's beating flopped 2 pairs, which didn't bluff, basically.
That last distinction you made is a good point. Interesting hand.
1?
Wow. I had pocket sixes. 1 against big. That would have been insane. Insane in the brain.
And a nice continue from Ole on the flop. It did seem needed versus the small size, but not easily findable from everybody. And just goes to show. Got to protect your children out there, Brian.
Yes. Can't overfold versus the small bet. You just really get annihilated.
This thing has moved surprisingly slow. They're all hanging on for dear life. Last PLO tournament of the series. No Limit is done. This will wrap up PLO. They all want this last one. I don't think all of these guys are firing the short decks. For a lot of them, this is it.
Certainly enough hand for the chip leader to open in the cutoff. Sizing will he come with?
He's been going for the 2.5 pretty consistently, ding. Nines and ducks for Ole in the small with a very kind of middly stack now.
But versus 2.5, could he like this with some implied odds? I think versus full pot, we're just folding, but yeah.
He definitely does. Like it. Stevie gone. See what these equities are. Quick guess, Brian?
I'm going to say ace king is like 48%.
know what happened there. It was a quick, the equities shifted around. We didn't quite get a clear answer, but I think you nailed it. I saw 44 briefly. Ole with 9s, the flush draw. Ding with the gut shot and ace-king. And the player who has aces, which is always big when you have the nuts and they don't, outside of the rare wheel. Couple of checks. And an objectively great card for Ding. Just as far as feeling good about your hand.
Yeah, and blocking deuce 3 is not that relevant here because neither player has it very often. And we can see that Ole seems to agree with that by not turning a hand that if you did think it was relevant would seem like a natural bluff candidate with having clubs as backup.
Yeah, well said. Just because you're blocking the nuts doesn't mean it actually applies to the given scenario.
Wow. And Ding checks back ace-king on the turn. Somewhat surprising to me.
Yeah, I don't totally get that. I think some of that might be the no-limity instincts. PLO, they always have equity. To be careful. And by the way, Ding with the king of clubs and blocking ace-4 and king-4. This is an interesting candidate in the face of Ole aggression.
135.
Yeah, do you bluff catch? Do you bluff?
I kind of want to bluff, but it's also an ambitious story after checking twice. I think king 4 is possible. Ace 4 is possible. A naked ace 4 being weird. Doesn't seem like the worst line.
Well, clearly he could have ace 4 given the way he played this hand, but, you know, does Ole know that?
And also as far as bluffs is the king. He's just gone.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Best hand winner. Great pickup for Ole.
And very interesting, despite playing that hand really goofy, he then just didn't pay off a small bet on the river.
Yeah,
so, like, let's
he
kind of
nailed that part.
Yeah. Oh my.
Wow. Nachito. What a hand.
I mean, if he called the ace king king 9 tri-suit a really big hand, what is this?
That's a good question. No, you're not going to believe this. See if he gets any action. Folded around to Ding in the big. Double suited, he certainly is. These two could play a huge pot from time to time.
All the suits covered.
Not a huge pot type of flop.
No, really hard to see how Ding continues here. Yes, he does have more 4x, but just doesn't seem like the actual hand you'd want to start making moves with. But Nacho keeps him in there with the check back, which seems reasonable.
It does seem reasonable for sure. And now Ding slides into this king high heart draw.
No pair. We have more 4x versus the check back. Is he going to start bluffing now, or, you know, can you hope versus check and check back again to realize? maybe not.
Oh, he is reaching, Brian.
Well, you got what you were looking for, Nacho, sort of.
Yes. And no heart for Nacho is kind of his friend. It makes us feel a little bit better about our aces and queens, as it allows for a few more bluffs in Ding's range. He does call. This could go a lot of different directions, so let's see what the river brings. We've been running bad speculating on fun rivers, but we do find one finally.
Yeah, I was wondering 6 or 7. Do 3, 6, 7? Does Ding bluff them? The 8 only completes 1 straight, but maybe we still fire. I mean, King High is absolutely not winning at Showdown.
Yeah, it certainly isn't.
Nacho's hand looks quite a bit like what it is.
And I kind of want to go polar here if I'm Ding.
Yeah, you're basically saying you have 3 4s or better.
Yeah, I want to rep something great, which he kind of does with 650 and ICM pressure cooker situations. That is sort of polar, at least in no limit. Could have gone bigger as well. And for Nacho, let's see, he's been so locked in the last few days.
Pure bluff catcher here. I mean, I think this size, at this stage in the tournament does imply 4x plus. Maybe by going a bit smaller than pot, really preserving your 3 4s as part of that range.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a great point. Half kind of allows for trips, where once you start going pot, you're basically saying you only have a boat. And as is a curious thing in poker, sometimes people sniff out huge bets more than they do half pot, as you're kind of depolarized but still have great hands.
Yeah, in a spot where, I mean, Nacho can have some 4x, but really his hands are mostly like what we're looking at. Aces, kings.
And that always makes you want to call when your range is kind of face up against a capable player, but it's still sick. Oh.
I really think you have the 4, or you flip a full house or something.
Beautiful from Ding Bao. That's a good feeling there. My.
There's the smile.
Shows the duck only. The mystery remains.
Wow, that was such a interesting show by him. It's almost like I'm going to pretend that I had it by showing you a deuce, but kind of I still have these 3. There's probably a 4 in there, but he didn't have it. I love that.
But I'm not sure.
I might have made like the thickest fold ever or like the worst ever. Very close. I have a weird feeling that he flopped the monster.
Mm-hmm.
Limp from Ole. Ding Bao, the chip leader now, by the way. He's just had a huge festival. Continues to do his thing.
Check. Good check.
Don't love having 4 black cards and seeing 3 hearts. But we are against the big blind in limp check.
Let's see what Nacho does here. He's got a 3. He's got a gutter. He has a heart.
He's definitely shown creativity in these spots. He's also a very kind of momentum-based player. He's going for call. Fair enough. It is a flip. Certainly bluff some check-check lines if we're Nacho. Does make 2 pair.
And Ole doesn't really seem to have a hand that's going to keep barreling. Feel like, I mean, checking is sort of giving this one up. If somehow jacks are good, we're probably getting bluffed on the end. You're blocking a 9, which is the main hand you'd win in a check-check showdown line, but doesn't mean that we need to barrel everything.
Yeah, there's always some unintuitive barrel offs in poker. The more you know, look at spots, but Ole's hand optically has terrible blockers. He's going for 335, Brian, and this is a pretty sick read from Ole. Conversely, Nacho with 2 pair and a very key card. There is an odd amount of hands with littleish equity that are possible in Ole's range. Just limp stabbing flop.
This is not an easy call as Nacho.
Not at all.
He definitely might let it go.
Really nice find from Shemian.
I think he kind of processed exactly what I said, which is that if I check this back, worse, like deuce or 3x that doesn't improve is bluffing me, and I'm blocking the 9, so let's just barrel. But
what are you showing me?
It's pretty sick.
And also not having straight cards there isn't that bad, because a straight has no future.
I had a bad feeling when he looked at the flop.
Well, Nacho's going to realize that he was, you know, sometimes our feelings aren't always. I think he's talking about the ding bow hand.
Yeah, he's going to find out the bad news soon enough. And Ivy doing some work on the other table. Jared as well. Both of them have chipped up. We weren't really following them very much. We were staying at the blue table, but yeah, some interesting developments here.
Definitely. We're going to be at one table fairly quickly. We're 8-handed. Antonius on the short stack, followed by Pua and Stevie. We're going to cut to a 10-minute break, and we're going to see how this thing shakes out shortly. Come back. Stay with us.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. You're playing an 8-max MTT, 25 big blind steep. It's a button versus big blind single raise pot, and you're facing an 83% c-bet on Jack 7-3 Rainbow. Which of these hands should you consider folding? 6-5, King Queen, 7-4, or King 3? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Trouble.
I knew you were trouble when you walked in.
It's got to be a karaoke go-to for Danny.
I believe that maybe the KTV was alive and well last night.
Let's do that. Well, let's get there first. Jason?
I prefer you to fold now, though.
Shemian trying to usher Tomas's hand toward the muck.
Would imagine Shemian is fine either way. This is an awkward spot. Do we defend, open jam, a lot of stuff, or do we just fold? These are super tricky. He does defend.
Sure.
Understandable versus this very wide range. Of course, we can see Ole has kings. Oh, and it will be going in for Thomas. That's brutal. He's drawing dead.
Case king versus
man.
Top set. Ribeiro jams with top two.
Yeah.
He's drawing to stone queen queen.
Yeah.
No.
How much?
Sorry, sir.
No.
How much you bet?
This bubble
Cash.
looks all done.
No cash. No money.
How much?
No money.
10,000?
You like, what's the odds? You have one combo left.
Yeah, how much you want to bet, bro?
Last.
You have no balls to
City
bet
is
here,
the
right?
I don't think Thomas believes it yet. Brutal.
Is it once I say an amount, it's auto accept or what? Or you're gonna have to say yes or no, because then you get to play perfect. Then I'm just a dumbass. So I say an amount, it's auto locked or not.
All right.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, I fold. Fuck. Oh, fuck.
Nice navigation there to avoid incinerating some side
really
action.
Interesting.
Well, as wonderfully as the Kings are performing at that other feature, which is pause, they are doing horribly
well
here.
done from Jason. Bravo.
Beautiful.
You have aces?
Escapes. And
I also
wow.
had aces.
No way.
Wow.
Are you serious?
Oh,
Guess
no.
I should have won.
Dylan apparently had aces as well. Flipping back over here, where the Doom switch appears flipped.
Just fold 3.
Maybe it's too good.
Oh, you bluffed me, Ollie. Ollie, you so bluffed me.
Yeah. You can't.
No. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. That's sick.
We do have a flop. He has 2 pairs, king, queen.
That's sick.
Dead.
Yeah,
Dead
dead
as
than
can
dead.
be. Yeah, exactly.
Ole has
Only
3
club,
pairs
queen, right?
behind.
He needs running queens.
Yeah, running queen.
The bad news has been delivered.
10-9? No.
No.
No, nothing.
Only
He has no club, no straight draw, nothing. GG, man.
Maybe queen.
That's really sick to not just have a sweat.
Ever in the history of poker.
I think you're done.
Good game.
Sick.
No
GG,
queen
Thomas.
on the turn, no sweat.
99% on the flop.
40% of my stack free and folded.
And Jason coming over to
GG, bro.
sort of revel in his decision-making process back at the other feature. Obviously, Ribeiro.
Save some money.
Doesn't matter what Jason was doing elsewhere in the room necessarily, although if they both would have been showered at the same...
I don't like it. Stone bubbling.
Sure, no one does. And you heard Dylan say something interesting. He said, I love this game, but I hate this game.
Well,
It
that
is
was a really interesting spot. Kuhn open kings folded. Dylan folded aces. This is how PLO tournaments kind of go. Good luck, sir.
I'm not folding this time.
He was behind Ding's 3-bet.
Thanks, bro.
Harder to believe I had aces when I stuck it in against you with ace jack.
I'm gonna give back.
Double suited yesterday.
Big money, bro. You can fold. You can definitely fold all kinds of stuff.
Don't think I can fold this one.
These are chats
All
that
right,
don't
let's see
happen
it.
in the 2-card counterpart. Here, yeah, you can fold.
They
you
do.
Can, you know,
They do
as
that
much.
one. They,
Yeah.
they do.
People got a bust. It ain't gonna happen.
10-10-9.
But imagine Sam does go for check. Jason with just 65K back. Sam with 9s and 10s with a 7 and the gut shot.
Fast. I hope you don't have 4 10s. I feel like you got at least 3 of them, though.
Nut flush draw.
I sort of think Sam would just put Jason in straight away. Two
Okay, you don't have 4 10s.
bigs for Jason.
Under the gun, then next.
6 1/4 out there.
No, I'm not. On.
Okay, I got a nut flush draw.
I have a pair of 9s.
You're in front currently.
And a straight draw.
Well,
and yet another reminder that these guys who are very close friends and such just play hard at each other in big spots in tournaments.
All right.
Note the assessment of in front. Technically, yes. But a
3 to 2
favorite, yes.
Correct.
Feeling lucky. Feeling like a king of spades.
Actually, yeah, I guess.
Just how about just like a queen of diamonds, even? As long 3.
Far from it. Is this 3? Although, added paths for Kuhn. Can he connect? No.
GG Jason.
How did you win that? Stop winning that.
I'll tell you what, getting out of here in 14th, a lot better than getting out of here in 15th. Although Jason won't be able to close the gap in the Ivan Liao Player of the Year race for Season 3 as Danny Tang is still in the field. So he will be furthering the distance between them in that respect. As Jason will add $76,000 to his earnings
I could
here in
really easily
Jeju.
check 4, leaving for 5. I would think. Yeah, maybe not with a pair. Nah, not with a pair.
Last few days, this was a protracted stop here in Jeju. And so guys digging deep out there in terms of, you know, a little bit of the stamina. You can run on empty a bit.
Stevie really takes great care of himself.
He'll mess around and take great care of you if you're out there trying to take his chips.
No doubt.
Aces, as Ding Biao. Wouldn't mind taking care from the small blind of Dylan Lind. Off of 6, let's see. What's he working with? King, Queen, 9, 5, and diamonds. 3-card Broadway interactivity. Rather straightiness. The 9 doesn't get us to Broadway.
A very reasonable hand in the face of the small blind raise. 40K now on the big. Just 4 blinds for Dylan. He's taking a flop. Not in the worst shape versus these particular aces. Diamonds working and cards between the 5 and the king live.
280 in the middle. Jack, Jack, deuce.
That is really not the flop for Dylan. How does Ding want to approach this? He goes for 90. Just puts him in.
Yep. Backdoor diamonds, backdoor straightiness. Already the investment made. Better than 4 to 1. And yeah, of course, Dylan doesn't love his hand, but senses that perhaps now's the time to try to get lucky as he'll play for 440.
Yeah.
Dylan is thinking about the 10 of diamonds right now, very much. Okay.
You see him perk up just a touch as he does pick up the gutter.
Zach, would he actually improve slightly?
9 or 10 needed, and instead a 6.
GG. Good run.
We bid adieu to Dylan Lind. He will collect $76,000 and leave behind a pay jump of a little.
Maybe it's coming.
In some ways, that might be easier.
Yeah.
If they wanted to offer
Or
it.
last longers, although then maybe you're in the weeds. Good luck, Killian. 6 bigs. This is a 6 bigs kind of hand. Pot declared.
100K hot water.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Jeju. I'm with Rasty. An absolutely stacked final table is upon us. Brian, we've been sweating for a while. What are your feelings coming into this one?
Well, I mean, Ding Biao has started to separate himself a little bit and been kind of impressed with some of his play. He had a great bluff that he just executed versus Nacho, where Nacho got the feels and they weren't the right feels. You know, Chidwick has slid back down. Same with Patrick. They've both had a rough stretch of things. The Blez, we haven't seen many hands, but he's just kind of cruising. You know, a lot of time has gone by here, and seemed like the tournament was pretty deep. You know, guys had a lot of chips, but the blinds just keep going up. People aren't busting, and now all of a sudden it's much shorter looking at the stacks.
Yeah, those blinds really have come roaring around. I'm intrigued for full ring Blez sweats. Obviously, this would be a very meaningful win for Ivy, who's done it all. It's pretty wide open, as you said. The average stack just not that high anymore. Would imagine it'll go somewhat fast, but there is a lot of hanging around going on as well. And Ole is back.
Yeah.
He flopped the joint versus Ding and kind of shook it off, and he's right back in the mix. I really can't wait. God only knows what the Blez is actually playing for with all his side bets. We're going to go to Luca. We're going to do the final table intro. Sorry, we're still 8-handed. We're not going to Luca. It feels like the final table for me, but it's just not. And we just showed the 2 tables too. There they are. They're still there. We're still here.
Yeah, and the 2 shortest stacks, both at the red table, under the purview of Ivy and Blez, we can see over there.
I'm probably a small favorite. It's not.
So let's cancel that.
No, I'm not.
100,000
Okay.
Patrick now all of a sudden realizing he doesn't even have 10 big blinds.
Yeah, those blinds are no joke. They really are ascending rapidly.
Yes. Paul putting the pressure on, but Ivy with a very comfy defend in position.
And that he does.
Now this is a fun one because Paul almost certainly just pots his flush draw, bad gutter. Ivy, I mean, yeah, we have an overpair, but
what?
700,000.
You know, I think you probably just have backdoor hearts, but probably just have to fold.
Good.
Good.
Yeah, of course.
Flush draw.
The major difference between sevens and in PLO and No Limit is the 4 is not a straight. A nice open pot from the boss.
And a king.
Yeah, and not inconsequential pickup. He's now up there with Chidwick at about 14 blinds, and Patrick is on the hot seat at 9.
I would assume word has not quite come down to Nacho about the bluff.
At mine, right? Happening all the time.
Well, if it's happened here,
It's happening often.
it's always possible.
It's true.
Oh, yeah, but it would have to be the delay plus, since it happened right for...
I know Nacho does fire the stream, though. 250 to go. 350, rather.
Just full pot. Stevie in the big blind with less chips.
See how he approaches this one. He's in 6th, Patrick in 8th, the boss in 7th, but it's close. Patrick is the clear shorty. This is a pretty nice hand Stevie has. All right.
Yeah, I wouldn't have even been shocked if he repotted it.
It was crossing my mind.
but I felt like call was the most likely outcome.
Same. We can see it's a stone flip.
Ooh. And this is an interesting one where Stevie's the only one who hits this, but yet Nacho just with the 4 live overcards, 29% equity.
Yeah, and also, who would you say is the favorite to win this hand?
I would still, I guess, go with Stevie, but
what a great play from Stevie to just open pot and not have to deal with anything. Nacho snap out, that feels awfully good if you're Chidwick.
Yeah, just you get the 4 overcard, no pair hands to fold, no check back nonsense.
Really sweet.
I don't know. If you want, you can have it. I think it's so close, that one.
I mean, there's another class of hands which are really just disgusted. Like, instead of Jack 10, 9, 7, what if he has, like, Jack 10, 10, 8,
yeah,
double?
Yeah.
Just
even with backdoors, you're...
Yeah.
Kings and deuces for Ole.
Yeah, nice one. He has the chip leader in the big to worry about when it comes to how he's going to play it. Maybe 2.5. Limp. Okay, that was a curious one. Mixing in quite a strong hand into the limping range.
Stevie wastes no time letting go of that one. Bing with the wheel draw.
And a little, oh no, he only has the naked king of clubs. So Ding flopping an inside wrap. Ole backdoor spades. Definitely has the stronger range on this board since he's going to be limping, as we can see, some pretty strong hands. Wow,
Let's just let it go.
No peel with deuce 3-5.
There's a small chance Ding didn't quite internalize the baby wrap the way you would with the middly cards. He might have, but he folded awfully quickly. I've done that where I think it's just the gut shot. Unclear.
Oh, okay. It was very, very good.
Yeah, you would think versus a small bet size, like getting 4 to, I believe 4 to 1 on an immediate call, you just kind of have to peel there.
How often per week?
But
cheat day.
Yeah, perhaps he didn't internalize it.
Huge badoogie for Ole.
Yeah, a natural 6. It's harder to get than aces, I would guess.
Has to be.
Yeah. It's a dusty one. And he doesn't lean on Nacho with 15 blind stack.
Nacho declares not bad. Kind of fake shows them.
Here's Patrick in the cutoff. He has to put a quarter of his chips in the pot next hand.
Okay, he's gone.
Pot.
350,000.
Blez obviously going for some situational awareness with a really dusty one. King 6-4-4.
Yeah, and I think just taking advantage of maybe Paul being tight and sizing up here to dissuade Ivy from defending, but that's not going to work versus a hand this good. But, you know, might work against some weaker holdings that call, you know, 2.5x.
Definitely, and the stone nuts for Phil. Go on, Phil.
Let's give some rope to Blez. Blez basically just backdoor spades. The other 2% out of the 7 coming from making a boat, I would guess, with the 4s, which seems quite hard.
Indeed.
5 seconds.
And this one felt irresistible for Blesnik, just having a king, having nothing, and backdoor spades.
And a check raise from Phil would be totally understandable. Maybe arguably best. He does just raise pot. Of course, if he could see Blez's hand, he'd go a different way, but tough to put Blez on 4s here. It's an interesting spot, though, because Blez is so sort of polar by nature in that spot.
Yeah.
I feel like even top set, he would check a lot. He's just so sort of weird.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Great pickup for Phil.
Or if not top set, then middle set.
Yeah, like...
Right? But yes, he's just checking back a lot with pretty good hands and firing some dusty ones.
It's almost like slow playing is better versus polar ranges. But Blez sometimes does just have, you know, a good but not great value bet for sure. Not as if Ivy can just check raise him left and right. Run down.
Please, 300,000.
With a much better hand, he's coming with a slightly different open size, 3x instead of 3.5. Of course, we have a different big blind. I guess maybe Patrick.
I think Patrick has to defend this one.
Yeah. 200 more, already accomplishing quite a lot against Patrick.
5 seconds. On. Two pairs.
Not the one for Patrick.
150,000.
Snap pot from Blez.
On.
Patrick on fumes.
Yeah, he's really getting down to the nub. The small blind he just put in was over 10% of his stack.
This was an open from Ding Biao in the cutoff. Nacho called button. And here we are.
Yeah, a flop which would seem to hit Nacho quite a bit. Him flatting in position with a lot of strong double-suited type hands that have a 10 or would now have straight draws. Seems pretty natural for Ding just to come with check fold.
And a great result for Nacho.
Eating healthy, huh? More or less.
body doesn't stay that way on itself, you know?
You learned that from me, right? You learned that one from me, huh? Can I get one?
I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Nacho's hair is very unique.
It is.
I've kind of just felt like I noticed that right now, and it's always looks that way.
It does.
I mean, it looks like at first maybe not that much. It's just natural doing what it is, but I mean, to look the same, he's probably doing something.
Well,
I don't know.
I believe that hair is not only provided from God, but from some modern day resources as well. He was talking about that at the table the other day.
Okay.
You know, I was losing it, but I started this stream. It's unbelievable. It's like I'm a teenager again. 650 in the middle. Ding defends the 2.5 from Ole.
Another wheel draw.
Another wheel draw. This one a real just gut shot. And a nice board for Ole to represent despite having no pair.
Yeah, he's really the one who can have aces. So going to be betting this board a lot. And you would imagine, you know, picking something like a third or a little less. And that's what he comes with. And pretty ugly spot for Ding. I mean, given that he folded the deuce 3-5 last time, you'd imagine he would fold this. I think it's even worse spot. But, yeah, maybe he misremembered his hand last time.
He might like this 5, 6, 7 of spades. That one, optically, we can feel the power. Ole really giving him a once-over. And an interesting card. Normally in PLO, we don't love bluffing with just gut shots, but this particular spot does cross one's mind as Ole has a real amount of great hands in his range despite no real blockers, Brian.
Yeah, and Ole's already shown a propensity of kind of digging deep with some of the double barrels. The Jack, 10, 9, triple spades come to mind.
He really has.
Should he find it here? Yeah, wow.
Go on, Ole. Beautiful. Ole has a lot of heart.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about a hand like this is you have so little equity, then you can mash it and still fold.
Yes, that's a great point. There's no way he can know he's a 2-to-1 dog. I mean, yes, there's some 3, 4, 5, but he actually has an amazing amount of equity. That's neither here nor there. Winner. Really nice from Shemion.
Yeah, and, you know, the hand that he has that much equity against folds. When your opponent rips it there, you probably have the queen.
Exactly.
You almost certainly have the queen, actually.
And his outs are ridiculous. A 9 where you make third pair, like. Final table bubble. 8th pays 152.5. 7th is an even 200. So real pay jumps now for the rest of the tournament.
Will it come with raise or limp? It's not so comfortable. Oh, or fold.
Tighty's right,
He was
Stevie.
between pot and fold off 15. Nacho had a little comment there. Missed it. Bit trashy for Ding, but covers Nacho. He's hopping in. Baduki Kings. Perhaps content to just check it back. The shades are on. Pretty good flop for Nacho. Could see Ding being intrigued as well.
Yes, this is a pretty miserable spot for Ding. Sometimes you might see check raise bluffs with fives, but maybe not when you have a queen along with it. And a very sensible call by Nacho. Don't seem to gain too much by raising his hand.
They both pick up gut shots.
Yeah, very dry board, got a little bit wetter. And Ding can't be feeling good about queen with a 5 kicker. Then again, his bet was so small that we do expect to get floated sometimes there by some hands worse than queens up. Check, and I would imagine decide versus a bet.
Nacho goes for 60%, really targeting a queen slash not having to deal with full pot on some rivers. Interesting idea. I was thinking maybe a touch smaller, but sure.
Yeah, versus call here, I'd imagine he's generally checking back the river, right?
I think definitely, but he is walking into this. Look how creative this is from Ding Biao. Wow. And that's the thing when you kind of, what's the expression? Is it value cut yourself? Or, you know, whatever that kind of means. It's tough when you make these bets with good but not great hands in pressure cooker situations. Nacho's procedures are understandable, but an amazing play from Ding Biao. And Nacho potentially continuing. It's pretty tough, though.
It is the difficulty making these plays against tough, great creative players, is they can sometimes really make you pay or be uncomfortable with it. So he continues here, which makes sense. It's another story if Ding unloads the clip on the end. Then it's a tough call with kings.
And the flip side of that coin is that bet from Nacho earned him this, and he does make the straight. Very interesting spot. We don't feel great about this straight in the face of all-in at all. But let's see if we see that. He can certainly have just a 6, which would be pretty caged against all-in. It is only half pot, but still.
Ding gives up.
Queen. No good.
Nicely done from Nacho. Bet calling the raise. Final table bubble.
Oh my God. I might have made the worst fall ever right now, the other hand against you.
Oh, he's just figuring it out.
Yeah, that's that moment.
Yo, you're fucking crazy. You fucking crazy.
What's it?
Kings. No, bro, it might be look so bad on TV what I done to you, what I done. I need to see that hand on the replay. Wow. Either I'm gonna look like a genius or like the worst. It's like not in between. What do you think it is? What do you think it is?
I think you're the worst.
Yeah? Okay. Thanks, bro.
No.
Appreciate it.
Or the best, I don't know.
All right, back to these four.
Ole getting him back for the needle after he got stacked.
Definitely.
he held on to that for a while and got Nacho back right after.
He really did. Think it's going in here, although I've been fooled before. Just 4 bigs for Patrick, double suited in the blind next. Does put 350 of his 400 forward. Does Ivy have enough to give him a spin? He definitely does. Good luck. Go McCall, just in case Patrick disconnects.
We did this yesterday. It was funny.
Patrick in great shape, Brian.
We did the same thing yesterday with Ike. I mean, what if you passed out in the middle of that? You know what I'm talking about? It was the funniest thing I've ever seen. So what if you just die at the table?
Okay, we'll be back. Oh. Oh, the limp re-raise from Nacho right after their little exchange, Brian.
Yeah, the worst. Okay. Gets the limp re-raise in the next hand.
Sure does. No waiting. Nacho getting really freaky from the small blind. I like this from Nacho.
Does Ole peel it here?
You know, it's that age-old, the price is somewhat there, but stack preservation is of the utmost, and some of it is approach and subjective. I know you weren't asking for a literal answer and feel that way also, but it is interesting.
He's shown a little bit of a propensity to gamble, but maybe this is different than the last spot.
And it's another one of these that ace is rough when they do have aces.
Yeah, the last time his hand performed a bit better against aces.
Oh, he is in. This is great news for Patrick over there on the other table.
Yeah, this is a huge pot. Ooh.
Ole with top pair in the gut shot. Nacho still with his aces.
And this is just getting in.
Think so.
Right? I mean, what do you do? Nacho, 1 SPR pot, and Ole, after putting all this money in, is going nowhere.
Yeah, you can't really raise, call a limp re-raise, and then flop top pair in a gut shot.
But
yeah,
it's not fun to not have a back door, but... And we can really see, forgive the obvious, an example of the ace being a really rough card for Ole in this particular scenario. Any other card would be better.
Yeah, if it's just a king or a queen, he might be a favorite instead of 43%.
Fair enough, and Nacho didn't really want the action, but...
Aces, huh?
Isn't it obvious?
Huh?
Isn't it obvious I have aces?
Huh?
Isn't it obvious? It's not obvious?
Nacho almost angry Ole's gambling with him, in a way, you know?
Yeah. Nacho giving a double take. Just disgust emanating out of his pores.
What are you even thinking, bro?
So there, it's
Oh, here we go. They're both trying to win the tournament.
Yeah, whoever wins this pot will be a massive chip leader. And there it is. It's over.
Wow. Wow.
Of course you. Wow. Nice hand.
Sorry, bro.
Really nice hand. CPR 1 called with an ace there.
Oh no, we cut away. We were about to get a
We
Helmuthian rant.
we really were. I mean, Patrick all in for his tournament life makes sense, but hopefully we can go back to Nacho
Well, I had you in
ASAP.
pretty bad shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
Oh no.
Ivy
What does that do?
open-ended now.
7 is an out now.
Phil's got 7, queen, 8.
8. That's
Anyone boss there?
Jackson 10.
Go on, Patrick. A bit of an awkward one to read, but Jackson 10s, indeed. And Nacho with just 2 bigs on the other table, probably still ranting. Can we get over there? Here we go. Yes. It was a little bit of a sick one for him.
Get it in so bad, even on the flop, so bad. I saw you were better in PLO.
Here we are, Bet ACR. You want to elevate your sports experience? 15% free play? Listen, I mean, supposedly you can actually bet on Triton tournaments. I went last night to go try to bet this PLO after doing it with Nick here in the booth. It wasn't up, but I have bet on there before. It's a lot of fun. Bet on who you think's going to win. Win or lose, you're in there, in the action. What more do you want? Bet ACR.
Ding limping a pretty one. Bullets for Ole. We saw the Blaze limp this kind of exact spot, albeit trashier ones. Ole just leaning on them, final table bubble. And of course, with Nacho having 2 bigs, it's awkward for Ding, but...
Sure, but this is a really pretty one. We're in position.
And an easy one to play, kind of.
Well, you know it's never easy. That
Yes.
said, he has a lot more behind, so he can, you know, make some decisions post.
Yes. Oh, that'll
be pretty easy.
And Ole can't love this board.
No, not at all. This is a board where when we have 2 aces especially, that limp calling range should be doing quite well.
Oh, he does just pot, Brian.
I don't think, I mean, Ding's not excited, but where are you going to go? Yeah.
A little bit surprised. Nacho might needle Ole again about this hand.
I expect him to.
Yes. I don't know why I said might. Can we turn Nacho up a bit?
No more bad B.
No more bad beat?
Amen.
I mean, it's true, you might lose a pay jump.
Check.
That said, you know, if you're Ding and you win this, you're the chip leader.
Very true.
Sweep pair.
Great card for Ding, as the card that comes doesn't offer a road to a counterfeit for Ole. Go on, Ding. Winner.
And just to discuss Ole's play briefly, obviously not targeting Queen Jack. You know, there will be hands with a queen or a jack and a gutter that are super uncomfortable knowing they have to get it in against, you know, probably flipping-ish type equity. Very well might fold.
Definitely clears a lot of equity a lot of the time.
But yeah, when you get it in there with ICM implications, it's not going to be pretty.
I don't know, for whatever reason, I thought he might go for like a B40 and then just fold. But when we see the hands, it's, you know, it's so easy to just play perfectly. Not that that would be perfect versus Queen Jack, but
a B40 fold is good in that. The problem with the B40 is the hands that you clear with pot might not clear.
Very true.
So.
And for Nacho, it has to go in, taking the blind next with Ace Jack. I
mean, what if you went with like B70?
Maybe something like that. Yeah, 60.
Then do you fold?
It's so gross when he jams. The possibility of it just being a wrap, I guess you sort of can't at that point, or I don't know.
Race.
Good luck, Nacho.
Feels like a pass for Steve. Oh, he's going with it. Okay.
Yeah, interesting. I guess he's counting on Ding to not mess him up brutally, which Ding could do with a lot of stuff, doesn't. Nacho still just spin it up, Nacho. Not a good start for Barbero.
He's going to need a lot of help here in a three-way pot.
It looks like Ding is kind of complicit with Stevie here, which is a great read by Stevie in a way. You know, Brian?
2 pair.
1 pair.
Also 2 pair.
GG Nacho.
Jack. Everybody has a jack, and they nailed it. GG, guys. Well played. Well, not you.
GG to everyone except for you, LA. You know?
Some Argentinian Helmuth vibes.
Yes.
There.
Hard to figure out. Good.
Yeah, really interesting flat by Stevie there, and he was just right on with the analysis that.
I love collecting those little moves. That was interesting.
Ding was going to be complicit instead of combative with him on trying to knock him out, which is obviously amazing for Stevie. Stevie would love to knock him out, right? Being the second shortest stack once he's knocked out. So, pretty cool.
Yeah, an unbelievable find from Stevie in a way, even though it didn't work out. King 10-9 deuce, you know, and he showed a lot of restraint to avoid tons of other spots. Didn't pot ace-9, whatever, on the button. So, you know, he shows a lot of wrinkles to his game.
Yeah, 100%.
So Brian is tagging out. Ali is tagging in. I'm staying. This is my last event down here. It's been really a pleasure. Rasty is sticking around for a lot of gems and short deck. I've really enjoyed this, Brian. I hope we do it again.
Yeah, likewise. It's been a lot of fun being in the booth with somebody whose game I really respect, able to just sit here, watch some poker hands and break it down and, you know, hear some really interesting wrinkles coming from the other end. Thank you,
It's been
Nick.
really cool, my man. Likewise. We're going to go to a 20-minute break. You know, do your thing. Come back. See what happens. Stay close. See you soon.
Yeah, bye, guys.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Interesting spot here for Thomas.
Uh-oh. Trouble.
I knew you were trouble when you walked in.
It's got to be a karaoke go-to for Danny.
I believe that maybe the KTV was alive and well last night.
Let's do that. Well, let's get there first. Jason?
I prefer you to fold now, though.
Shemian trying to usher Tomas's hand toward the muck.
Would imagine Shemian is fine either way. This is an awkward spot. Do we defend, open jam, a lot of stuff, or do we just fold? These are super tricky. He does defend.
Sure.
Understandable versus this very wide range. Of course, we can see Ole has kings. Oh, and it will be going in for Thomas. That's brutal. He's drawing dead.
Case king versus
man.
Top set. Ribeiro jams with top two.
Yeah. He's drawing to stone queen queen.
Yeah.
No.
How much?
Sorry.
No.
How much you bet?
This bubble
Cash.
looks all done.
No cash. No money.
How much?
No money.
10,000?
Yeah, like, what's the odds? You have one combo left.
Yeah, how much you want to bet, bro?
Right. Last.
You have no balls to
Says
bet
the
here, right?
I don't think Thomas believes it yet. Brutal.
Is it once I say an amount, it's auto accept or what? Or you're gonna have to say yes or no, because then you get to play perfect. Then I'm just a dumbass. So I say an amount, it's auto locked or not.
All right.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, I fold. Fuck. Oh, fuck.
Nice navigation there to avoid incinerating some side
really
action.
Interesting.
Well, as wonderfully as the Kings are performing at that other feature, which is pause, they are doing horribly
well
here.
done from Jason. Bravo.
Beautiful. You have aces?
Escapes.
I also had aces.
No way.
Wow.
Are you serious?
Oh,
Guess
no.
I should've won.
Dylan apparently had aces as well. Flipping back over here, where the Doom switch appears flipped.
Maybe it's too good. Oh, you bluffed me, Ollie. Ollie, you so bluffed me.
Yeah, you can't.
No. Oh shit. Oh my god. That's sick.
We do have a flop. He has 2 pairs, king, queen.
That's sick.
Dead.
Yeah,
Dead as can be.
Yeah, exactly.
Ole has
Only
3
club,
pairs
queen, right?
behind.
He needs running queens.
Yeah, running queen.
The bad news has been delivered.
10-9? No.
No. No, nothing. Only no club, no straight draw, nothing. GG, man.
Maybe queen.
That's really sick to not just have a sweat.
Ever in the history of poker.
I think you're done.
Good game.
Sick.
No
GG,
queens
Thomas.
on the turn, no sweat.
99% on the flop.
I put in 40% of my stack free and sold it.
And Jason coming over to
GG, bro.
sort of revel in his decision-making process back at the other feature. Obviously, Ribeiro.
Save some money.
Doesn't matter what Jason was doing elsewhere in the room necessarily, although if they both would have been showered at the same...
I don't like it. Stone bubbling.
Sure, no one does. And you heard Dylan say something interesting. He said, I love this game, but I hate this game.
Well,
It
that
is
was a really interesting spot. Kuhn open kings folded. Dylan folded aces. This is how PLO tournaments kind of go. Good luck, sir.
I'm not folding this time.
He was behind Ding's 3-bet.
Thanks, bro.
Harder to believe I had aces when I stuck it in against you with ace jack.
I'm gonna do that.
Double suited yesterday.
Big money, bro. You can fold. You can definitely fold all kinds of stuff.
Don't think I can fold this one.
These are chats
All
that
right,
don't
let's see
happen
it.
in the 2-card counterpart. Here, yeah, you can fold.
They
you
do.
Can, you know,
They do
as
that
much.
one.
Yeah.
They do.
People got a bust. It ain't gonna happen.
10-10-9.
But imagine Sam does go for check. Jason with just 65K back. Sam with 9s and 10s with a 7 and the gut
Check
shot.
Fast. I hope you don't have 4 10s. I feel like you got at least 3 of them though.
Nut flush draw.
I did sort of think Sam would just put Jason in straight away. Two
Okay, you don't have 4 10s.
bigs for Jason.
Under the gun, then next.
6 1/4 out there.
No, I'm not. On.
Okay, I got a nut flush draw.
I have a pair of 9s.
You're in front currently.
And a straight draw.
Well,
and yet another reminder that these guys who are very close friends and such just play hard at each other in
Sure.
big spots in tournaments.
All right.
Note the assessment of in front. Technically, yes, but a
3-2
3-2 favorite. Yes.
Correct.
Feeling lucky. Feeling like a king of spades.
Actually, yeah, I guess.
Just how about just like a queen of diamonds even? As long 3?
Far from it. Is this 3? Although added paths for Kuhn. Can he connect? No.
No
GG
way.
Jason.
How did you win that? Stop winning that.
I'll tell you what, getting out of here in 14th, a lot better than getting out of here in 15th. Although Jason won't be able to close the gap in the Ivan Liao Player of the Year race for Season 3 as Danny Tang is still in the field. So he will be
I guess I'm supposed to.
furthering
Not.
the distance
I
between them
realized- I definitely
in that
realized
respect.
Hand.
As Jason will add $76,000
Like,
to his
the 20 to
earnings
10. I could
here in
literally
Jeju.
check 4, leaving for 5. I would think. Yeah, maybe not with a pair. Nah, not with a pair.
Last few days, this was a protracted stop here in Jeju. And so guys digging deep out there in terms of, you know, a little bit of the stamina. You can run on empty a bit.
Stevie really takes great care of himself.
He'll mess around and take great care of you if you're out there trying to take his chips.
No doubt.
Aces as Ding Biao. Wouldn't mind taking care from the small blind of Dylan Lind. Off of 6. Let's see. What's he working with? King, Queen, 9, 5, and diamonds. 3-card Broadway interactivity. Rather straightiness. The 9 doesn't get us to Broadway.
A very reasonable hand in the face of the small blind raise. 40K now on the big. Just 4 blinds for Dylan. He's taking a flop. Not in the worst shape versus these particular aces. Diamonds working and cards between the 5 and the king live.
280 in the middle. Jack, Jack, deuce.
That is really not the flop for Dylan. How does Ding want to approach this? He goes for 90. Just puts him in.
Yep. Backdoor diamonds, backdoor straightiness. Already the investment made. Better than 4 to 1. And yeah, of course, Dylan doesn't love his hand, but senses that perhaps now's the time to try to get lucky, as he'll play for 440.
Yeah.
Dylan is thinking about the 10 of diamonds right now, very much. Okay.
You see him perk up just a touch as he does pick up the gutter.
His equity actually improves slightly.
9 or 10 needed, and instead a 6.
GG. Good run.
We bid adieu to Dylan Lind. He will collect $76,000 and leave behind a pay jump of a little.
Maybe it's coming.
In some ways, that might be easier.
Yeah.
If they wanted to offer
Or
it.
last longers, although then maybe you're in the weeds. Good luck, Killian. 6 bigs. This is a 6 bigs kind of hand. Pot declared.
100K hot water.
See if Pooh is in the gambling mood.
You know, I always like doing this here in the booth, but this is a part of the tournament where it does make a little bit of sense to gamble. Now, this was a small field tournament, so there's not as much of that stretch after you cash the bubble with the flat payouts, but 82.5 now for 12th. 10th, still only 92.5. You know, 9th, 110. These jumps aren't that big. I think it really starts moving after 9th, though. So I like Paul's fold, but I'm just kind of trying to make a point that right now, your #1 priority isn't just staying alive, you know, at the cost of gaining chips.
I'm here to internalize and collect your future game ideas about tournaments. Killian is certainly hoping to collect this $1,030,000. Something of a 2 to 1 dog. Got the 9-7 going, kind of live. Let's see. Huge flop for Patrick.
Yeah, best hand, best draw.
GG.
GG, sir.
Good.
Nice run.
Ooh, no diamond, he wins.
That really is a good point. Tourneys are so interesting. It's easy to kind of look at every spot in a vacuum, and the setups of where the stacks are and the payouts, as you said. It's all, you know.
Here, right?
Yeah,
I guess unintuitive gambling, I suppose, is called for sometimes.
I read an article that did an ICM analysis of the risk premiums at different stages of the tournaments once. That was quite interesting. I think he got the memo, even though I believe he didn't play that tournament.
Okay, now you know.
This side is very bad, I know.
Nice timing for Danny. 13 bigs.
How much is it?
175.
Wait, 175?
I would imagine Patrick will be going with this.
Yeah, Danny has 13 big blinds.
Could consider call without an ace. But it seems like enough to just repot to me. Do you agree, Brian?
Yeah, I agree with your analysis here. Could consider, but I think he probably repots.
Call is a little cozy too. Danny is solid. Blez in the big blind with heaps.
Yeah, you don't love getting Blez in the pot with some. Never. It's going to be very hard to put him on specific hands.
And he'll rep them.
Pot.
Oh, he's just gone. Go on, Patrick.
Wow.
That was amazing.
Oh,
what a fold from Patrick. Boy.
Really? Wow, you have Jack Queen with it.
Clubs working for Blaz, diamonds for Danny.
He has
that was a
clubs,
little
I
bit
have
sick
diamonds.
from Antonius, right?
Yes, very
He has a
much.
straight.
Those were
Diamonds?
good
I
queens.
have diamonds.
And he just let it
How about we
go
chop?
very.
That was cool.
Boss.
Maybe he had a good
Hold on
read
a
on
second.
Danny's.
No, I
opening
mean by the
range
river.
there.
Boss, can we chop?
You get-
No,
you
not.
get-
No, boss. Can we chop? I don't want to see it.
Come on.
That's kind of good, right?
You're free rolling.
Yeah.
Well,
Put a 9.
8-10 does exist, but
Ooh.
yeah,
Ooh,
never
no.
say you're free rolling too early.
10 I lose. So 3
You put
outs.
a 10
I
out
lose
there.
to 3 outs.
Jack's
Ooh.
up. No?
Winner for Patrick, by the way, but
Chop.
he was right.
Good hand.
Good hand.
Blood.
Did you catch who they were talking about?
I didn't.
Okay.
Danny taking a stand.
That was a selfish question, Nick, but I had to try to
Please,
follow up.
not wasn't selfish. I understand. And for Patrick,
Raise the pot.
he does do it. Huge implications for both, naturally.
Yeah, it's very curious to me, Danny's decision. I'm not really to pot this, but potting this here, yet not going with pot with kings in the small blind with only one. Not that the king, you just get it through there, but
you have to live with big pairs when you're very short.
Yes, sub 10. I
Let me
mean, he
know
had
if I
like
have
6
2 left.
blinds.
And Danny, self-admittedly, has played way more no limit and short deck than 4-card. And does a lot of things extremely well. Waiting around to see about pay jumps and so on. This is all par for the course.
Yeah, unfortunately for him,
2 left. I'm not using the second.
his hand
house.
is really on lockdown versus Patrick. The ace-king is covered and the 10's over the 9 and the 3.
On my. So after this is no more. What is it? I'm only on my second. So I. Okay.
So Danny burning time banks here, folks, because he's going to call, and just in case someone happens to go out on the other table, he earns a pay jump.
Thank you.
Danny also in amazingly poor shape. It's instinctual that he is. The 9 is just an irrelevant dangler. I mean, not, it's better than an 8, but 23% is dire in PLO pre. He's doing exactly what Brian said.
Cool.
All right, good luck, gentlemen.
Going to see the bad news.
That's bad. Very bad.
Ace or king, we chop easy.
Well, I'd rather chop.
Easy.
It's very hard to hit them when you have 2.
I actually don't think you can be in better shape.
Yeah,
Being
and
chopped.
Can we get a straight
pretty
somehow?
awesome for Patrick, who, yeah, like like the Blez said, really couldn't be in better shape, all things considered.
Truly cannot. Share the ace-king, 2 unders to the 10. And he has the 3, the backdoor hearts. Equity improves slightly. That is not the one for Danny, though.
Patrick has flush draw.
GG, boys. Good game. Good game.
GG, Danny. Legendary Danny Tang. Leader in the Player of the Year race for Triton. A lot of short deck coming up, which he's purportedly quite nasty at.
Yeah, picked up a few more points.
So the final table of the 50K pot limit Omaha is set. Alina Jad joined now by Nacho Barbero on the final table bubble. Nachito, thank you for taking the time out. What was going on out there?
What do you mean, what was going on? I'm getting so unlucky. I mean, I don't know what Ole is thinking, but, you know, it's good to see you, Ali, I guess. I mean, the boost is pretty boring, but, you know, it's fine.
Now, you had some choice words for Ole, as I understand.
What
you
do you
didn't
mean
really...
what he's thinking? Everybody know I have aces. It's like, it's ridiculous, but, you know, it's okay. Honestly, it's like, what can you do?
I mean, $200,000, obviously, like,
okay,
you know, would have been the difference.
Okay, but 1.1 million up top, and it's like, he should not even be in. Everybody know I have aces, Ali. Like, it's ridiculous, but like, you know, Ole like to gamble, and good for him. He pay off, I guess. You know? Congratulations for him.
I don't know how to tell you this, but I said 200,000. You're only getting 152.
Okay, whatever. I don't care what you say anyway. Like, I don't even want to be here, to be honest, but I do it for Triton because they're so amazing, but it's like... You're correcting me like I don't know what I cashed for.
Who are you rooting for out there out of these remaining 7, Nacho?
I mean, I don't care. You know, let's look at the leaders. I mean, I remember because I play with them. But Ding Biao, I mean, he make a good bluff on me, so good for him. Ole, I'm not rooting for him at all. Ivy, Blesnik, Pua, Chiwik, Antonia, I mean, they are good guys. You know, it's okay, Ali.
Yeah. You're not happy, are you?
I already told you I'm not. Like, why you keep asking me? Honestly, like, what's wrong with you? I already say I'm not. What do you think? I'm happy to get in with aces against Ace Yak and PLO? Like, your questions are so stupid.
Okay, I'm not going to ask any more then, Nacho. Lo siento.
No problem.
Lo siento. All right. Vamos a Luca Vivaldi. Okay? Para las entradas.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All right. Let's send it down for the final table intros. Gracias, Nacho.
The 50K pot limit Omat event drew 84 entries. It's the last PLO event of this series. We're down to a final table of 7, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to them. You see number 1 from Germany, 3.5 million. Please welcome Ole Shemion.
Shemion, not on Nacho Barbero's Christmas list, 2.235 million in career Triton earnings, fishing for his 2nd ever Triton title, coming off of back-to-back cashes in the 25 and 30K PLOs.
See number 2 from the US with 3.2 million. Please welcome Phil Ivy.
A man who genuinely doesn't need an introduction, but we give him one anyway, knocking on the door of 10 million in career Triton earnings, fishing for his 6th ever title, and this his 22nd career Triton cash.
See number 3, we have our chip leader from China with 5 million. Please welcome Ding Biao.
Ding Biao truly has announced himself. No one should be sleeping on this man, whether he holds 2 or 4 cards. 6 million in career Triton earnings, looking for his 2nd title, and this his 8th cash in Jeju.
See number 5 from the US with 1.9 million. Please put your hand together for Jared the Backer Blesnik.
Blesnik, known as the Blez, looking to blaze his way into a 2nd cash in the PLO here in Jeju at his 1st ever Triton Festival.
See number 6 from Malaysia with 1.54 million. Please welcome Mr. Paul Pua.
A legend whose reputation precedes him for nosebleed high-stakes cash, 2-card, 4-card, short deck, you name it, 17 million plus in career Triton earnings, fishing for his 2nd ever Triton title.
See number 7 from the UK, 1.1 million. Please welcome Stevie Chidwick.
Chidwick, a legend unto his own right, goes under the hood. 18 million plus in career Triton earnings, looking for a second title in this, his 35th career Triton cash and 5th year in Jeju.
Last but not least, in seat number 8 from Finland with 700,000, please welcome Patrick Antonius.
Old school legends rising up here. 7.3 million plus in career Triton earnings for Patrick. This is his 4th cash in Jeju, 18th overall, fishing for his 2nd Triton title.
The button has been drawn to seat number 3. We still have 3 minutes remaining of level 20, 50,000, 100,000, 100,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Pavel, shuffle up and deal, please.
By the way, that Stevie walkout where he threw the hood on was hard.
It was, my friend, as is the mustache. By the way, you really missed it, Nick. We had Nacho Barbero here at the desk when we came back from the break. I don't know if you caught any of it, but he was a little steamed up.
He seemed a little steamy, you know, final table bubble, good game, Nacho, you know, but there can be only 7, Ollie. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too, my friend. Glad to be in the saddle here as we want to play down to a winner in this 50K, the last of the 4-card events. Antonius, the only sub-10 big blind stack. Chidwick down there in that kind of precarious territory, although no cause for concern. We know these people are operators off of all stack depths. $200,000, the guaranteed amount of money, pardon me. 1.1 million up top of the 4.2 million total collected. All of that brought to you by GG Poker. Talk to me, Nick.
Well, pardon me, Ali, as you were displaying the prizes, which are formidable. This is a legendary final table. Ivy Antonius and the Blez. Chidwick the boss. Ding Biao, who's been going nuts, and Ole Shemian, who's an absolute crusher legend forever.
Truly, this is one not to be underappreciated in terms of sheer talent level that we've assembled here. All fields at a Triton, obviously. Robust.
Well over 100 million in career combined earnings.
Such a staggering figure. Folds around to Ding Biao.
And by the way, does the Blez open a pack of sports cards at this final table?
I'll tell you what, he did have a legendary interview after taking down an event in Vegas with, I believe, Jeff Platt, where he was so fixated on just getting in the sports cards that he just, none of this matters, I believe was the word that he said in reference to the victory. Sports cards. It wasn't the most contiguous thought, but, you know, box was checked.
Yes. Does let go of the ace queen of diamonds, jack 7, in the face of the Ding aggression. Ding really in the put pressure on everybody's zone. Pay jump so real.
Raise and take for him from the button. The ICM pressure thing applies in all the same ways in PLO versus 2-card, does it not? This is simply a function of chips and their value in relation to the remaining payouts?
So it applies even more in PLO in a way because the equities run closer. So even if we know we have the best hand, they're still always fighting and have a chance. So in that regard, we have less fold equity pre, and in No Limit, sometimes the dream is we're a 4-1 favorite. In PLO, it's so rare to find that
kind of edge.
But there are different styles, and I was discussing some really interesting future game stuff with Rasty where, you know, this stuff is far from just solved.
And in that way, dare we say even more appealing because of the breadth of approaches and theories that we might see on display?
I like that, Ali. Predictable strategy from Ding Biao. Really leaning on everybody who's trying to ladder. And does Pua take a stand with his queens?
Double suited variety. 6th out of 7 runners.
You don't love that deuce. Going for call.
5th out of 7 runners. I apologize. He is a slight bit ahead of Chidwick and chips coming in. So the appointment is booked. Ace 5 deuce, and really unpleasant texture for Boss here. Out of position against the pre-flop opener. Not a heart in hand. Has clicked with the deuce.
And pretty poor blockers for Ding Biao, but a board that he could certainly represent to the tune of a small bet. We might play a small bet, a full pot in this spot, and this one certainly goes into the small bet as we have just nothing at all. And for Pua, really hard to take the heat with 2 queens.
Yep. 200 dimes. Queen's dismissed. And these are stabs that, of course, Ding Biao is going to be more comfortable making in consideration of not only his ability to take a beat off of a stack this deep, but again, the aforementioned ICM factors. Let's touch on the pay jumps here. 200,000 the on-tap payout, 47.5 the difference if you can get into 6th. And of course, with each additional rung up the ladder, we have bigger and bigger jumps. What we don't have, however, is deeper stacks. As the blinds go to 51.25 with 125K big blind ante, 300K in orbit, the price of PLO. This is a strictly business tension in the air, dare I call it? Like a, you know, not exactly the most jovial climate, not a critique, just an observation.
No, not a critique at all. I definitely agree. Everyone here capable of making jokes, but we're in agreement, Ali.
Double suited ace king 8-3.
The goat's going for pot.
Yep. And for Phil being seated directly to the right of Ding Biao, more cautious procedures than average?
Yes, I think so, but Ding Biao is sort of playing the game of when it's folded to him, go nuts. But when Ivy pots it, he can't just mess with him with napkins.
Right, you touched on the idea that the equities do run so close in PLO in some sense. You might look at that and go, well, how bad can it be for Biao if he just gets out there on a limb? But at the same time, you're never really in any super good spot.
Yeah, your limb is still 37%,
right,
which is the equities running close, but not a spot we walk into for no reason.
So Ivy able to collect that one. Considerably less attractive profile here. Swipe right. Double suited, king high. Can we overvalue the double suited attributes of some hands, Nick?
Definitely, Ali. Patrick elects to go for the button, and a good choice it was, my word.
No overvaluing that one. Ace, ace, queen, jack, double, and he gets a walk. Patrick loves to see it.
Wow.
I don't know when I had such a beautiful hand. I
haven't seen that.
Not when you bust me, I tell you that.
That's incredible.
Nice tech read, guys.
That is a nice example of card removal when everybody folds, especially in games with more than 2 cards. Watch out, because the big blind is often pretty strong.
Good
See
point.
that in low ball a lot with 5 cards. If you're playing 7-handed, it really does seem like that big blind makes a lot of wheels.
Yeah, gets...
Look at the trophy.
Concentrated out there. Queens once more for Pua. Not interested. A little bit of a war of attrition between Chidwick and Pua right now with those 7-ish bigs.
Definitely. Limp check between Ole and Phil.
7 was a pretty one in the window for Shemian, and he has flopped a wrap. Ivy, really just air.
Boy, that equity doesn't feel right. I know Ole has 10 high, but no. Maybe though, there's the jack. Learn a lot watching the equities just change. Would think though Ole is the favorite to win the hand despite the equities for this pretty clear-cut reason.
Stab and take it, sir.
Wrap.
Ole and Phil clearly in second behind Ding. Then the Blaz clearly in fourth, with Pua and Chidwick sharing fifth, and then Patrick in last with his 3 bigs. A lot can happen, still pretty wide open, but those dynamics are real.
Those of you out there streaming us live, roll call. Where you at? What time is it? What are you up to? Who you rooting for? Looking at you, Twitch and YouTube.
I'll take Twitch, you take YouTube, Ollie.
Okay, that sounds good. I feel like the Twitch guys,
Some
by the
quick
way,
shout-outs.
There's a lot of personality percolating through the Twitch chat.
Twitch hasn't been as scary as I thought it would be. Pool with a decision. Ace, Queen, 10, 9, try.
What?
Does pot it. Patrick likes to see this.
Will there be any takers? Shemian on the button. Ace, King, Jack, and the Dangler with diamonds.
He is starting off with call. I see you, Twitch. Much love, but it's getting real for the boss out here, so we'll focus on that. Kings with an ace for Ivy and a nice dangler.
A suited wheel ace. You're absolutely right about that. And what's his response going to be? Shemian is deep and covers him, yet he deems this worthy of the 3-bet pot. Now, if we're Pua, naturally a 3-bet and cheese is an attractive proposition. But allowing these two potentially to tussle, are we ever walking away from half our stack deployed?
I don't think so, but it does cross one's mind, especially in a game like No Limit where your equity could be so locked down. If somehow Pua found himself with an ace-jack offsuit in this exact spot in No Limit, maybe.
His hand does interfere quite a bit, though, does it not, with if not Shemian's flat, but Ivy's 3-bet?
It does. And a great choice from Ivy repotting it. Certainly will clear Ole.
There it is.
And the boss really not in that bad of a spot with the Ole overlay money. 2-to-1 dog.
2.375 million chip pot. First all-in at-risk collision that we've seen here at this 50K FT. And it's between a couple of legends of the game. Ivy the covering stack. Over a 3-2 favorite. We see 3. Queen, 8, deuce.
Good flop for Pua.
Connections
Something
in the
of a
gutter.
flip now.
Adding equity. Always a good development. Ace on the turn. Aces and queens for Pua. And way ahead is absolutely right, as now Ivy draws to just one of 2 kings on the river.
Go on, Paul. What a turn. Ole had one as well.
850.
Some relief here for Paul Pua. And for Antonius and Chidwick, this is an unwelcome development.
Adelaide, South Australia is here. 12 p.m. rooting for my German brother Ole on Twitch, Canada. We're not scary, Shulman. Don't cross us. I won't, Tissue. My bad. India's here. 12 p.m. from Spain, rooting for Ivy the Legend.
Switzerland, Luxembourg, Florida, Jersey, Czech Republic, Minnesota. We see all of you. The UK in the building. Poland, Melbourne, Maryland, Alberta, Algeria.
One of the best PLO final tables of all time.
You're not wrong.
Not surprised at the international sweats.
In terms of geographics, would you say PLO is most adored in Europe? Do you think that's fair?
I think that's fair. But the States have a vibrant PLO scene, as does really everywhere now. But yeah, I think Europe, that's reasonable.
I also think vibrance is an excellent adjective to use when just referring to PLO in general, as the personalities are quite incredible.
A lot of characters in PLO.
And gamblers.
Yes. And for Ding, Blez is under a lot of pressure. This is great tournament awareness from Ding with a pretty trashy hand, but Blez's hands are a bit tied. Although the Blez will splash around. He's gone, though. Similar trash.
They're watching us from Laos, Nick.
Shout out Laos.
I once knew a Laotian dealer in a card room up in Northern California, and for lunch, she once brought pork blood soup. I didn't try it. I was a bit intimidated, but, you know, this was exotic. And
I know they do blood soup down here, by the way, as well.
That's right. I did hear that. But blood sausage is delicious, so I wonder
That's the
if
thing.
maybe,
Like, I don't think it's just a bowl of blood. I would imagine it's, you know, but it is a little daunting if you've never gone that direction.
So you think there's like some veins and arteries in there too?
Yeah.
I kid.
Outside of trips, that is right there with the worst hands you can have for Stevie. This is not double suited kings with an ace for Ole.
Hijack. Shemian, second in chips. Rattles the silver saber. King, king, 10-9 for Ivy. Spades, connectivity, and another 3-bet over the top of a Shemian open.
He does repot. Ole, a medium-sized favorite. And he has a decision. He knows Ivy isn't an aces-only kind of guy. If it's an aces-only kind of guy, we don't love this. But if it's not,
that's 1.3 right there, yeah?
We still don't love it, but let's see. These are interesting spots, Ali.
The fact that he holds an ace obviously is part of the calculus, I would say, right? And the double suited?
Yes, the ace is a big blocker against somebody who isn't aces only. Obviously, Phil is a high-stakes gambler willing to live and die by the sword. We see the equities there, some chopping. Ole a favorite to win. 5.15 in the middle, Ali.
The hold'em reflex tempts us into thinking somehow Shemian's kings are better due to the ace kicker. That's a completely irrelevant attribute. If kings are what they're going to play, then it is going to be the chop. Just in case you got your 2-card goggles on.
Good point. Phil wants to see black cards and low ones.
Uh-oh.
Bad start.
Oh.
Phil has a straight, by the way.
Look at this.
So hang on.
Nut flush draw for Shemian. Ivy has flopped the nuts. Can he keep a diamond away from this board?
Ole covers. Go on, Phil. He has the spades working now. Don't know if it's actually relevant. He just needs no diamond.
River.
And it is no diamond.
Clean and A bit dirty for Shemian. You can feel it. Looks up to the sky.
PLO tourneys are so swingy.
And it's an upswing. For Phil Ivey, we know the chat loves it. Truly does command larger audiences. Does Phil Ivey. Has always had a mystique and aura about him. Bit of an enigmatic character.
And he's really never changed, Phil.
You're right.
Never carried himself like anybody other than just Phil.
And
Like a boss, don't get me wrong, but he's been like that pre-fame. I know the stories, you know.
At least in terms of his affect, too, he has just always maintained an essence about him that suggested that what you might think or not think about what he's up to, he is entirely unconcerned with that.
It's true. Just like that, Ivy in commanding second place behind Ding Bao. Big drop-off after them.
Just 3 lowly bigs for Patrick Antonius as the roulette wheel is coming his way. Going to take a trip in the blinds. Next 2 hands, and that puts a bit of pressure onto this particular spot. Queen 6-5-3 single.
Patrick's going to run it from the big blind, which will force everybody to be extremely tight. Ivy with very good aces.
Surging. Sweet part of the deck. And another gobble of chips. Those 2 back-to-back pots now leave Ivy much closer to Ding Biao. The gap narrowing. For Shemian, he has slipped to 5th of 7 runners. Sub-10 big blind stack for him, Chidwick, and Antonius. I know he probably can't, but that image there suggests a man who can operate a ham radio or a wicked hacky sacker.
Ali perhaps too soon after he loses the $5.2 million pot worth hundreds of thousands.
You know what? You're right.
Now he looks like he'd be good at hacky sack.
Facts remain, but you're right. Tell me you wouldn't pick him if you just had the stone cold draft out of the room. Who's going to be good at that? Or slacklining, also a possibility. Anyway, I
Never
digress.
even heard of that, but digress. Perfectly allowed. Pua gone.
Yeah, you can see he wants to get in there, but right now the mission seems to be patience order of the day for he and Blesnik with 3 shorter stacks than theirs.
And the collision between these two is essentially forced, barring a bottom 10% hand or something like this from Stevie. Good luck, gentlemen. This pot's worth a lot more than it looks.
Touched on that pay jump, 47.5 between 7th and 6th. 675 in the middle. Chidwick covering ever so slightly. King 9-6-3, top pair, and the gutter for him. Well, in front now on the turn, an ace connecting with Antonius, placing him in the lead and leaving Chidwick in need of outs. King 9-7 tray. No, it's a board pairing 8. And Antonius staves off elimination there, and that is a very costly L being hung on Chidwick's stack. Just 350 remaining.
Nice to have the button and some time to try to wait for one you like, but a very costly L indeed.
Peek at the chip counts after that exchange. Chidwick lagging behind Antonius. Modest role reversal down toward the bottom of the leaderboard. That glimpse brought to you by betacr.eu. And you see Ivy, he and his ascent, truly the focal point of the early portion of this frame. You see the payouts here at this $50,000 PLO. The closer in terms of the 4-card events, of which there were 3 here in Jeju. Plesnik's been quiet so far. Reaching with queens and clubs. And he will take us up.
He's sort of playing the game of willing to get it in with the shorties, decide if he gets 3-bet from a big stack, probably fold. He's avoided that scenario where it's folded around to Ole, who's double suited and likely peels. But it is awkward with Stevie on the button with 3. We do kind of want to try to win the tournament too, although laddering becomes a bit more relevant when we're just quite short. He has just gone in the hopes that Stevie busts before him. Probably right. Very tricky. Some of this stuff can't even be fully solved, in my opinion, I suppose.
Varying degrees of 4-card experience also out here, even in this extremely talented field. And card sense will, in general, take you quite far in terms of poker. But, you know, the sweet science of PLO, something that certainly requires some study.
And note Blaz in a different setup, let go of ace, queen, 10, 4 with Ivy in the big blind
It's
to where
difficult with
he...
4 cards.
I'm not used to play PLO.
Good luck, Patrick.
Ace, king, jack, 7 and diamonds. Will Ivy be a customer? 9-8-7-5 with hearts. Connectivity here and the sense that it's only another 200 beyond this point in order to proceed beyond the flop. And how about the sight of these two colliding in a pot? An image we've seen so much of throughout the years.
Of course.
10-9 deuce, and you see Ivy ready to go with the open-ender and the 9.
Good flop for Phil. Still possibilities for Patrick.
Double gutter, no diamond on board. He will stick in his final 200K and will play for just shy of 1.5 million in the hopes of the thin.
Ace, king, queen. 8 also out.
To the turn we go. The jack, Antonius, runs into the straight, and now only the queen will rescue him from being the first person eliminated here at this FT. And that's how the cookie hath crumbled.
GG, Patrick. Great run.
$200,000 going to be going his way. Obviously, spins were needed coming into this one, which was his 4th cash here at Jeju, his 18th throughout the course of his Triton career. Up and over $7.5 million in career Triton earnings, but no second title will be in the cards for Patrick here today. Won't be the last time those two find themselves at an FT in a pot against one another. They're here to stay. They're lifers, Nick. Those guys not going to be hanging up cleats.
No.
I believe it was Charlton Heston who coined the term from my cold, dead hand. You know, as long as they can grip those cards.
I don't know about all that, Ali, but I hear you. Big stack on big stack collision. Bing with an 8 Badoogie.
Let's take a peek. Said Biao. Flicking in that big blind, and now flopping an open ender up against the gutter and baby clubs. Fives note in front.
Phil, by the way, has been very successful at PLO in his life. For what it's worth, as we see Ding make the straight.
Right. Great success, courtesy of the check back.
Can you guys in chat name the out for Phil beyond the club and the 5?
Yeah, 300.
Phil semi-bluffing.
Crickets in the chat thus far. There's Yori, who stepped in to say 9. Yes, 9's full of 5s. Would have been
right.
the development.
By the way, Phil just clearing Ding. That's a great result.
I sort of feel as though maybe we slept a little bit on the fact that 300K just cleared the jack high straight as simply as it did by Phil, but nowhere to go sort of proposition. We've got the bottom straight, pair on board, no club draw, and Ding just decides to wave the white flag.
Indeed he did. I was surprised as well.
You got to have that gear, though, out there in PLO, don't you?
And it shows that Ding understands that the third straight on a paired board is far from exciting like it is in No Limit. See if Jared defends. He's looking around at the other stack. Stevie with just 350. He's gone.
Snowball effect for Ivy.
And the best spot you can be in is in PLO is to have the chip lead and somebody at the table is on fumes at a final table. It really is, nobody can do anything about it. You can pick some 3-bet spots and such, but
You're sort of standing on the thickest part of the ice.
Ole slides Queen Jack 9-8. Really hoping Stevie busts. And Phil still in the go zone, coming through with basically any 4.
Only play aces? Okay. No kings.
Not quite aces, but as you mentioned, really nice opportunity for him. And it seems as though now that he has climbed ahead of Ding Biao, Ding is going to be quite different as Ivy is allowed to enter pots first and sort of freeze Ding Biao, courtesy of that 3 big blind and 5 big blind stack scenario, Chidwick and Shemian respectively. Double suited, ace 10, 7, 5. Feels like go time to me, Nick.
I hear that, but Stevie in the big is complicated. Ole agrees with you. I believe it's correct. It's often just folded around to Stevie where you're still in, even if he beats you. Stevie does snap put it in.
And he's looked down at Queen, Jack, 10 deuce. Those clubs are covered. The hearts are live. As we play for 625, and Shemian, this is the only stack that he covers at the table, so can't get showered in this altercation with a 10% edge. To the flop we go. King 10, 5. Second pair and the open ender for Chidwick out. Kicked.
Pretty
The
huge
10s and
for
5s
Stevie.
for Shemian. Pardon me. Hearts have
does
come in. Yeah.
Dodging the boat, Ollie.
There was so much on the stovetop. Tough to identify all the ingredients for a moment. Can he dodge the boat? Yes, he can, as the 3 pair fails to turn into a house.
I've noticed in PLO, when cards are running off the deck, you're calling it, I'm jumping over you, I'm calling it. Where in Hold'em, I don't do that. It's because PLO all-ins are so crazy and exciting, and part of calling it is just keeping up with what's going on.
Yeah, board development.
You really see that so much in tournaments. Guys are standing, counting, telling the rail what we're dodging, what we need.
Don't stop, by the way.
No. I know, but you know what I mean? I just realize it's very, I don't know, instinctual for me or something like that.
So now, Shemian. Role reversal with Chidwick.
And Ole finds himself in the big blind, ready to call it off. Trash for Ivy. You can tell he knows it's go time, but fair enough on the Jack 8-5 deuce.
And obviously, Ding Biao would love to be able to enter pots absent Ivy, but on this occasion, not enough kit. Same story around to the blinds, and now Chidwick and Shemian perhaps booking another one. Nod of the head from Ole, who now is covered by Chidwick. It is Jack, Jack, 7 deuce and spades up against ace 10, 9, 8 with hearts. Advantage Shemian.
Time to win some all-ins.
Five, 4 deuce. Now a 3 on the turn. Jack's well out in front. Spade coverage, removing one of those ace outs. And a pair of 8s on the end
2, 7,
for
5.
Chidwick. Not going to cut it as Shemian provides the countdown.
Seven deuce spades. That's awesome though.
Ole somewhat back. Not back, but now he's the one who has the 2-1 lead over the other shorty.
Right.
More to come.
Jockeying. Clubs and spades, king high, but of course it is Ivy's blind that we're opening into here. Things to be wary of. Nevertheless, 400K open. Kings with clubs for Shemian.
These raggedy big pair type hands really go up in value when you can just get all in as opposed to have to navigate them post when you're deep. This hand doesn't play very well post at all. But if you just get it in pre, unless you run into aces, it's usually got more equity than it feels like. These are pretty dusty kings, though. We can understand his hesitation.
This isn't centered exclusively on the dusty nature of these kings, but rather the presence of Chidwick with a couple of fewer blinds out there.
Does let it go. Nice result for Ding to just pick up the blinds.
How you feeling in that spot with Ole's raggedy kings there, Nick?
These are really tough spots. He has 625 and Stevie has 350. I think...
Like 50 dimes?
I think if Ole has 750, it's crystal clear. And with his stack, it might very well still be correct with those dusty kings.
Ew, 75.
Not sure.
70,000 actually the pay difference between 6th and 5th. I stand corrected as the blinds have ascended.
Kind of making it feel right.
I don't know. I'm just guessing. But yeah.
Yeah, I think that really was just a good fold. At least it feels like it. It's not like he's winning the tournament a ton when he doubles there anyway.
Right.
But it's, you know, it's murky waters.
Is that an example of the concept of chips gained not being worth as much as the chips lost?
That is a perfect example of that, Ali. Good luck, Stevie.
Ace, king, queen, 6, not hearts.
Up to you.
Why?
Does sail in, and Ding Biao from the big blind says, let's spin.
Pretty bad hand for Ding Biao.
So the ball is going to get placed atop the wheel and spun. Bets have been placed. $9.25 as it rattles around and falls upon 8-8 queen with a couple of diamonds. Chidwick with ace queen here.
Not what Ole was looking for.
Now it's aces up. And absolutely, Shemian was rooting hard for Ding Biao to be the winner. Not going to happen.
350.
A lot of resilience being shown by the shorties thus far here at this 50K pot limit Omaha final table, where Patrick Antonius is the only participant who's no longer with us. If you're joining us, be it on Twitch, the Triton Poker Plus app, or, of course, at the Triton YouTube channel, we welcome you. Glad to have you with us as we draw the curtain on the 4-card streets. Short deck is bubbling up elsewhere in the room right now. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, and dare I say, Nick, even if you aren't, click the like button for the love of God. Help us continue to do, or the love of whatever you believe in. You know.
Smash that like and subscribe button, guys. It's you know, it's good for us if you do that.
Yeah,
I don't know what to say. I feel a little awkward with that one. You know, whenever somebody's got a video and they say to smash the like button, I'm always like, all right, buddy, like, you're not going to tell me what I'm going to do or not. But if you could just hit that button, it's amazing for Ali and I, because they're keeping the numbers, you know?
And also, we here at the Triton Poker Plus, you know, tech team have technology that allows us to know your home address while you're streaming. And if you don't click it, it's kind of like a Santa Claus thing, but we will come through.
Yeah,
you know.
Ali's going for a little routine here that's not going to get them to click it. It's going to do the opposite.
You're probably right. You know, I swung. It was a feeble swing.
Hey, Nick Chow, I'll share an Ivy story for you.
Okay.
So I've told this one many times. I'm getting the massage. I asked him to lend me. He gives the masseuse 5,000. So I'm not going to tell that one because I've told it, but he gave her 5 and said, you know, we're at 5, like I owe him 5, and I did. Told another one the other day about I pulled up on him and he was practicing his putting stroke, and he just said, putting down a straight line, Nick. But he never looked back at me. I still don't know how he knew it was me. Here's one more. I was playing a huge 08 pot in a tournament at the World Series, and the dealer started doing a bunch of things on the end, and I said, I got counterfeited on the river, massive 4-way pot. And I said to the dealer, could you do me a favor and just move your hand, please? I can't see what's going on. And Phil, who was just on his phone for like an hour straight and hadn't said a word, looked at me and said, good card for you, Nick. He's really the GOAT, guys.
Oh, he gets max value out of the statements that he does make. You know, unlike the grocery store, high volume, very low margin, Ivy, the inverted, you know, when he bothers to speak, it will be good.
Correct.
停了，不 ICM 了，没必要，他们就太短了嘛。对，没必要，我就是这样子，没必要。
good card for you, Nick.
It was so strong. Kind of calmed me down, you know. I forget who was in the pot with me, but it was a tilty crew, you know. I had like a hand that just wheel, nut flush draw.
Oh, the world.
The world. Good luck, Ole. Aces under the gun.
I believe Ole is the cry that the Spaniards do launch down on a matador when the bull is being danced with out there in the arena.
There you go,
Might
Ali.
he be able to avoid horns here? He's obviously loaded. And Ding Biao will provide the spin with kings, taking us up another level.
No more bad beat. Okay? No more bad beat. No more bad beat. Okay?
For SSF.
Huh? Yes? Thank you.
I think so. Ace is king. No. Me. Ace is kings.
No.
Okay. Ole has a chance to get right back, Ali, as you said. Here we go.
1.6 million in the middle, not insignificant.
I mean, all right.
No more bad beat.
Right.
You say no more bad beat. I got news for you. You're not that big of a favorite. He's double suited.
65-35 according to our stats. Feels pretty big.
It's a pretty big favorite, Bless.
From where we're standing, Queen 8-6.
Imagine the equity. Okay, changed a little more than I thought.
Red Jack.
80-20 territory.
Oh,
now an ace of diamonds, which gives Ding Biao the flush draw and the gutter. Lot to fade here for top set. And it hasn't been faded. Unfortunately, more bad beat.
GG Ole, I feel like he hasn't ran amazing in all-ins from what I've seen. Of course, he did dispatch of Nacho, but pleasure watching you play, sir.
And now it's his turn to take the walk to the locker room. Showers for the German legend. Earlier today, pulled up a video of him. Early years in his career, making waves, and he's been doing it for a long time. But those waves won't be tidal in nature here at this FT, as it will be left to collect $247,500 and leave behind 5 players playing for $317,500 as we have our second casualty here at the FT.
I maxed out my crossbow. I maxed it out.
Pretty one for Ding. Maybe not quite as pretty as it looks, but pretty nonetheless.
400.
Who's got more chip?
Takers.
You two guys. How do? I read more.
I've never.
7 big blind more.
I've never.
Hey, I'm third. 你第3名.
Nick, you think I could pull off that,
So
that
far away.
diamond tennis bracelet?
I've never played so tight in my whole career.
I think you could, Ali.
Remember when we were 3-handed? I said I didn't care about ICM.
Yeah.
Remember I told you that? I actually care.
Do you think
now.
I should?
Yeah.
In this tournament, I care.
Yes.
Then I didn't care.
I mean, knowing your, having a general idea of your financial state.
Pot.
Oh, go on, Blez.
You
Probably
you
not.
care ACM.
Pretty one
I
for the
did. I looked at
Blez.
my cards.
Ace, King, Jack, 4 double suited.
Right off the cares about
525?
ICM speech. Chidwick with the rainbow. He's out.
Non-suited
Can we sweat together?
attributes.
You have betting left.
Ivy stepping into it buys the Blez. This is not the time.
I have silent I call.
No.
No ace.
So look at Jared just leaning over. He hadn't quite mucked yet, but obviously cards face up. We can get the sense. A free
Take
peek.
it, Blez.
No.
See you, time traveler poker in the chat.
Maybe you positive.
This is the tale of 2 very different bucket hats on your screen, by the way.
Yes, it truly
Nick,
is.
The Triton flavor on the left.
It is, Ali.
And then a bonnet of sorts.
Yes.
For the Blez. For me, it's the green sprout at the top of the bucket that really is almost like the propeller hat. You know, it is slightly difficult to look over and realize that's one of the better men to ever play 4-card.
Yeah, one of the great PLO players of all time, right there. The Blez.
Sid
Really is
Shinstrap.
true.
Sid
And we've
Shinstrap,
discussed
really.
these themes throughout the week, but the Blez is somebody who really plays his own style. Those players are special in their own right. Ivy back at it.
525.
5 1/4 from the puck.
This is awkward for Blez with Chidwick having 550.
He hates to have to muck.
He does. I think some of it is an
I'm
act.
trying to play good. By tournament standards, I'm actually trying to play like the solver. It's working out great. I got $1 million in chips.
Blez has got a little goo. You know.
Oh, yeah. Of course. A lot, Ali.
I've seen Blez very innocently shower feigned praise upon hapless souls at the table. No, I really, and I mean this, Nick. I've watched you. I think you're one of the best players.
Oh no, that's just
in the world.
You know, honestly, you're probably top 10 in PLO.
Yes, and in that tone exactly too.
I swear to God, you're so talented. I honestly think you're top 10. We're starting in 2550 later, by the way. I would take 2% if you want.
He is great, man. Love to see him out here, by the way, in these Triton streets. Took him a minute, but now he's here, and I suspect he's here to stay. Nick, as so many are once they finally make the journey.
Yeah, I don't know. Blez will always turn up for big PLO. I could see him being a mainstay in the PLO scene in Tritons. Maybe even fire a little 2-card. But you just never know with the Blez.
I'm going to say this so it doesn't go unsaid. You know how much throughout the years I've enjoyed working with you. On behalf of everyone out there and myself personally, I know how difficult it has been to an extent for you with all of that competitive fire within to make the choice to, you know, sit on this side of the booth and kind of call the action as opposed to get out there and rumble with the boys.
I need the money, Ali. Hello.
Stop. But honestly, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
no,
Nate.
it's my pleasure. This is an amazing gig, and the way I looked at it is to come collect some ideas and be a part of Triton, whose entire team is unbelievable, is a real honor, you know? Chidwick, who's calling off here incredibly light, finds himself with the Queen 8-6 Duck Badoogie. And this is a great example of how close the equities do run. Somehow this hand has 38%.
So shocking, considering the queen is covered, no suits. But already the investment of Big Blind and Big Blind Annie is such a significant commitment. We're talking about 2/3.
That's the thing.
Well, 300,000 of 550, not quite 2/3, but a chunk.
He
And
does
doesn't
do
want
it with no other clear shorty, by the way, and it was the right choice.
You can't fold.
There, thank you, Bless. Honestly, Stevie, that was an amazing call. No way you can fold.
Yeah,
That's why you're the best.
Yeah, I've been here for it.
Can Stevie spin, guys?
Concentrating his eyes out there. Can he bring in a favorable flop? No.
Equity somehow doesn't change that much.
Clean.
Has 3 live cards.
Clean 9
Oh,
outs.
he hits the duck.
Quacks his way up to 57%.
By the way, Pua has an all-time laugh.
Yeah, yeah.
Stevie the favorite. Oh, but he runs into the wheel. GG's, Stevie. Good game, sir.
Gutter on the end, and that will leave the great Stephen Chidwick on his feet.
You can't fold his game. I don't know what he's. You can't fold.
Cold game.
Hello, Dylan, if that's actually you. Good runs. Applaud. Thank you so much. Don't know if that's true, but appreciate that. And a very good game to Mr. Chidwick.
$317,500 will be going to one of our Triton OG legends. Not quite at 20 million in career earnings just yet, but it will happen, and not long from now is my guess. To the short deck streets for the mighty Chidwick, 35th career Triton cash. Denied a second title. 75, 150, 150. We battle on. Four-handed, a slithery Paul Pua. Multiple ladders enjoyed. $401,000 now.
Thank you. Listen, I'll be happy to pay you 20,000. I'll be thrilled.
Fold to the fold.
It's one blind?
Maybe we do better.
Definitely, Dylan.
No.
Talk to me, Lind, in the
Yes.
chat. Okay, what's he talking about?
By the way, Dylan, I'm just going to ask now. I'm going to rip it off like a Band-Aid.
No small blind?
Because you're a legend. Is it
Yeah,
Lind
less
or
money in
Lindy?
the pot.
Because I've heard 50-50 split down the middle.
Let's
I
do
have
pot.
to, honestly.
Pooh's going pot.
I think you fold. 450? No, Phil.
Ivy
I don't
defending.
think Phil knows how to re-raise. He just calls.
Thank you, Dylan. Been saying it right. Felt it.
Lind.
Lindy.
Lindy, forgive me. 10-6 deuce 2 pair for Phil Ivy.
And here's a nice example of the power of the just stop and go lead where Pua might
No pay.
to realize it's 21%. Let's see. Maybe he will.
Use my time back.
Great price, but brutal with no pair. Exactly, Dylan. Do you call it off here, Ali? If you were in this spot, this is brutal.
It's loathsome, but 575, I know we got 450 of our stack out there percentage-wise. It seems like a lot to orphan, but where are we trying? Look at Les with the shoulder massage. I'm sure Paul really needed that.
Honestly, Paul, I know you're going to do the right thing. He just massaged Paul's shoulders. That could possibly be punishable by death. I don't think so, but you know, he's got a lot of heart, this kid. He's got brass cojones, this Blaznik.
1 bet 3, 25%.
I would never put my hand on the boss's shoulder, I can tell you that.
Agreed. By the way, I think what Jared doesn't have is a care in the world.
Yeah, fair enough.
You see Paul doing the math. No, he has 21% equity.
Yeah, the price is barely there, but it's sick, you know? Because Blaz might bust first if we fold.
Maybe even guardable. So many guardable. 3, 4, 5, 7, 9.
Pua, amazing card sense. One of the best gamblers ever. That's not just fodder, you know. That is a fact.
25%.
The struggle is so real.
Unless you have 2 pairs.
Saying 25%, price is right unless you have 2 pair. We can see it's 4% shy
Just
of
put
that.
it in.
10.
And it
What's
is 2
pair.
pair.
I'm dead.
Well, the turn's going to bring it all into
Back
focus.
door. Why you bet 2 pair?
By the way, these two gentlemen have played plenty of poker against one another.
你有多少还有？45万而已。
也没中你不去了吧？还有3个笔吗？还可以看1、2把。
A last stand
2把第
for Triton co-founder Paul Pua.
Down to the 5.
Just the lowly wheel gutter. Can he find a nickel?
GG,
No.
Paul. What a run.
The ace.
2对的瓜。
Inadequate. And we go from 5 to 3 rather promptly.
Blaz touches him again on the way out.
This is, you know,
probably a good call off.
Undervaluing.
Very odd spot.
Undervaluing his
if
left
I-
hand there
can I
is
just
Blaz,
move?
just
I don't
for
want
the
to be
record.
too close to them. Can I just go over there? Okay, is that legal? All right.
And the Blaz has cockroached his way to just 3-handed. And this could be a long 3-handed battle. I know the Blaz only has 8 bigs, but it really could.
I won the tournament.
He's gonna
Selfishly
grind.
sort of rooting for him to spin.
I
Just for
legitimately
the
won
intrigue, you know?
Listen, I was
Can't help
selfishly
it.
rooting for Boss to stay with us here.
Me too.
Such a fan favorite is Pua amongst the Triton community. $401,000 though. That'll be his payout. Add that to his
And a lot of high-stakes short deck coming up for Pua.
$17.25 million career Triton earnings. 36th cash, his second in just 6 events played thus far here in Jeju, as he's been focusing on the cash game streets and leaves us to focus on a final 3. GG's, boss. As we come back,
We're playing 75, 150.
an exceedingly brief glimpse at some remaining payouts there. On deck, $490,000. Now the jump very healthy. 265K from 3rd to 2nd. And that 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 Phil Ivey lagging Ding
Make hot
Biao
water.
here.
Make me a
Even
tea.
though by just
Like
8 bigs, Nick, you know, he's got to be mindful.
Waitress.
Or perhaps he doesn't, you know.
No, I agree with you, Ali. Would imagine Ding will be posing a question to the Blaz. Oh, okay.
Beating Ding Biao into the pot. What's Blaz working with here? Ace, ace, 10, 9, and clubs. Interactivity.
Bless more than 2-1 to stay alive.
That was a Helmuthian
That was
level of
Helmuthian.
enthusiasm, the snap from Jared.
The thing is with Helmuth, it has a lot of bite to it. With the Blaze there, it was almost childlike excitement in a way.
The orange bucket hat also lending to
Yeah,
that
fair enough.
perception, perhaps.
Here we go.
.2 in the middle. Can Blesnik hold? 8-4 deuce. I'm not sure what he's so upset about. The
Open-ended
gutter.
for Ding now, the two-way. So, you know,
Double
suppose
gutter.
he just wanted it to come ace, deuce, deuce, but it's never that easy, Blez. Oh, great card for the Blez. 4-1 favorite to stay alive.
Keep it 3 and 7 free. That's what Jared has on his mind.
Go on,
and the river.
Jared.
The 9. Take it.
Blez is a wild man. Honestly, Ding, you had to play it that way. Well played.
Channeling Jared. Of course. Is Shulman there?
I used to play in a home game with the Blez.
Talk to me.
18 years ago in New York.
Oh, boy.
Where we were playing pretty big, no limit. Like, you know, 25-50, but one of those games that plays bigger. And he was just 6-tabling PLO on the laptop, real stakes. So, you know, this guy really has seen... I mean, he's a PLO legend, to be clear.
No, but if you show up and you're 6-tabling online PLO for real money, you're not getting the invite back at my home game.
Well, you know, but he pulls it off just by being the Blaz, kind of, in a way. By the way, he
Whoa,
was
whoa.
power dumping it
No,
off in the
I'm the
limit as
button.
well, and getting the invites back.
I'm the button. I'll bet it. I'll bet it. You raised small blind. I was in the big blind.
Was that
I'm the
Irv's
button.
game?
I'll bet it
Hold
all.
on. Hang on.
I'm a small blind last hand.
Why isn't
you're
Ding
right.
just the
So
button?
now I'm the button.
Well,
I'm the button right now.
What is
well,
Jared
you're a
talking
big blind last hand.
That's right.
You're
Sting's
100%
button.
right. I apologize. You're right. You're right. You're right. No, he's the button.
You're a big blind last hand.
Yes, you're 100% right. I apologize.
This Jared's trying to mess around and get murked down
would've lost
here.
the big
You
bet.
know what I mean? He's touching the boss's shoulder.
Yeah,
He's
you
telling
raised
Ding it's
small.
his button. Like, bro, you gotta wake up, Jared. You're not in Kansas anymore, buddy. Okay?
Listen, you know, respectfully.
We're not in Queens, Blaz.
Social protocol has never really been, you know, what...
I have to believe on the stream, the Blez, for whatever reason, earnestly believed it was his button there. Why, we don't know, but...
Tried to blez his way into the puck.
Blez is trying to get his ass. Man, oh man. He tried to Blez his way into the puck. I'll bet you any amount you want.
Yeah.
Ding BL.
Oh, yes, I've heard that one, too.
Yeah, but Jared, we're on stream, bro. I think that was just subconscious, like he sees the button and he just, note, by the way, the limp from Ding, he's going for the reverse collision, kind of let these two occasionally play a big one. Interesting non-small blind complete. Ivy checks, out of position.
Blez, of course, relishing each one of these opportunities to perhaps see these guys play some sort of explosive pot. Doesn't rate to happen, as they're well aware of him lingering with those now 15 big blinds, mind you.
Phil very focused, by the way.
Top 2.
You know?
Knuckle.
I guess that's obvious, but is that an 8? That is a bad card for Phil. It isn't as if aces and sixes just go broke here, but we can all see how bad that card was, and a bad start as well.
One wouldn't blame him now with this two-tone board texture for just looking to gain a little clarity and just
Definitely.
charge a price.
I just mean a bad start because, you know, this could get weird. And Ding basically has the nuts. You can check some raggedy aces from the big for deception, but...
Ding wants to control this pot, though, doesn't he? He's not looking.
He does, but he...
Did he? Oh,
he
wait
potted
a minute.
it, yes.
Look at Phil, by the way. This is deeply unanticipated.
I think Phil feels like his hand is best a lot, which it isn't. But it's so hard to play on so many rivers.
That's a great point.
Our best rivers outside of filling up is something like a queen of diamonds, and do we really want to check call tons on that card? Does just get away. Bravo, Phil. Masterfully done. Doesn't even use a time bank.
You kind of got to ask yourself, like, what are the cards that I like, and how few do they number in relation to the vast number of cards that just leave me?
You do. You can't get too stuck just looking at what's happening on this street right now.
Right.
Have to consider all of the stuff you just mentioned.
Myopic vision with regards to the here and now can get very costly in the PLO streets. Got to have a little bit of clairvoyance.
1-200 on the blinds. Blez with 2.1, Ivy 5.5, Ding with 7.
Walk for Ding. He's iced out there. Has been, by the way, for the bulk of the run.
Oh, it definitely is, though. You're right. He's dripping.
You remember through the years, like, guy runs real good, you know, and then all of a sudden car changes at the valet, you know, the wardrobe upgrades, the kicks,
Yes.
you know, the watch, all of it.
Hold on a second. What's wrong?
Nothing. He's just saying that the chip count is wrong. Nothing.
Who has more chips?
I do.
You do? Okay.
You can always see the chips at the table. So base it on the result.
Three spades. Raggedy one, but leaning on Blez. Raise and take. High muck there from Jared.
The rule on the high muck, it's fine if it's closing the action. Makes sense, but, you know.
Oh, of course, because
I
if someone else is
used to have
there.
an embarrassingly high muck when I'm just, like, under the gun. It's so disrespectful.
No, you have more now.
Oh, 7.5.
Yeah, he has more now, yeah.
What?
Now he has more,
Yeah,
yes.
you have more. You guys each have about 7 million. Congratulations.
Feel legitimately annoyed, but also not really. Perhaps just a general disdain.
He's had front row seats to the Blez show
I mean,
for
I
long
think he
enough.
likes the Blez, but it's like, you know, he's not. Big one for Ding.
He tolerates and acknowledges the Blez, perhaps. You know, like is...
Not,
we don't know.
Not even much of an acknowledgement for the entirety of the time they've been on stream. Take a Ding.
Pretty one. He was ready. I'm not sure what that is. Sounds like a wheel in deep need of grease somewhere in the room, you know, or a mouse on speed.
That
just
was
made
a
its way.
squeaky wheel, Ali. You caught that? I thought it was just me.
Pot.
Pot declared.
Ding's peeling him, Ali.
Okay. We're going to see 3. 1-7 out there. 2 hearts, 2 threes, and a 4. Open ender for the Blez. Does
Great.
not hesitate.
Great result for the Blez.
Pounces on
啊，这么
Ding.
好的牌，very good hand。
Did Ding Biao just hit Ivy with some Mandarin? It unless he was looking back over shoulder. Okay, over the shoulder. Someone in the chat, by the way, suggested, how many languages do you think Ivy has secretly learned over the years as an international hustler? You know what I mean? He's fluent in Romanian.
I like that.
Mandarin.
Exactly.
No one knows.
Eyes just darting around, understanding everything.
Right. Ten, 10, 7, 4 double. And the puck. Jared. Out of there.
Good hand.
Just a, you know, ever so slight a smirk.
It winds up getting you because he's just so relentless. You know, at a point you have to admire, maybe not admire, but respect the just never shutting it off.
It's like those nights where I know I've gotten a bit under your skin and I'm pushing too far, and you just look at me and you think, surely Ali isn't going to go further.
Yeah,
and
but
there I am.
Yeah, but you kind of know what you're doing. The Blez is, he does too, but, you know, he's really the Blez. Look at his outfit right now.
A little more oblivious than your average bear, perhaps, in these spots.
I mean, he's a genius gambler, so, you know, he's communicating with the dealer every time he's out, eye contact and no. Not malicious, but, you know, like she's very in on the emotional roller coaster of him squeezing his hand right now.
He's blazzing out there, you know. Let us sit back. Enjoy the show. Observe. It's not the same writer's room as, you know, the Barbera telenovela, but, you know, the Blez also certainly worth multiple seasons of binge watching.
No, but just don't compare me to Yari. He's like totally different. He's insane, you know. You think I ever sit there wear this orange hat, look ridiculous like this? You never see me look like that in my life.
By the way, before anybody out there is even remotely tempted to think that Nick and I would ever engage in this level of kind of, you know, fun with the Blez, we've both known him for a long time. So there's, you know, some latitudes that we'll take from out here.
Yeah, of course.
At the desk. And he's good for it, man. I mean, the Blez does have a great sense of humor.
No, the Blez can take a needle. And I mean, if I offend the Blez, I'll hit the pillow, you know, pretty okay. I'll think I could get my 9 hours in. Oh, no. I offended the Blez. Nah, it's all in good fun. You're right, Ali. They know.
Just covering bases.
Pot.
That's a great find from the. I don't know why it was so funny the way he said it, but you know, Ace Jack 8-6 Badoogie. That's a really good find. Just get ding right out of there.
For me, it was the look at the dealer.
That's what it was. He's very personal with the dealer right now. And again, not in a bad way, but he looks right into her eyes and declares all of his actions if he's
It's gonna be
out.
hard to get these chips. I'll tell you that right now. And Phil knows damn well. It's going to be hard to bust me. I'm telling you. I'm not like all these other guys who just get it in. It's going to be very hard to break me here.
Ding me out. I think this may be kind of the infancy of Ding, you know, getting tickets to the Blaz show. And, you know, I think even he realizes this,
So
man.
I really don't want to be disrespectful to Ding, but if his English is, you know, of a medium level, I think it's probably helping him right now as he just sees a buffoon making, you know, again, I know he speaks English, but you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like some of this stuff Blaz
Yes.
is saying, Ding just looks at him like, buddy.
Yeah. By the way, Jared knows that he doesn't need to register every one of his pre-flop actions with the dealer.
He's locked
You
in
know?
right now.
That's not his parole officer
He looks
in there.
deeply into her eyes and declares his action. Watch. I think it's coming again. Maybe not, but
Even
I
if
would
he
bet.
mucks.
I would bet even money he looks the dealer in the eyes. Here we go. He's squeezing.
Wait for it.
No.
Oh.
Damn. That was actually
That one was
brutal
on
a little
you.
bit. That hurt.
That did.
I rode the broom. It's still plus 200-ish every action, but I'll leave it alone.
You know what's wild? Is if I clipped a screenshot of the Blez leaning over this sweater on the rail, chin strap, you know, tangerine hat, and told you, hey, by the way, this is one of the greatest pot limit Omaha poker players ever to do it. And he's playing right now for $1,000,001.
Much more with the side bets, but, you know, that's a bit neither here nor there. Absolutely, Ali. You would say, you know. I mean, I don't want to say what he looks like. Not that I have a go-to one, but many other facets of life would be more believable than that one. Hang on.
Wait.
Okay, really trashy one. Let's see.
Again, Badoogie. Ding's hand can't take heat.
I think some of this is just to have coverage on bluffs. Make it seem like he might be in a different region of the deck.
Yeah.
You know, he was never raising this one, but.
I think you're absolutely right. And I think it's crafty from Blez there.
It's very crafty.
It's a free roll of sorts. Meanwhile, ace 9-3 here. You see the wheel wrap for Ding Biao. Blez, just nines. $200,000 the lead from Ding Biao, and look at this wily little click from the Blez, who appears perhaps unconvinced that the Ace X architecture
and by the
is the
way,
blueprint of the limp in the small.
Not to say but this is a little bit tethered to that odd tank pre where he's just being so weird. And the Blez always kind of does have coverage. He makes slippery checkbacks and just hits another 9. But that min raise is so unique to Jared. I really don't think a lot of players do that, and it was a great find. Ding had a pair of 4s at the time, albeit the low cards.
And Blez, having hit this 9, now it does read like the Philly cheese.
This I'm a little bit surprised by, but equity denial is somewhat real. But I would have thought
Am I all
maybe
in
the
or no?
board being locked down now. Go on, Blez. I mean, just do your thing, pal.
I kind of wish the 9 didn't roll off just to see what Blez is all about on the turn when he doesn't bink. You know what I mean? Because he had one SPR. We saw that. Whole payload deployed there quite comfortably. But if all of a sudden something dusty comes off, where you at?
I certainly would have liked to see that, but.
So there he is. Phil Ivey right alongside Ding Biao. Blinds going to 100, 200. Or perhaps they were there already. Forgive me. You know, I'm just so focused on the Blez show that the rest is really just of deep insignificance. You know,
they were there. They kind of just moved there-ish. They'll be going up soon. Who knows? It's just Blez, Ivy, and Ding Biao.
Let's go. Grab a bag of popcorn, boys and girls. Ace, ace, 4, 4 hearts for Ding. Victimized in that last one by Blez. Won't be getting steamrolled here and won't be getting any action either. And yeah, it's always a little bit disappointing. sitting with these 14 bigs, Nick, is Blez a fan of these two guys kind of both being neck and neck in terms of that creating some aversions to him being leaned on?
Yeah, I know what you mean, Ali. That's a good point. I guess it's a better setup than if someone has heaps, but second is close-ish, but...
Like, it keeps those two in line a bit more,
I know exactly
right?
what you mean, but at the same time, they don't collide with each other as much as... See what Blez goes for here. These hands not that good when you're short. It's obviously a connected hand that can flop very well, but a big part of your EV with this hand is flopping well and then barreling off. When you're short, you sort of just have 10 high. I believe he's declared pot. He's out.
I really hate that this is filmed.
Here he is telling the dealer. He hates
I really
that
don't
this
like
is
that
filmed.
this is being filmed right now.
It was a really good fold, though,
That
from
hand
the
cost me
Blez.
a fortune. Cost me a lot of money.
But we know you're great,
That hand
Blez.
Cost me millions over the next 20 years.
Wait, do you think the dealer, Blez, cares about what your decision on stream when he wasn't even in the box is doing to your future EV? But I hear what he's saying.
I know that dealer well. He actually
just
speaks
venting.
no English. Just kidding.
What? Sure.
I would have loved to have the dealer just engage in a further conversation. How do you mean, Blez?
Or just respond in español.
No entiendo. Well, listen. World Series of Poker main event is coming up this summer, and if you want to work your way down there, the best place to do it is over at GG Poker. Qualifiers for both our Triton events, the only official site to provide them, and of course, for the World Series of Poker main event, are happening April 1st to June 6th for the latter. From just $1, you can get in there. That's laundry money, boys and girls. Get in the game. You think Blez knows there was a push? Do you think he has any idea that that's not the same dealer he had established the rapport with?
Yes, the way the rapport was unfolding with the last dealer, I very much think he knows.
He said it cost him millions over the next 20 years. We're talking about the click raise with the pair
It's
of nines.
so funny, too,
trip
because he
nines
is
on the river.
being, like, you know, obviously not serious about that number, but the gig is up, Jared. We all know you're truly great, you know? It's over. He's such a hustler by nature. He really pretends like, you know, he's a throwback gambler. Everybody wants everyone to know how great they are. Blez would love it if we all thought he was the worst. He really is the real deal in that regard, and it's rare, honestly.
Learn to Let Go says, this guy just reminds me how I freaking love poker because you meet so many cool, interesting people, and that is so true.
I agree. You know, I mean, cool and interesting is really kind for the Blez. He's cool because he's such a legend. He is cool and interesting, fair enough. I'll admit it, as brutal as it is. He also has a straight.
Look at this, the
nines
numbers.
for Ivy with the king of clubs, which could be, one could see Ivy going for an equity denial type. Great start for Phil.
Check, check. And now
Bad
board
turn for
texture
the
that,
Blez,
it could keep those nines out of trouble, pardon.
Still sneaking along with a snap check. Phil drawing dead. Oh, and Phil with blockers to the nuts. Does just snap check it. Phil knew where the Blez was at that time. I feel like he's seen that little pattern of behavior. You know what I mean, Ali? It really felt like Phil, the way he looked at him.
Show me something.
I feel like Phil had him dead to rights there.
Don't give me that wink. You're not calling.
By the way, don't, hang on complete thoughts out here. Just glimpses of the neural activity being verbalized. You got to fill in some blanks out here. Ace, queen, 4.
Here we go. Okay, this is totally bizarre off 14. And an amazing aversion from Ivy, guys.
Ace, king,
These last
jack,
two hands,
4.
the lack of the bluff and then the just snap, not potting it from the small.
King jack being shared with Ding Biao by Ivy as it comes 10-8-5.
Sort of a big flop for Ding, right?
Yeah, wrapping.
I have a feeling the Blez will just check here. Once we've limped and look at the 10-8-5, but let's see, does check. It does come in for Ding. And
Clubs.
for the Blez, by the way, we don't know if Ivy would have repotted pre or not, but if he didn't and went for just call, Blez would be out now. Not to say that that means you should just limp aces, but, you know, he's one of the few elite players that would do this off 14 bigs. I can promise you that.
Half a milli from Ding Biao. Note the discipline there. You know, Blez has been down these streets before. He's not getting married to aces. He understands they're good to date. Maybe you go steady in some spots, but marriage in the PLO streets when it comes to aces has ended in divorce on more than one occasion. And you don't just lose half. Sometimes you'll lose all, you know.
Yeah, you're right, Ollie. But 14 bigs, you know, aces. Three-handed.
He's not limping every time. He's blezing out there.
He's blezing. He's hitting the weird 10%ers that, I mean, that one's probably just a 0, but he's definitely blezing, making deck reads. 600 to go from Phil.
You said it yourself earlier
This
when
is a
the
bad
FT
hand.
was starting, Nick, that Jared does it his way.
He does.
You know?
And to see somebody do that and continue to get down there at the highest stakes, it's, it hurts to say this word describing the Blez, so I need to gather myself, but it's inspiring. What are you talking about? You're inspired by Jared. It's crazy. He's just so lucky. Like, he get lucky a few tournaments. You say you're inspired by him. It's ridiculous.
Oh. Ren Lin elsewhere in the room, by the way. Really, just, they're all here. The airlock is wide open, as I like to say.
Definitely. Someone in chat said, commentator sounds like he's been in multiple divorces. I think he's talking about you. Believe it or not, Ali hasn't, but many just regular relationships have gone down in flames for him.
Oh, yeah. Predominantly my fault, by the way. You know, it's it's explosive out there sometimes.
Ivy has crazy poker stamina in the chat. It's so true, Ahmed. And it feels like the closer he gets to closing, the more locked in he gets.
You played those overnight sessions with him. He's not looking too worse for the wear.
That's always been a, for better or for worse, I can't really do that, but here's the Blez. Double suited, but jack high, he's gone.
I confess that the optics of a laydown with that hand there, for me, off of 10 bigs, I thought maybe he limps. But
Well, Ivy limps. Ding checks. And this is that dynamic that's tricky for the Blez. They're small balling each other just as they should be, Ivy and Ding.
Good point. Gutter, backdoor spades. That's on the burner for Ding. Sixes for Ivy. $400 with just bottom pair. Came out swinging there. And leveraging sort of what you identified there, Nick, in terms of Ding's presumed aversions toward getting down darkening alleys. you know, with Ivy as it stands here and Blez having eroded down to these 10 bigs. The jump, not to be neglected.
No, not at all.
265,000 difference between third and second. And you can talk the ICM is for poor people business all you want, but, you know, 265 is 265. This is a 50K. We're talking about 5+ buy-ins.
For sure. Big hand for Ivy. Relatively speaking.
Ding. King 10, 9, 8 double. He's made the call from the small. Now Blez wondering how well his double-suited kit will perform here. Well enough to come along for the extra 400, which is obviously a chunkier quotient of his tokens. Queen 7 deuce, all hearts. Not one heart out of 12 cards out here. Responses being awaited. Top pair for Ivy. Best of what's around. As Blesnik is outkicked, deliberates.
Wow. This is quite interesting from the Blez.
He has no heart in his hand. He's got 2 opponents out here. And look at
Great
Ivy.
continue from Ivy.
Mm-hmm.
Really a good continue. That little stab there would have gotten through lesser opponents quite a bit, and it does somehow come in, the Queen of Diamonds.
Well, now things are quite bleak for Blez. 2-6 in the middle, 9-25 back. Is there escape? It would have to come, it would seem, in the form of a 9-6 or 3 on this river as Blesnik sends it in.
Such a good continue from Phil on the flop. Would imagine he'll just be priced in to kind of gamble here. Sure, he thinks Blez has a flush a lot, but maybe not, though. It really looks like Jared has a flush in this line.
So Ivy finds the call, knows he's always drawing live against those hearts, and that's not what he's up against. Delighted to hear the word queen. Jared looks somewhat incredulous.
And you called me on the flop.
Maybe he knew, young man.
So a flickering light. On the stoop.
GG, Jared.
And Blesnik can't find it.
Great watching the Blez do his thing. He came in for the hug. Ivy gave him a little pat. Fair enough. Legend. All-time legend, Ali.
No arguments here.
Good luck, guys.
Thanks.
Good luck, says Jared Blesnik as he heads out the door here in the 50K. Heads up will be between Ding Biao and Phil Ivy. Advantage Ivy as the Blez left to collect $490,000. Massive, over $250,000 pay jump realized by the remaining 2. And there they are. $10.5 million to $6.25 million. Advantage Ivy as he showers Jared Blesnik. And we'll be bringing you back to the desk momentarily here as we get things set for heads-up play. Ali Najad, and we're joined now by Jared Blesnik, who just busted. Jared, talk to us about what it was like being out there today.
What do you mean?
Just, being out there with the great Phil Ivey and Ding Biao, were you in the zone?
Honestly, to be honest with you, if I'm being perfectly honest, I don't even really care about poker anymore.
How do you mean?
Well, I'm in sports cards, and I don't know how Phil called me though.
No, that was
to be honest with you.
You're a little shook by that, it seems.
No.
Everything sports cards.
No, I don't really care.
All right, then. On that note, we'll send it to a 4-minute commercial and be back with heads-up action from the 50K, guys. Stay close.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. You're playing an 8-max MTT, 25 big blind steep. It's a button versus big blind single raise pot, and you're facing an 83% c-bet on Jack 7-3 Rainbow. Which of these hands should you consider folding? 6-5, King Queen, 7-4, or King 3? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Rollers Series. I'm getting some things in place. You do see, in honor of the Blez, the hat over here. Unfortunately, I've reached for an empty one. You know, you and I, familiar with hip-hop culture, sometimes you pour it out on the block, Nick, but, you know, salud to the Blez. Pour some out. There it is. Blez.
GG Blez.
GG, by the way, this electronic stuff that's out in front of the desk potentially as well. Let me get that back over here. Action continuing heads
Very impulsive,
up
but
here at the 50K. Do we have a napkin? What's happening? Nervy moments here at the desk. Ali Nejad, Nick Schulman, glad to have you with us.
Ivy and Ding Biao, let's go.
I mean, look, Jared's show, great as it was, now it's a different kind of show. This is the legend in terms of Ivy, and this is Ding Biao. I mean, if you want to dive into the app, I gave you a glimpse before we went down to the break, but 10-5 up against 6 1/4, blinds at 125, 250, 25 big blinds deep, and in terms of PLO, this is an operable stack depth heads up, right?
Yeah, this could be a long one. Ivy is really a PLO GOAT. He's done it all. He's battled heads up. He's won tournaments. He's played every amount of players you can play cash. And for Ding, I would imagine he's a little bit newer at PLO, but this guy's got unbelievable card sense, and he's just been on a crazy heater this festival. So,
yeah.
I mean, I can't wait.
No doubt about it. $755,000 locked up by each of these guys. 1.1 million up top, not to be slept on. Let's just take a quick peek at Phil Ivy's career Triton track record. We're talking about well up and over 10 million on lock. 5-time title winner. Jason Kuhn, the only man who's got more than Ivy. This is his 22nd cash. You can see it's a stretch of, 5 offers coming into this one. Had 2 FTs already here in Jeju. 50K 7 max, 7th place finish, 339, 30K 8 max, 9th, 119 dimes. And when Ivy gets down there, I know 2 FTs, he didn't really make that deep run. Well, when he gets down there, this dude closes.
100%, and he's been extremely dialed today.
Yeah.
We can all feel that. He's been all business from start to finish, period. So let's see if he closes it out. I'm sure Ding Biao has some ideas about allowing that to happen, but we're going to find out.
A quick peek at his Jeju stop. Look at these 4, 5, 6 cashes that he had coming into this one. 5th in the 30K PLO Quattro Bounty. So obviously on form in these 4-card streets as we get it back down into the arena. Absent one Jared Blesnick, but certainly not absent. Plenty left for you to sink your teeth into. So let us kick it off. 4.2 million, the total prize pool. 1-1 up top. Only 1 7-figure payout. 3/4 of a milli in the 50K PLO. Not a ton of uniques in this one, by the way, must be said. This is one of those multi-bullet kind of events. PLO in general, we touched on it, Nick. There's very few one-and-dones in a PLO field.
Yeah, if you're firing a 50K PLO, you probably have another clip ready to go. Here we go. 6.3 for Ding Biao, 11 million for Ivy. And this is one of the final levels of the game for Ding Biao. Heads up with Ivy for a Triton title.
End boss, as many like to call him.
And this is really like when you play a video game and get to the very end. King 5-4 Rainbow, we don't have cards as of just yet. Which I always enjoy, the 1 out of 1,000 hands or more that this is the situation. We can study the players. Personally, I actually think this should be a part of the show where you play a hand or two without, not Triton, but just in general, I like that. But here we are, bottom pair in the back door for Ivy. Ding with the wrap, jack high. Also backdoor spades.
300K bet.
And Ivy really is very tough at heads up PLO. He's beaten a lot of guys out of a lot of money. And he's drawing dead this hand.
Courtesy of that 6 on the turn, which is given Biao the straight. Ace of Spades relevance here. Note that Yao Ding does have spades of his own. .1, the follow-up. This one rates to be done, and indeed it is. Just early observations, by the way, Nick, and I think this is something that the vast majority of any given player pool here at Triton is probably going to be capable of. But Ivy, you know, he's got that rattle you kind of affect, and you're squaring off with him heads up. He's a goat. You know, I don't see really Ding Biao suffering from any of that at all. Granted, early on, but just early observations, as I said.
No, heads up with the GOAT. You know, that's intense for anybody. Having said that, I agree that this gentleman's cage doesn't look like it gets rattled easily. But it is just objectively true that Ivy has so much heads-up PLO seasoning, and Ding Biao's right here. This is a great match. Gut shot and 10 high for Ding. Ivy with bottom pair. That's about it. We'll have to flop momentarily.
King 3 deuce rainbow. Ivy with ducks. Ding with the gutter. Backdoor spadiness. Faces a little barrel.
Does Bing want to try to rip that 4 off? Maybe bluff sometimes and check, check. Not a whole lot, 5, 6, 9, 10. Has the backdoor spades working, but it's tough out of position. He is tearing one off. We can see it's something of a flip. Just if they ran the cards out, that is.
Well,
double
obviously.
gut shot
Ooh.
now for Ding.
Second check. Now on the river, a pair of 10s.
Interesting. 10's good. Does Ivy allow Ding to check and win? And does Ding check? I would think the 10 has enough showdown in this line, limp check pre, to just check and pray. But I don't know if Ivy... He does let him get there, or you know what I mean. Winner for Ding.
Pot Limit Omaha played heads up, Nick. All of a sudden we find ourselves proceeding with and entering deeper into a hand with holdings that typically we would never cling to in, you know, multi-way developments. You know, it's...
Very true, Ali. Heads up PLO is a lot of middle pair.
Yeah.
Top pair getting sticky. Not great draws.
Well, we take a moment to remind you that our exclusive staking partners are the good people over at PokerStake.com. Scan the QR code, head over there, and get in on Triton Super High Roller Series action. A number of our regulars do post, and you can get a piece. Some profitable horses are available out there. Rake and transaction fee free with guaranteed winnings is how it all goes down. Don't miss out. Head to PokerStake.com today.
Huge for Ivy. The opposite can be said about Ding's hand.
Yeah, the 10-6-4 deuce rainbow. You're not taking that one to prom.
Yeah, that's... Yeah.
You might not even go to the winter ball.
It's really nice, Solly. That's a really just...
What?
Might not even take that one to the winter ball. What even is that?
The school dance.
Mm.
You know? I mean, I don't know. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, but, you know, that's not. Not a pageant winner.
And this is interesting. Ding with back-to-back folds, likely. And I don't know if that's going to influence Phil to think that he might be over-folding heads up. We can see he's had 2 horrendous hands in a row. But whenever somebody folds twice in a row heads up, you always perk up and say, wait a minute, you know?
Is that all it takes for you in terms of like getting that weird sense that perhaps the salivary glands activate,
Yeah,
Pavlovian
the
bell
glands
rings?
activate. I've played a lot of heads up. I really do activate after 2, you know, or 2 button folds. It's like, you know.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Those
I just want to
ones.
start clicking buttons, but Ivy knows better. He knows Ding will fight. Had 2 terrible hands.
It's all getting logged out there, though. Make no mistake.
It all gets logged. It's true.
Ding. Ace-7, 4 deuce. Takes us up to 800. Here's Phil. Defending. Queen, queen, 6, 2 spades. No pair anywhere other than on the board.
And this is some of that murkiness that you were talking about. See a lot of this in heads up PLO.
Nonetheless, 1-9 out there. Ding's preflop raise, responsible for that, follows through and brings the troops home. Ivy check folding on that occasion there. Ooh, king, queen, jack, 10 double. Spade coverage as well. You know, little gap rundown for Biao. 800, the established preflop price point. Defense.
Oh, forgive me. I don't know why I thought he folded, and he slides right into trips. Diamonds working for Ivy. We don't love diamonds on paired boards, but good start for Phil.
Yeah, the check back and the 3 on the turn. Immediate arrival of that flush, putting Ivy in front. Note that Ding now plays 6-7 for a straight. So much hand, and yet willing to check once more. As Ivy checks back, and now a filly for Ding Biao. 5's full of 6s.
Well, we could see Phil's cautious play with a flush that had no pair blocker whatsoever. This is why. Ding definitely makes the fillet. 1.9 in the middle. It's not as if Phil bet turn, he would have cleared Ding, so he's definitely saved chips with this line.
Yep.
And of course, he is snap paying off. He'll see the bad news.
And it was a meaty river bet. And it's one of those spots, by the way, where, yes, we're losing, you know, a healthy number of chips, but we realized that there was really no street on which we were going to take that pot down, and in fact, we've saved quite a bit by virtue of those 2 checkbacks.
Definitely. The only run out we can consider if we're Phil is if we bet flop, they would have raised, perhaps, but there's so many hands that could have gone differently. If you go down that road, you can really lose it. And just like that, Ding has almost a 2-to-1 chip lead, Ollie.
Yeah, losing the chip lead.
And they're really not that deep. 35 bigs for Ding, 21 for Phil.
Climbing into the captain's seat.
Similar-ish hands.
This one played as a limp.
Not surprising the equities are close.
King 8-5, 2 hearts. Top pair for Phil.
Gut shot for Ding, 10 of hearts, interfering with some stuff. And the momentum of having just shown down a great hand. Goes for 3 into 9. Fills in. Not a lot of comfortable turns for Phil.
Queen of hearts. Rate to be among the uncomfortable ones?
Very uncomfortable, heartless for that matter. And I would think for Ding, we strongly consider bluffing now, and if not, we consider it again on the river. Does check. And he just slides into trips. Go on, Ding.
Runner, runner, queen.
Some kind rivers to Mr. Biao.
Unwilling to fire, though. Worried about hearts plus.
Worried about hearts? I like that sort of post-mortem of Phil. Eyes darting around.
Listen, Ivy's eyes should have their own Twitter account.
Yeah.
You remember the first time you played with Ivy?
Yes.
Live?
Yes, I do.
Talk to me about it.
It was at the Taj.
Atlantic City?
Yes, but believe it or not, it was for 8,000.
Oh, my.
And we also played heads up on a private jet to Monaco. Kind of cheap. And he quit me. It was such a good quit. I was so locked in. He was so bored. We were playing like 1-200. And we played like 6 hands, and he could tell I was, you know what I mean? I'm not saying I was going to beat Ivy if we put in a session. So there was that right when I met him. That's a long story. But then I really got my feet wet with him in Vegas, you know, when I was 21, 22, playing a lot of 2-4, 3-6,000 mixed. And I quickly realized this guy really is different, and he really is the truth. Like, I know it's obvious that he is, but feeling that at the table, I'm really grateful for that, you know, because nobody can ever really intimidate me ever again. I dealt with this for, you know, it's just different. It's when you get to be around goats and stuff like that, you know, I'm thankful for that. That's crazy experience.
You can get your T-shirt chewed on at those zoos.
Nice little momentum for Ivy.
I still remember the days of him. World Series of Poker main event. Wearing the basketball jersey.
Yeah, Steve Francis.
That's what it was. Is it a Rockets jersey?
Yes,
Yeah.
I remember that too. He almost won the main that year. He almost won it a few times.
He got down there.
Yeah.
Was that the Farha moneymaker year that I'm
Yeah, it
thinking?
was. I'm 90%. And he also told Freddie Deep to calm down when we were all thinking it.
I don't remember that.
They got all in, and Freddie hit some turn, and he didn't say calm down. Whatever he said was hilarious. And he said relax. So, all right, just relax. You know what I mean? How much? And, you know, paid it off.
He's been silky for as long as I've observed.
10-9-4-3 for Ding, a couple of spades. Couple of spades and clubs for Ivy. Queen 5-4 deuce. Defends.
We're not doing a lot of 3-betting pre-heads up in PLO, Nick, without like those really upper crust sort of holdings,
You know,
or do we balance?
In cash when we're deep, a lot of balancing going on. Here, Ivy has 18 bigs, 17, so it's a lot different. We're 3-betting with bigger cards that we're willing to go with. But in cash, stuff like this, when you're deep, you can have some fun. But this is a much different spot for the tournament, and Phil in commanding lead of this one. Does Ding want to try to blast his way out?
Flicks the orange disc out there. His brother looking on. Left of your screen on the rail. Now another million into the middle as the king is pesky, as are the diamonds. Ivy content to just play this one passive and conservative.
This is the kind of card Ding could barrel and really put Ivy in an uncomfortable spot. The flip side is he's a bit capped on great hands. Forgive me. He bet flop. He's not capped whatsoever.
And he's not slowing down either. 1.4 million, and it does get the job done.
And that's really nice. And had flop went check, check, which I went insane for a moment, it is a lot different where sometimes you wait till the river to sort of rep the king, because why are you
want me to move now?
Betting the king now? But in that bet line, that was beautifully done by Ding Bao, who has a 3-1 lead, Ali. The cards have not gone Ivy's way at all.
No, they haven't. But the one thing that we know is this is a man with no quit in him.
Zero.
Right? Perhaps this is evident to all involved, but heads up can be very emotional. You know? All of a sudden, you feel that pendulum swing. You have the chip lead. The stacks get even. Now you're dog. Now you keep getting pulled away from.
The rail kind of rallying Ding there. What a series it's been for him.
Eight, 7-4 tray. Baby diamonds. Limped and a check back in spite of the ace-high hearts, obviously 3 suited. Never the greatest, but 2 hearts do fall onto the board. Broadway gutter and the nut flush draw.
And it really is tough heads up when you just are finding no connection at all, or any realm of poker for that matter. Phil just continually running into it right now. Goes for the steal. See how Ding wants to play it. Could see sort of ramping up the variance and just going for it against Phil. Sometimes get it in and win the tournament. Obviously not this time. Does pot it.
And the erosion has been quite steady here for Phil Ivey. There's no fat lady singing.
No, there hasn't been a corpulent. Is that it, Ali?
Corpulent? That is the word.
Yeah, there hasn't been a corpulent woman singing just yet, but
belching out a tune? Is that what I said? I can't remember what I said. It was something.
What do you think, guys? Can Ivy spin? Of course he can. Let's hear it in the chat.
You'd be ill-advised to just bet against Ivy in general. I mean, even here,
you would.
Just everybody relax.
Shouldn't have said, can he spin? Will he spin? Ding limps.
Queen 6-5, 2 hearts, straight draw, pair of sixes, a very relevant ace of hearts, all checking over to the perilous king high, backdoor clubbiness.
Ding with not a whole lot.
Seemed annoyed to have to check that one back, but does hit an 8 here.
I would think Phil stabs an awful lot here. Does have that key card. The most key card. And it sounds a bit silly to say because it's so obvious, but Phil needed that, you know?
It isn't always just a function of the chips, right?
That's what I meant.
Yeah. Let's stop the hemorrhaging. Let's cauterize this seemingly endless wound. The big red candle, as I like to put it. $200,000, $400,000 with a 400K big blind ante, $1 million every 2 hands, committed in the dark. Kings with diamonds covering.
Phil goes for limp fold with that one. Seems like the right idea.
His hand was in very bad shape.
Yeah, that deuce is just so bad.
And the king in this spot.
And the king in this spot.
Diamond smothered. Yeah, it was in a bad way. That was not one of those examples of equities running close pre-flop in PLO. Decent one for Ding Biao.
Seven and a half bigs for Ivy. And he continues to look at pretty trashy hands. Limp check.
Queen 9-4, 2 diamonds. Ivy has flopped the 7 high flush draw. Little else of note. 1.2 check
with
over.
Bottom 2, and he does just go for the sneak.
He did have the gutter as well with the Jack 8.
He did. I was wondering how Phil would respond to bet.
Bad card for Ding Biao on the turn here. The reasons are obvious.
4.
Phil goes for third pot. And for Ding with the full house draw, in regards to the 9-4 and queens and nines with a jack, does he want to keep Phil honest? Could see a Blesnik min raising or something like this. He goes for call.
Turn. Ivy hits the 5.
A little bit strange for Phil after check, check, flop. We can remove some of the possible full houses from Ding. He does just shut it down with the 5, which is good sometimes. He'll see the bad news. Can Phil run it back, guys? This has been all Ding Biao. Almost a 7-1 chip lead now.
I don't get the sense whatsoever that Ding Biao's going to get out ahead of his skis here either. You know, sometimes,
I know what you mean.
You know, the haste, you're like, I can taste it. Here we go. Let me just maybe take a hand that I shouldn't necessarily spin with and just try to get it done. I think he's just going to go about what needs doing straight through till the end, whatever end of that he ends up on. Certainly rates to be the good one as it stands now. 6-1 chip lead.
Phil just 6 bigs. Still looking down at pretty bad hands. Goes for limp, and for Ding with 8-8 and an ace against limp. These hands, the shorter we are, the better they are.
King 6 deuce, 2 spades.
This is all Phil.
8's adrift, 6 connection, but the gutter and the spade draw.
Pot.
And Ivy says pot, and a fairly rare sight since the onset of heads-up play, chips being delivered to Ivy's doorstep.
And it's easy to kind of get, you know, it's only been like 20 hands. But Ding Biao has 14 million and Phil has 3.2. Double suited for both. Clear clash incoming. If Ding pots, Phil will defend.
.2 ahead.
And we like this, just defend from Phil makes sense. He can open pot the flop sometimes and clear a very real amount of equity.
9-9-8.
This is an interesting one. Phil probably does just live with his hand. He checks. See what Ding goes for. 4.5 bigs for Phil. 7 in the middle. Ding with 2 backdoor flush draws. He checks.
Jack rolling off, gut shot. Added along with diamonds for Phil, who checks a second time after
And I get
Ding
the
raised a
feeling
pre.
Ding is worried there's some deception going on from Camp Ivy. We can see his hand is just middle of the road.
Perhaps that.
Oh, and Ding does just get there.
Ace gives him the winner. You see Ivy shutting down. Had so much equity. That was Ding Biao's only out.
Yeah,
Was it
this is...
not?
It really was.
You got a read on that look?
Not really. I think he's a little frustrated, but not as much as one might think. Does that check out, Ali?
Yeah, I would say so, especially given the kind of...
It's a huge match. He's guaranteed 755, but this is worth a lot. First is 1.1. I don't believe they made a deal. I'm pretty sure. He's frustrated.
Pot. Pot, yeah.
See if Ding gives Phil action with 4s. Just 4 bigs for Phil. Chance to win the tournament. We are generally priced in PLO when they're this short, but I can understand the fold. That hand is so trashy, but, you know, the big blind ante, 4 bigs. Some of the procedures are a little uncomfortable.
Six bigs for Phil Ivey. King, Queen, 7-4 with hearts. A limp.
Okay.
Queen, Jack, 8 deuce, checks back. Diamonds. Four, 6, 7.
Top
Diamond.
and bottom for Ding. Diamond's working for Phil. Think it's going in, Ali.
1.2 declared. Well, I'm not sure that...
Ding put it in. Snap.
Okay.
We just stayed on Phil.
Got it.
Phil with 3-2 dog. If he doesn't hit, Ding takes down the 50K PLO. Pretty incredible.
4-8-5 in the middle. It has been all Ding Biao thus far in heads up. Might we find the bounce off the bottom for Phil Ivey? It's going to take a diamond for the time being to do so. And there is that diamond. Phil makes the flush and now just needs to fade a 7 or a 4 to haul in roughly 5 million and re-rack.
Ding's been tough to fade on the river, but...
And that river is the 4.
Is the 4.
Okay.
GG, Phil.
I don't think there's anybody that would have sat in that seat and done any better than Phil did, if you know what I mean, Nick. It really...
That 755 will take the Sting out on the way to short deck.
Sure.
Cards did not go his way,
no,
Ali, at all.
That's what I mean. As great as he was, you know, the deck seemed to be leaning, certainly.
Ding Biao, bravo.
In favor of Ding Biao, who just defeated Phil Ivey heads up, 1.1 million plus, and his second career Triton title. As his Jeju festival continues to be a good one. There it is. Get that mic off, young man. Go find your people.
Phil said, okay.
Yeah, well, you know, we both know what he means by that. It was seemingly preordained affair here in this 50K Pot Limit Omaha, the last of the 4-card events here in Jeju, as eyes will now be trained upon the short deck streets. There's producer James wrangling. You know, I feel so unsatisfied.
I hear you. I would have liked to see a little bit more of a back and forth. It was Ding's match. When you reach a bad pocket of heads up that's not going your way, it's the most, what's the word I'm looking for?
Is it painful?
Yeah, painful, but it's the shackles are on. You know, you're dead.
Sure.
You have bad hands, they have good hands. You're dead.
Yeah.
You know, no matter who, it is what it is. So, great run, Phil. Ding Biao, congratulations.
Yeah,
Wow.
obviously, that reality is not one that's going to take any of the shine off of this moment for Ding Biao. There was a lot of poker that got played to that point, and it got played very well by Ding Biao.
Yeah,
so
he's a cardsman.
Yeah, credit to him, of course. And Nick, sad to say, this is it for you here in Jeju. You're not going to be joining us in the short deck streets. What do you got planned, friend?
I'm heading home tomorrow.
Okay, back to the
really
702.
Enjoyed this, everybody. Thank you so much to Triton, Share Hands, producer James over here grinding, you, Jaffe, Rasty. It was a pleasure. I really enjoyed this, Ali, and I hope to see you soon.
Likewise. Lovely sentiments.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it, my
All
friend.
right. Good night, guys.
But hang on. Not, of course, in terms of our coverage. We are going to bring you that 25K short deck, and, of course, as is standard and customary, we're going to send you down to Marianella Pereira, who is standing by with Ding Biao, and when you come back, it'll be Will Jaffe and Brian Rast for short deck.
standing next to our 50K PLO champ, Ding Biao, and Win, who's from our Triton team, who's gracious enough to translate here. Now, Ding Biao, you first joined us 12 months ago. You clinched your first title in Cyprus just a few days ago, runner-up in the 150K. Here you are with your second title. Is it fair to say that these past 12 months have gone better than expected?
他就讲你之前1年前你在塞浦路斯你拿到第1个冠军，现在呢你的感觉是如何？你觉得你到现在会越来越好吗？
没有，我就是运气好，那个打得多。
So he says that yes, he thinks that the more he play is getting better and better. So that's what he thinks. Yeah.
That's without a doubt. Yes. Does it make this moment so much more memorable, Ding, to have beat the man widely regarded as the best in the world?
就你刚才跟Phil Ivey 打个 heads up 嘛， so 现在你赢了他，你会觉得对你来有一个特别的意识嘛？因为他就是人家都会讲他是最好的， so 现在你对了他赢了一个 heads up， 会对你有一个特别的印象留下吗？
这 hands up 本来就靠运气，我重牌比他高，不证明我打得比他好。他确实是一个令人尊敬的选手，我只是这次运气比他好。
So he says that yes, going heads up with Phil Ivey, he said that luck plays a role as well. So Phil Ivey is a very good player. He's great. Just that he hits the cards better than him this time. Yeah. So he's loved this heads up with Phil Ivey. Yeah.
I heard Ding Biao say, lucky fish. All right, let's not delay the moment anymore. Let's get your hands on the second title. I'd like to invite Tournament Director Luca Vivaldi out here. We'll make some space here. Ding Biao, hold it up high in the air. Ladies and gentlemen, your 50K PLO champ, Ding Biao.
Sorry, little technical difficulties. Welcome back to Jeju, Triton Super High Roller Series. The real night shift taking over here, me and Rasty. Did you sweat any of that PLO, Rast?
I mean, I was in there till right before the final table, and I did end up watching some of it. I caught like maybe the first half of the final table. So I watched most of it, basically, but just didn't see the end.
Yeah, I mean, basically, they got heads up. Ivy had a nice chip lead, and then nothing you could really do with the cards. I mean, when you're heads up, PLO playing, 30, 40 big blinds deep, the deck is going to determine a lot. And, Ding Biao, really incredible series for him. Finished runner-up in that 150K buy-in that Elton Sang ended up winning. Now takes down this PLO. Really a force on the Triton series, but also almost that close for Ivy, right? I mean, you could tell he wanted it in the 50K final table. He folded jacks to Mateos. So close to that. He actually has 5 Triton titles, so he's kind of, I mean, I guess it's low-key becoming a force in this series, too.
Yeah, no, no doubt. It was an exciting group of players. I mean, a lot of big names, old school, new school. It was a great final table, and yeah, Biao Ding's been playing very well.
Well, we are going to transfer into short deck now. That's the end of the PLO events for the series, but we do have the 25K short deck, and I guess, you take out the deuces, the 3s, the 4s, and the 5s. Is this like a merge hybrid of PLO and No Limit in a way?
Yeah, you know, obviously it's got 2 cards, so in that respect, it's going to feel a lot more similar to Hold'em. That said, in terms of equities running close, the nuts changing all the time, in that respect, it's a lot more like PLO. So yes.
All right, well, we're going to get down. We got a nice little feature table for you guys here. Makita, Kiat Lee, and Mr. Phil Ivey, fresh off his second place finish in the 50K PLO, is going to be headlining our feature table. So, yeah, this should be interesting. Short deck action from here on out for the next few days. This is the first event, $25,000 buy-in. They'll ramp up as you see bads with a lot of antes, and you'll get familiar pretty quickly, but this is the way we play short deck with the antes. What's your short deck experience like, Rasty?
Yeah, so I had played maybe 1 or 2 times before coming to Triton in 22. You know, I did all the stops in 22 and really learned short deck pretty well here in the booth. Got a primer from somebody a bit before the first stop. I mean, that helped a lot. I believe in 22 in the WSOP, I played the 10K and I ended up coming in 3rd. So, you know, all the experience here in the booth definitely helped with that. Thought I played quite well until the hand I busted on, 3-handed, where I torched it. But, you know, short deck is a real interesting game. And, yeah, you know, maybe I'm not quite as familiar with all, like, there's a lot of technical stuff happening with short stack spots, not at all dissimilar, really, to every other game. No limit, even PLO, kind of like what you're supposed to do at all the different stack depths at this many antes, this many antes, this many antes, etc. But yeah, I mean, short deck's also, I mean, we're catching it early in the tournament. Guys are deeper. That's very fun because there's a lot of fun stuff that happens with whose range is supposed to have what, kind of who can represent what, and decent amount of bluffing in this game, actually.
Yeah, one of the things you'll notice right away, the equities are a lot closer. You see the ace-king only has 59% there. Ren is going to limp with the jack-7, and Wu is going to raise it up big from the button.
Yeah, that's a very large raise. Ace-king in this game is a very strong hand. Ace-king's very strong in short deck. Actually a favorite over pairs like jacks or tens. And those type of, I mean, you got to think about jacks or tens. These middle pairs, much, much weaker in short deck.
Makes sense intuitively, right? When you have jacks or tens, you get in with ace-king, you like to see those deuces, those 3s, those 4s and 5s on the board, as long as they're not completing a straight.
Exactly.
And that is Tan, very good short deck player. Tan Schwinn. And Phil Ivey, so close to another Triton title. Also, shout out to Jared Blesnick. Really put on a show throughout that tournament. Came in 3rd. And so this is really as good as it gets, right? Ace-king suited. Not much better than this in short deck.
Yeah, I mean, you know, aces, but yeah.
And we're doing a lot of limping. And look, Ren traps here, and he's going to be a nice favorite against Wu. Looking to score the knockout. Already down to 22 out of 52. So getting close to the money here. 9 places pay. Ren Lin looking for the elimination.
You can see they tie a quarter of the time, which is super high.
And nice turn for Wu.
You'll notice in short deck, gut shots just hit so much more often. It seems insane. Not this time, though.
Good game, sir. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of him in these events.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing him yet, so maybe he's a short deck specialist who came out here.
Yeah, I'm sure just like the PLO, right? We had a lot of guys I know flew in for those. I actually
Yeah.
spoke to both of the Portuguese guys. Thomas Ribeiro,
Yes.
rough series, bubbled the 50K.
Yes, I spoke with them when I left the booth earlier when it was 8-handed. On my way to the gym, I ran into both of them, both the Portuguese guys. Yeah, super pleasant.
Yeah, really nice guys. They're going to be heading to Vegas to
Yeah.
chase the PLO dream.
Yeah.
Good series
They're
out
like,
there.
Are we
yeah.
going to see you there? And I'm like, yeah, I'll be there for the last couple tournaments.
Are you going to fire some PLOs?
Yeah. I mean, after here, I'm spending 2 nights in Seoul just because I've never been to Korea. So I don't want to come in and out and see nothing. I'm going to spend a few days in Seoul, walk around. It'll mean I miss a couple PLOs in Vegas, but I'll be back and I'm going to fire the last ones. I mean, I'm feeling... Been in the booth for 3 or 4 days doing PLO.
You're ready to
I'm
go.
ready.
You're inspired. A little stir crazy too, probably.
Yeah, the 2 days in Seoul, which sounded so great. I'm gonna do it. I'm not changing, but I am longing for home. My little Sphinx cat, Lord Beerus. I mean, my son's there.
Is that one of those Dr. Evil cats?
Yes, except that one was white. They're a lot uglier when they're white. Mine is gray, just like the real Lord Beerus from Dragon Ball. He's the best cat.
Yeah, shout out to... Didn't the creator of Dragon Ball pass away recently?
No, did he? Akira Toriyama. I never heard that.
I believe
sure?
so. We might have to check with our
Uh-oh.
producers, but I saw a bunch of posts on social media about that. Probably get a confirmation. Makita with a massive chip lead here. He's got 2.6 million. It's about $1 million more than Mike Watson, who's in second place. And he's got the best hand here.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he literally just died in the last, 2 weeks.
Yeah, legend. Makita's going to take it down. So Makita Batakuski took the PLOs off. Is back here for the short deck, looking to finish strong.
Yeah, Makita is one of the best, arguably the best all-round 2-card players.
Yeah, when we say that, do we mean just no limit hold'em and short deck?
Yes. No limit and short deck. I mean, right, Fish 023 or whatever online. You and I were discussing that earlier today. But then, I mean, has crushed tournaments in the recent years since he's moved to them. So just in no limit hold'em, I mean, crushed the highest stakes, won oodles of money in tournaments and cash. And then he's, to my understanding, he's basically kind of doing the same with short deck.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. Maybe the narrow. Sorry, what?
No, I was gonna say second place in Cyprus in the 50K short deck main for over 500K.
I mean, I'm trying to think who's on this list. It's him, like maybe Jason Kuhn. Who else?
Also, also a couple of final tables in Vietnam. Final table, the 100K short deck there, as well as the 50K short deck. So, no stranger to these formats. Seth Davies, plenty of short deck experience as well. And so you'll see there are no blinds, it's just annies, and the button annies, I believe double, is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah, so you could think everyone's a small blind and the button's a big blind, or...
Yeah, and you'll see these low hands just have like no value at all. The 9-8 offs.
Yeah, something like King 6 offsuit is one of the worst hands in this game.
Hey, this is just pure dust.
Yeah.
Getting to the point, though, are we at the point where we might start to see some ICM creeping in? 9 players paid, 10 off the money. Are we still probably a ways away?
No, it's something on their radar, I think.
See Tan with a big lead here.
Yeah, so this is a flop which obviously both players can have a jack, but Tan's range is a little tighter because a lot of the junk hands he's folding, so he has a jack like a little bit more frequently. Plus he has stuff like aces and kings and queens. So you're just going to see a board like that. He's going to bet a lot versus the button who checks. When the button checks, right, they're one of the only players who really has a decent amount of 6x. So boards where there's 6-6, for example, you'll oftentimes see like everybody check to the button and the button just fire a bunch of stuff.
Because everybody who else has a 6 is just folding their hand.
Yeah, there's not like very few 6x hands get played.
Yeah, Tan Xuan won the 100K short deck in London in 2019 for 1.9 million pounds. You see a lot of limping like this. These players aren't limping their entire range, but there's plenty of trapping going on.
No, sometimes, yeah. I mean, there will be players who, in a lot of situations, especially as like the first one to come in, you know, depending on stack sizes, but when it's pretty deep, like they might end up limping their entire range that they play. Yeah. But that depends player to player, also depends on stacks. So again, I mean, like, obviously ace queen's the nuts, right? Right now. That said, a set in short deck is a favorite against a straight on the flop, and a flush even beats a full house. So having a flush draw is like even a better draw than a set in some ways. But like in this type of pot, really like Phil Ivey is the one who can have ace queen the most. Not that it's some kind of lockdown, but you know, he limped in first position. Definitely some people behind him good chance they raise ace queen. So he would have stabbed at this a lot, but not with just sevens.
Yeah, and you saw Makita on the flop had 60% four ways, and that's in part because normally with queen jack, right, a lot of the time the turn's going to come one of those low cards.
Yeah.
But it's much more easy to hunt straights in this game. And he's just going to rip.
Hey, can we get a different shot clock? Can we get a new one? The blinking is just super distracting.
Phil Ivey.
What's up, Michael? How you doing?
Good, good. You good?
Yeah.
You're looking healthy. Looking pretty healthy. Tired, but healthy.
Where you seeing this?
Yeah, Thailand and Japan. Between there, yeah. Just been chilling.
Now, is short deck a
About
game
a
that
year
gets
off
played
now.
in cash a lot or mostly tournaments?
It's quite fun actually to come back after a while.
I mean, I think it's more played in cash, right? I don't know of too many tournaments outside of Triton that run short deck.
The World Series, they did it for what, a couple years, maybe just 1 year, and then they kind of got rid of it?
Is it not in the schedule? I think it's been in there the last 2 years.
Oh, has it?
I haven't looked at the schedule yet. Did they cut it?
What was the one? Who won the one you got third in? Was that Chance or someone else?
No, it was a Japanese player who's quite good at short deck. In fact, when I talked with, I think Koze
was it
like
Yuki?
friends with him, maybe.
Yuki or one?
And Koze was like, yeah, he's like the best short deck player from Japan or whatever. I don't remember his name.
Try to look it up. See a lot of these pots just getting completed and checked around. Ren ahead here with the king-queen offsuit.
Ooh, and Makita up front limping the 10-9-0. Hits the straight. See what he does.
Someone in chat says I need Makita and Ivy to switch outfits. Don't know if Ivy's going to ever rock something like that, but... Seth now, top pair, gutter.
He comes with B20, 20%. Very interesting. Board with some wetness to it.
Almost feels like he's trying to induce.
Yeah, he's putting some of these hands in a weird spot, and Seth takes top pair in the 9 and makes a play. Now Makita is out of position to Seth, so if he just calls here, then he has to, he's acting first on the turn. So maybe he 3-bets. I mean, hands like what Seth has are just folding, and as we can see, don't have a ton of equity. Most of Seth's equity comes from chopping on a 10.
Bads with 18.5 million in Triton earnings, 4 titles.
So versus Seth's exact hand, he would want to call, but he does have the nuts right now.
Yeah, he's going to raise it back up. They are very deep as well, so Seth just a one and done. Plenty of winnings for Seth as well here. Still looking for that first Triton title though. 6.8 million in earnings. Already 5 cashes for him during this series. 3rd place in the 50K Bounty Turbo for 418,000. Bunch of close calls. 19th in the main event, 234,000. 13th in another 50K. Ivy's our short stack. He regged, I think, as soon as he busted the PLO.
All in. Hello. That's a call. Yes.
Michael's just going to rip here, and Ivy has jacks. And look at those equities, Brian.
Yeah, he's...
Ace-Jack off has 42% against jacks. I mean, that's
That feels like fun.
Are we playing PLO with 2 cards here?
It is almost shocking, though, when you see this, right? Because even this matchup specifically, like, you'd think jacks would be better.
Great flop for the jacks, though.
There is the 7-9. Ooh, but the 10, really, Ivy's best card. Now there's no straight draws for Zhang.
How much is it?
Phil Ivy with the big double. Zhang going to be crippled. Now Zhang, we saw him rip about 450K with the ace-jack off. Is he more likely to limp with a hand like ace-king, ace-queen suited there? Or do you think those go in as well?
Yeah, maybe he's also ripping ace-queen. Maybe he's mixing with ace-king.
Okay.
Maybe he's more likely to limp aces. Different players have different strategies. I even wonder if he had about 40 antes. You know, maybe some other players don't rip very often at all with 40 antes.
Phil Ivy felt like he took a break for a bit. I don't really know, but it feels like he's really back now. I don't know if you've spoken to him at all, Brian, but it seems like the fire is lit, and I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of him.
Yeah, I think he, you know, he was going through some stuff in his life and made some changes, started focusing on his health. You know, I believe he just had a child.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you know, so he's with somebody new now. You know, his first marriage didn't work out. I think it was just a lot of personal stuff he was kind of going through, took some time off poker, but has come back
And I agree, has really come back and putting his stamp back on it. Kind of said, you know, the type of y'all must have forgot type of thing. I mean, I don't think anybody really forgot.
Nobody forgot, but he's making us remember if we did.
Yeah.
King's here for Davies.
All in.
Yeah, he's just going to rip.
All in. Yep.
And Kings is a much more vulnerable hand in short deck.
All in.
Zhang with the pretty queen 10 of diamonds. Time to gamble for him. And what does Ren do here?
I think Ren has to let this go. He's just not doing very well. I mean, Seth has ace, king, kings, maybe even aces. I'm not sure how Seth plays aces. Maybe he's 3-bet smaller with aces specifically and some other bluffy hands, but...
Trying to bluff you off aces.
Right.
Seth's well out in front here. Michael looking for the double.
Disqualified. Your hand's dead.
Uh-oh. There's something for everybody in there.
Mike just looking for a jack now.
More for you? Yeah. That's pretty good for me. It stays that way. It's a good 10 for me. I think it's going to be the king of hearts. Not river. GG, buddy.
We're going to lose Michael Zhang in 18th place.
I can beat.
You couldn't beat me? You didn't have 8s?
No. Almost call.
Queen Jack suited.
Seth Davies now third in chips. Mike Watson is second.
If it's jet 10, I call. 100% call.
Yeah?
You see Makita leading the way with that pile. Ante goes up to 12,000, 24 on the button.
Okay.
Aces for Ivy.
Renlin has a hand I doubt he's folding, unless somebody 3-bets. I mean, Jack-9 suited plays pretty well. I mean, we're going to see in a minute that...
How much?
I mean, look at the equity it has versus ace. It's not bad.
Yeah, not a hand you limp to fold, really, in short deck.
I mean, listen, not quite as good as, say, 10-9 or Jack-10. You have that gap, but... Oh, wow, he lets it go.
Yeah, good fold from Ren. Phil Ivey stacking chips here. Came up just short in the 50,000 PLO. Hopped right in the late reg here, and now he's alive with 17 left. Very much in the hunt for this short deck title.
And so I think maybe that's some of this being
24.
aware of the...
Not professional now.
Only there
Almost.
being like 18 or 19 people, or 17 people
That's
left.
probably an ICM fold from
Yeah.
Ren, yeah.
He's just like, you know, I'm gambling, I'm out of position. I'm sure he's a favorite against me. He covers me, or has a lot of chips. Even if he doesn't cover, it's pretty close. So just gonna pass this spot.
Look at this. Ivy limps the ace-king of spades, and he's going to get Tan Schwinn to bite with the queen-6 off. Just going for the pure bluff.
Yeah, just taking an awful hand that's not even worth a limp and turning into a bluff.
And Ivy just going to shove it.
And that's that Ivy feel right there. Tan's been pretty quiet so far.
Yeah,
right?
it's super cool to watch Ivy because it's obvious that he's made some adjustments to his game, but the feel is very much still there. Like, he hasn't lost that at all. There were some really cool hands from the final table, like one hand where the flop came queen 7 deuce, all hearts, and Blesnik bet with just a queen, and Ivy called him with just a queen, all black. Ended up busting him because the turn was a queen, but it was just the feel, you know what I mean? Like, he just has such a great feel for the game. Jacks for Davies now. Interesting, just checks back on the button ante.
Yeah, it looks like he's happy just to try to flop a set.
Great flop for Ren, but also really good flop for Tan.
Yeah, he flops. So it's a little deceptive, but the equivalent of the wheel, the short deck wheel, ace-6, 7, 8, 9.
So he has 7-5 technically right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ace playing below
is
the 6.
Yeah, the ace, you can use it to make straights. Makita has top pair, backdoor flush draw.
So interesting lead from Tan. This isn't really a flop that should hit the under the gun limp very often. So again, normally you see somebody check quite often there.
Ren now. Can't imagine he's going anywhere.
Listen, open-ended straight draws hit a lot, and he's got a flush draw to go with it. My guess is he probably just raises and plays this fast. He's got a huge hand. He's going to be a favorite against Tan heads up, I think, once Seth folds if he raises.
35 seconds. Shot clock's 35 seconds?
Again, the one reason why he might not raise here would be the ICM implications.
Yeah, Tan does have him covered. Still 8 players from the money.
He was wondering, like, what hands is Tan leading with? Does he have the nut flush draw? That's really the one hand that does make sense that Tan might lead with under the gun because he's playing ace-x suited stuff. And that's the one hand where he's not really doing well. Now that said, the queen and 10 and open-ended, there's actually a ton of outs in this, so he's not even really that far behind, you know, say like the ace-king of diamonds.
You can tell he's kind of unsure. I'm not sure how much short deck Ren has played.
What he's not doing is folding. How he proceeds at this point. I mean, he's really taking a lot of time right now. And
yeah, and this is genuine.
Which is a bit of a tell, but...
Yeah, at this point, I think he's just going to call. Counts out those chips. Yeah, and you see now just he's actually a slight favorite with Davies out of there. Eight on the turn now, and how worried about boats does Tan need to be?
I mean, he definitely needs to be worried. Ren can have had a set or had 9-8 for sure. That said, you know, Ren can also have flush draws, hands such as Queen 10 and Jack 10.
I assume you're not, right?
Yeah, and obviously against these hands, he still wants to bet for protection.
If we can make it arrangement.
Interesting. Red now calls very quickly after taking a while on the flop.
Like, so pretty much up to her if she wants to. She's up for it.
And that's going to do it for Tan. So unless Ren makes a play at this, Tan should win this hand.
Don't think there is a ton of value in betting for Tan. Like if we're putting Ren on, let's say, a mix of boats and then a lot of like flush or straight draws, you know, it's like really the only hand would be like 8-7, 9-7, 8-10.
And yes, he has some of those, but mostly he either already has you beat or has like queen or jack high or, you know, maybe ace high diamonds. Well, he can't because Ton does. King high diamonds just got there. Another hand you could potentially get value from. But jack 10, queen 10,
Poker player, man.
pretty big parts. Actually, some of those hands might fold turn unless they have diamonds.
Yeah, Tan going to go into bluff catching mode. And Ren may want to bluff at this. Can't win if he checks. Does give it up.
Aces
Tan
5
Schwen going to drag a nice pot here.
Oh no.
Oh, the fuck.
How'd you lose that one?
Is this one right? I'm confused now.
嗯，
你顺子吗？
对，你这个牌很保守了，可以了，输的不多。
I remember last year you were
但
thinking
是我
about
推你
using
接不动。
Amsterdam.
什么时候？
Did you make
河
it?
牌推你接不动。
No, not yet.
我就是等你推的
Have。a week
要不
between
然你接得
Monaco
动吗？
and
也很难接。
我等你推的，我输8-9一手牌，
Vienna.
Because it's direct.
8-9俘虏也是。
我赢你各种买花，也不是说包接吧，我会想一下。
很难接的，很难接，输太多。
Are you gonna be there after Monaco?
No.
我这个 flap 很强哈。
嗯，
flap 很强。
你领先。7勾加方块。
both ball? Oh.
King Jack of diamonds now for Ren.
Now, Phil has a hand which could get aggressive here, could also check. Yeah, so Phil's going to attack these guys. I mean, limp folding this in this spot would be really nitty if Ren did that. So, okay. He's going to decided to go the route where he can respect himself tomorrow. I approve. It's one of those, you limp fold that in the hijack. It's like you don't look at the mirror for the next 24 hours.
Yeah, he gets rewarded. Flops top pair. Ivy does have a heart.
Yeah, given that he didn't limp jam, I mean, Ren kind of smashes the Jack 10 area, right? Like, Ren's probably limp jamming Ace King or Ace Queen, or a hand like Queens or whatever if he had it, but gonna hit a pair a lot. That said, Ivy's blocking the Ace of Hearts and has nothing, so let's just take a step.
Yeah, Ivy gonna bluff at this.
Maybe hoping he could get Ren to fold a hand like 10-9 suited, 10-8 suited that called. You know, maybe like nines. If Ren decided to limp call it, he might not. He might fold that pre. Oh
Wow,
my.
and he gets him to fold.
Okay.
You will go to Monaco. You should save the contact.
I mean, this low in SPR, that seems pretty tight
Yeah,
to
I
me.
have it. Yeah.
I know one pair. I mean, it's nothing to write home about, but you know, it's top pair. Ivy can have some bluffs. You know, if Ivy has Ace King or Ace Queen, we're doing okay. And yeah, not sure that seems really snug. I mean, we're not on the bubble yet. It's getting close, but
The Phil Ivy show is on air now, though.
yeah.
And Ren getting closer to the danger zone.
Tired. I thought he was the big blind. I was folding under the gun. Huh?
So Ren can't have many 7s at all.
And Tan can.
And Tan can. So Tan is taking that small bet and going to see what happens here. Maybe with the exact intent on betting versus turn check.
Yeah, I would expect them to pounce here. If not, definitely on the river. Tan, very experienced short deck player. Here in the final days of the Triton Super High Roller Series in Jeju.
Oh. Oh, it is small blind, big blind, huh?
Yeah, and I think maybe Ren's not a very experienced short deck player. It looks like this is just his...
This is his first short deck event in Triton. He's only played a couple Triton series, but never a short deck event.
Yeah,
so.
this is his second Triton, and in Monte Carlo last year, I don't know if they had, but if they did, he didn't play any short deck. So he's... Yeah, okay, there weren't any. But yeah, I know he... Yeah, so... He's probably not super experienced. And these guys are teaching him. That would be my assessment.
25K, you know,
Yeah.
gamble / short deck lesson.
No, of course.
Learn from the best.
Coming on the smallest one, you know, you take your shot and review the tape afterwards to learn your lessons.
Watch the film. Davies well out ahead with the ace here. Tan does have a gutter. You've seen Tan steal a couple pots already. Looking for another here.
Wow, this is an interesting bet. I feel like if I have a gutter to a 9 there, just happy to get a free one and try to hit it. But
Tan is very aggressive from what I've seen.
yeah, in a 4-way pot. Now Seth, he limped under the gun.
Going nowhere.
Yeah. Total brick, and 10 really shouldn't have many 7s. Like, doesn't make a ton of sense to bet a 7 in a 4-way pot unless you now have a full house. And some of those hands are pretty dusty, although we've seen 10 playing a lot of bad hands. I mean, I think he limped under the gun with ace-7 off, which is not supposed to be a thing. But Seth might definitely call if 10 fires here, and 10 kind of figures that out.
Interesting river. I'm assuming Tan, if it's checked to him, will realize he can't win at showdown.
Yes, and then but then he has to decide, you know, can I get Davies to fold an ace? That's the second part of it. You know, he is blocking ace-jack and jacks.
Also blocking 9-8.
Although Seth probably folds jacks to the flop bet, so...
Yeah, he's just going to give it up. And I think this is an example of his experience in short deck, understanding on the turn. Can't really rep the 7.
Yeah.
Seth Davies going to keep chipping up here. 16 left now.
Yeah, if you're going to play really aggressive, play bad hands, fire a lot, you can't just turn every one of these little probe bets on the flop into just a 3-street bluff. You know, sometimes you just got to go one and done here and give up.
370? Double up. 800.
Jacks now for Davies. And he's going to raise this time.
Which is interesting.
Tan with the ace-jack of clubs.
Let's see what Tan thinks about it. I would expect him just to flat as opposed to 3-bet here, but
These players with almost identical stacks.
you know, there's not a lot of value really 3-betting ace-jack, like, right? But if he thinks Seth is opening a bunch of middling strength hands that he's going to fold to, you know, 300K here, it's a good reason to do it. But yeah, flat would feel like a kind of exploit type move if he decided to 3-bet based on some read he has on Seth, either Seth's opening range or how Seth is going to respond to 3-bets. Flat seemed a bit more standard. All right, and I kind of feel like Tan's a favorite to win this hand. Like, how happy can Jacks really be on this? Even hitting a Jack is like, okay, great, now there's a bunch of straights, but, you know, obviously if he hits a Jack, he's probably not going anywhere. But Tan's in position, he's got no pair, has a gutter, and a backdoor flush draw, though it's really hard to make flushes. So it feels like he probably ends up winning this through some aggression, which our man is not afraid to employ.
Does check it back, and Seth turns a flush draw. Very good turn for him.
Yeah, great turn for Seth. So that puts what I said kind of on its heels. Still possible he loses, but less likely now.
AC Tan quickly check. And river's Broadway. Great river for him. Makes the straight. And now Seth in a really awkward spot.
Yeah, I wonder if he ends up trying to bluff at this pot. Surely Jacks, as played, doesn't have too much showdown. He is blocking straights and happens to have a spade for a flush.
Tan gonna value bet now. Looks like 235,000. Slight overbet. Seth quickly gets out of there. And Schwen up to 4th in chips now.
Thank you.
15 left. Just lost Jason Kuhn in 16th. We take a quick break from the action. Now's a great time to check out GTO Wizard's new ebook, Daily Dose of GTO. The free interactive ebook is full of quizzes and short lessons to help you master GTO concepts in just 5 minutes per day. Check it out at dailydoseofgto.com. Imagine having the insights you need to make optimal decisions in high-pressure situations. GTO Wizard AI allows you to study these niche spots and review your play using exact bet sizes from your hands. Check it out at gtowizard.com. get the feeling Tan really wants to be in there playing pots with these guys.
Yeah.
Like that King 7 fold was even a little bit like frustrated. I can't see the flop here.
He's playing everything. You know, let's not forget the chip leader, Mikita, is also to his left, but I think he
feels very comfortable.
Looking around elsewhere and likes it.
Mikita gonna raise it up. Loon now up to second in chips. Yeah, and just in case you guys aren't aware, short deck is a 36 card deck, so there's no 2s, there's no 3s, there's no 4s, and there's no 5s in the deck. Phil Ivey just finished second in the 50K PLO. I assume he maxed late reg, basically bought in for them, probably got 10 big blinds, but he spun it up.
It's lucky for Chinese.
The year of the dragon, right?
Yeah.
Everything red's lucky?
Yeah.
Is it the year of the dragon, Rasta?
I'm not sure, but I think I've heard that elsewhere, so I'll say yes.
5 seconds.
Go to final table. I am number facing at the board.
Ivy now with 10s. Davies with ace-9 off.
Ace-9 off is the type of hand that you can make a move in Seth's spot. That's what he was thinking about. Maybe raising Tan, who plays a bunch of hands.
Ace 15 in the money? Okay.
Yes.
Ace-9 off is kind of like
If
Ace-5.
anyone busts in once in 2 hands, then it works.
I don't think it is enough for 15.
Yeah, I doubt as well.
Flop goes check, check.
Need double up.
Ivy turns a straight draw. He's way ahead. See if Tan wants to start bluffing at this.
来，望一下，望。
He does. That's 35 into Ivy. Phil going nowhere.
Too small, has a gutter.
River pairs the jack.
Another barrel hair would be tough for Phil. But was Tan just one and done in that?
He's got to try to figure out what Ivy's calling with. Ivy going to take down this pot.
Cooler.
Two pair. That was real cooler.
Cooler.
15?
Annie going up. 15,000 now with 30 on the button. 6 players away from the money. Renlin now our short stack. Bad still the chip leader.
5 seconds.
Go to final table.
As Davies want to play this ace-jack offsuit. He's just going to limp, and we're going to go 4 ways to the flop. Great flop for Ivy. Flops top 2. Tan does have an open ender.
Tan is definitely betting this if it's checked to him, but he might not call here.
Yeah, pretty dicey spot. We've seen him get involved, but looks like he doesn't want to play. Huh? He does not like folding. Lets it go, though. Ivy going to take another one down. Phil Ivey show so far at our feature table.
Okay. Lucky chip, please. Me too, Lady Gaga. One time. One time. Don't look away. Oh.
Ren asking for the ladies.
Look.
Does not get them.
Come on, baby.
And he's just gone up 15,000 now, so.
It's getting expensive.
And Ivy picking up aces.
Just limps, and Tan has tens. We've seen him take aggressive lines before. This would not be good time for that.
Tens might be comfy limping behind. Let's see. Nope.
Ivy sets the trap to perfection.
Just did it last time in this exact same spot. Hijack cut off with ace king. And now again.
And he just rips it on Tan, and Tan quickly folds. Maybe getting a little frustrated with Phil. He's been taking a lot of pots off him.
I'm all in. 好了，抛了，不加了，赶紧。
Ren Lin only with about 21 annies, so getting real short.
Phil showing all the gears there, right? Sometimes Phil can definitely be the hammer, and he can also be the nail, or at least pretend to be the nail briefly.
Before he becomes the hammer?
Yeah. Right? But, you know, sometimes you got to pretend to be a nail in order to get the fake hammer out.
That's what we call balance.
Yep, baby.
Finally, I can see the flop. Okay, Felimo. Perfect flop for me one time.
Phil flops middle pair. Makita with a gut shot. I would imagine Phil's going to bet, and I think Makita will peel here.
No.
Yeah, he's in position too.
200.
In position deep with a lot of chips.
Gutter to the nuts.
Backdoor spades working.
Yeah, bet's only half pot. I don't think he's going anywhere. He can't really have pocket kings, but he can have jacks, eights, king jack.
Makita now takes the lead on the turn with the queen. Ivy checks to him.
Makita can win some at showdown here. He's beating a jack now. Let's see what he wants to do. He's blocking turn 2 pairs. Denying equity in this game is always nice. As we can see, even though he's ahead with 1 to come, it's only like a 2-to-1 favorite.
180.
He is going to bet.
And again, Phil actually, yeah, and Makita accomplishes a lot with that bet, right? He bet 3/4 pot and got a hand that had 33% equity to fold.
Yeah, and one of the big differences you'll see, right, in no limit, that's a pretty easy check back for a lot of people, right? You're not as worried about protecting, but when your equity runs closer, getting people to fold equity is a massive win.
Yeah. So you see a lot more like mergey type stuff happening in here, almost the same way you do in PLO in a lot of spots where
Pocket
there's a
tens
lot
not
more
blowing.
like merge betting happens, and then once this stuff gets really high level, then you start to see crazy hands because you know if people are betting a lot, it's kind of like merge protection stuff. Those bets are obviously vulnerable to being attacked, which then starts happening on a really high level.
Makita's just going to rip here, putting max pressure on these guys.
And the thinking with this is, you know, he's thinking guys with 800K or $1 million, they're not calling like ace jack or ace nine. You know, maybe they call ace queen. They're definitely calling ace king, kings, aces, maybe queens. His cards are live.
Yeah, worst case scenario, they call those hands. He's not that big of a dog, all things considered.
So, I mean, like the very best hand against aces is 10-9 suited. But like jack 10 suited, jack 9 suited, also pretty good equity.
To Lady Gaga, please.
Ren continues to request the Lady Gagas, the pocket queens. Let's get the ace-10 offsuit.
Yeah, this...
30? Sorry.
An ace-9 of clubs for Davies.
This is a hand Davies, again, can just limp, see a flop, or get aggro with. Yeah. Ace-9 suited, kind of similar to like the ace-5 suited. Has a surprising amount of equity.
Can he get Ren to fold? We see Ren's actually a nice little favorite.
Oh, bad luck. Bad luck, I thought.
Oh, I think he did a little randomizing flip and didn't like the way it landed. So that works out very well for Davies.
Happy tournament.
Yeah. 无边的海洋，我是被熬死了。Gambling。
Well, I don't know. He's going to try to limp fold his way to cash. But so far,
he might blind out here.
还30万？
没有30万。
20多万是吧？
Tan eyeing up that stack.
21万。
Tan might just want to gamble versus that stack with Queen Jack suited.
Yeah, I have a feeling Tan wants to put some more chips in here. He's already seen Ren limp fold a bunch.
This time Ren's actually behind. I mean, this hand is a bit worse than last time.
Yeah, but Ren is getting very short on those antes. Fold to the money.
Typo. Time bank? Okay.
Ivan couldn't even hold that one in.
Okay.
He's just...
watching me fold to final table and heads up. This game too difficult. What's best hand? Aces?
Aces is pretty good, yeah.
Okay.
Not as good as 6-7 suited.
What 7 suited?
6-7.
6-7 suited. Okay.
You can make every straight.
I know how to play now. You're right. Open under.
Yeah, see?
5 seconds.
Fold to final table.
Ace queen of diamonds now for Seth.
5 seconds.
Down to 14 players, so 5 off the money. those sixes in your hand. Great flop for Seth, not flush draw. But not much else for the other two. But Seth is going to play it sneaky.
Tan thinking creatively here. Seth misses this a lot. Maybe I try to get him off ace high. Let's see Makita. I mean, he's really the only one that has 2 pair very much. Tan shouldn't have 2 pair, but might just because he plays a lot of hands.
Yeah, but this flop really hits Makita, and he's aware of that. Very conscious of range. He's going to start betting it. Actually has good equity because Seth just has ace high.
Let's see what Seth decides to do. Getting Makita to fold is huge. That said, Makita can eliminate him from the tournament, so...
Yeah, we are 5 off the money now.
Yeah, so just call. It makes a lot of sense. Ooh, and Seth now has the nuts.
Yeah, this hand cannot lose.
I mean, technically a straight flush, but, you know, let's
Beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah.
It's close enough.
So unlike regular Hold'em, if the board pairs, he's still beating a full house. That's how strong flushes are.
Yeah, flushes do beat full houses, and he's going to keep trapping.
Now, Makita knows that Seth can have flushes here, obviously not folding any of his king, queen, jack, queen, ace, whatever of diamonds. You know, he can also have overpairs. Might not fold an overpair with a diamond. So the diamond's not a great card for him, considering Seth's range has some of that. Now, it's not easy to make flushes, but those are all considerations. But he decides, let's bet again. And he's going for a small bet. I feel like this bet, it's about 1/3 of the pot, is designed to get Seth to fold the jacks through aces that he limped that don't have a diamond. Maybe like ace 10 also that doesn't have a diamond.
Seth going to keep slow playing. Leaving more rope for Makita to bluff. Another diamond peels off.
Double.
I was curious to see what would happen if a non-diamond peeled, right? Does Makita now try to bluff off all those hands with a diamond? But I really think at this point, Makita probably thinks Seth has a flush a lot. My guess is he gives this one up. I just think as played, it's kind of tough to get Seth to the river here without a flush.
Yeah, and you see quickly checks back.
一般30个以下的 AOF。What the fuck? Nuts. No nuts.
Seth's going to win a nice pot there.
2个10以上的牌都推了。
我觉得正常30个 BB 以下都是推的哈。
Short deck time here in Jeju. Makita is still a healthy chip leader. Ren Lin, 13 annies. He could blind out here, Rasty, if he's not careful. Everybody else pretty healthy.
13 annies is very short in short deck. I mean, every round is 6 antes. So he can afford like 12 more hands of play or something.
Yeah, getting a little dicey for Ren. Post that 30K button ante.
Yeah, I mean, when you're as short as Ren, or even where he was previously, limping doesn't make a lot of sense. You just kind of open jam a bunch, just like you do, you know, when you have like 6 big blinds and no limit hold'em. So, like, I think his limp with ace 10 off was not the way you want to play that. I think you just jam and hope it gets through.
It's definitely jam time now.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am all in.
There goes the patch.
Yes, triple up.
Does Tan want to give him a spin here?
Huh?
No. 8-7 off. Oof. No way.
Looks like he's genuinely considering it.
I mean, if he calls, like Makita is behind, every once in a while, he goes call, and all of a sudden you're just out of position to Makita. I mean, 8-7 off is a bad hand. Wow, he's a gambler.
He is a gambler. He's going to give him a spin.
应该比你大哦。
陪你玩一下，陪你玩一下，
来一下，来一下。6, 7, 7, 8.
Makita's even laughing at this one.
Good call.
Everybody having a laugh.
你
Red
领
looking
先不
for a
了多少，
double.
我也40多。
哦，我知道。
It's a great flop for Ren. Tan is pretty much dead.
And it's
No
over.
好。
终于对了吗？Yes, life is beautiful.
Triple up. How much?
Makita beat me.
196.
You win or not? No.
18, 190.
Much needed double up for Ren.
太难了这个游戏。
Tan can afford it. 13 players left now, 4 off the money. Ren gets out of that super danger zone.
Good hand.
Real good hand, right?
Only better hand than that is aces. Than he had.
Okay. Look like I make a final table. If I in the money, I play tomorrow too. Another donation. Yes. So I need in the money.
Hey.
Ren just throwing that out there, letting the guys know, maybe hoping it earns him a little soft play here and there. Let me slide into the money, guys.
And I'll keep what he's saying. He'll play the rest of the
And I'll
events.
donate again tomorrow. We're not that far away, guys.
Makita's just going to rip here, putting max pressure on these guys. And
Working so hard.
And Schulman had a great term. I forget what it was, but it was some term that basically meant even if you win like every tournament, you're still down money on the series or something. That's definitely the case for some of these guys at this point. Not Ivy, though.
Oh, yes. So, like, when you're stuck enough that you can't get out.
Yes. Not a good place to be in.
Yeah, I'm curious what it is.
Wow.
Nothing comes to mind.
Okay. I almost final table.
Pretty close.
One more double up.
Tan gonna bet the 8. Ivy may want to peel in position.
Yeah, so far, Peel, Tan's flop probes has worked out spectacularly for Phil.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't lost a pot to Tan yet, so.
Like, basically, Tan's just given up turn and then sometimes bluffed river.
It's a familiar
not.
sight here for Phil.
But Phil probably thinks his showdown's not as good this time. He might want to bet this now.
That 6 should be a much better card for him, albeit Tan does play some dusty ones under the gun.
This is probably a whoever best wins situation now.
Yeah, neither one can reasonably think they have a ton of showdown.
Tan looks like he's considering it. Does check.
Yeah, no, Phil has one of the worst hands he can have. Flush's got there, straight's got there, the jack overcard for the straight draws. 8 with the bad kicker is the worst hand he can have, really, but he doesn't bluff it. He's gonna see the bad news.
Wow. 谭老板可以啊！哇 ，bottom pair away? Oh, you got straight or bottom pair? No, you don't have straight.
You said bottom pair. Wow.
Dong Chen now our short stack.
96.
Phil processing that one, probably realized he missed a spot to bluff. Could have picked that up. Would have been a real tough call with ace-8. Borderline impossible.
Typo.
Key to still our chip leader, Mike Watson, creeping up in second. Both players flop a jack, but Tan is ahead.
So yeah, Makita smashing this on a range perspective against the button check back. Decides to come with a really small bet. Probably doing this with range. Now we'll see his actual plan on the turn. He's behind all value. Probably thinks he can't get Tan to fold a flush draw. Tan deciding if he wants to maybe bet turn and likely check back river or just check back here. How often are we getting check raised? Tan comes with the bet here, charging draws, setting the price.
You can see Makita drawing dead, and honestly, Tan has been really active, which might make Makita curious.
He is ahead of heart draws, backdoor club draws that got there, and then shut straight draws, whether gutters or the open-ended. But he's behind really any value. I mean, it's hard to see Tan betting a jack with a worse kicker than a 10, and he's obviously drawing dead to 3 kings. And this should just go check, check.
Tan gonna win a nice pot here.
Three pair, 2 pair, cooler pair.
2 pair with the 3 pair.
Cooler pair.
谭老板可以哈，刚好dominate。
Remlin trying to sneak into the money here. Has promised to play more short deck events if he does. I wonder if this is his first short deck tournament, Brian.
Yeah, maybe it is. I wouldn't be surprised.
谢谢。
给你捧个场，等了那么半天。 不过我也不亏，我也是赚的。我也是赚的，你也是赚的。
But if so, good for him. You know, it's always good to see guys taking some chances, gambling, trying new games. You know, not just being super nits. You're out here. Let's fire a shell. Let's learn something new. Maybe I like this game. Maybe I've got some natural aptitude. Maybe I'm going to study after. But for now, let's get my feet wet. Learn. It's fun. Hopefully get better. Maybe get some lessons. Somebody feels sorry for me. Tells me a few pointers on break.
Nikita with the best hand does check back.
Like, hey, limp folding the hijack off of 16 antes, probably not a thing, Renlin.
Ren did limp under the gun. He'd be considering repping this Benote. Now Tan with the stranglehold.
I think in his first tournament ever of short deck, some of these range things are probably going beyond him a little bit. Should that be true? And I think it probably is. Tan just kind of value bet slash protection bet. A lot of value in getting gutters to fold. Ren is wasting precious minutes of our life right now. But that's okay because there's 2 tables. So
Ren gonna lay it down. On to the next one.
there's 2 tables, you know. We'll take a minute to fold. Hopefully a hand or 2 on the other table goes by.
Yeah, we are down to the final 2 tables here. I believe.
Oh no, it's 3
No,
tables.
3 tables.
Sorry. Yeah, 3 tables. Excuse me, 13. They're playing 4, 4, and 5-handed. This is the only 5-handed table.
Call. One time double, one time double. No much, no much.
Ren's going to defend the 10-8 off here. Great flop for him.
He's on the dealer button. So, a bit of a cheaper price. It closes the action. Yeah. And I mean, I think he really should just feel comfortable betting
Ladies
here.
and gentlemen, all in, no snap call, please. No snap call, you'll be high. Yeah, play like Ivy.
No gamble, no future, baby. Ren Lin.
He's having a good time. Love to see it.
Always puts on a show.
Very hard game, tough game, tough game.
Some of the other players at the table don't seem very amused anymore, other than Tan. Tan's enjoying it, but everybody else has had enough.
It's getting later in the night.
Thank you, my friend. You're a real good friend.
Yeah, Tan's ready for the Ren show to keep going. I feel like Ivy, Makita, and Seth are ready to bust him.
Seth with ace jack of diamonds.
Yeah, does he want to attack some limpers here? Definitely can. Doesn't want to get limp re-raise, probably has to fold it, but I mean, we're pushing a lot of equity the times we either win the pot or when we get limp called.
All in?
Ooh, just all in.
He's just going to rip it. Dan tried to call with Ivy's stack after Ivy left.
That was pretty fun,
Typo.
Seth just ripping it there.
No fear from Mr. Davies.
10K, Makita.
Makita still our chip leader. Ren hanging around, trying to cash this opening short deck event here. 4 players off the money here in Jeju. Tan having a fun time. Ivy maybe taking a nap or something. He must be a little beat now. But yeah, we're going to take a quick break here. Rasty's going to hop out. Ali Najad's going to come in. But yeah, anything you're looking for here as we basically get close to the bubble in this short deck event?
Yeah, I think we should see, listen, on the bubble and short deck, some wild things can happen because just like PLO, right, you don't really want to gamble contested pots. You start seeing a lot of all-ins. I guess like what Seth was doing, because there's spots where, you know, like let's say Seth raises there. People can, he's afraid people can rip on him, put him all in, and he has to just fold super tight, right? So that maybe people are more likely to do it. So yeah, definitely a lot of bubble dynamics. It's because it's got that PLO equity feel, but unlike PLO, it's not pot limit, it's no limit. So, you know, it changes things up a bit. So, you know, you guys should keep your eyes on that here in the booth and you guys at home. And yeah, here we go. Play into the bubble. Pretty exciting.
Yeah, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Thank you, Rasty. We'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. You're playing an 8-max MTT, 25 big blind steep. It's a button versus big blind single raise pot, and you're facing an 83% c-bet on Jack 7-3 Rainbow. Which of these hands should you consider folding? 6-5, King Queen, 7-4, or King 3? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
These events.
下一场加油哈！有空一起吃饭哈。
Yeah, I don't remember seeing him yet, so maybe he's a short deck specialist who came out here.
Yeah, I'm sure just like the Ivy's our short stack, he regged, I think as soon as he busted the PLO.
All in. Hello. Lots of call. Yes.
Michael's just going to rip here, and Ivy has jacks. And look at those equities, Brian.
Yeah, he's...
Ace-Jack off has 42% against jacks. I mean, that's
it feels like fun, actually.
Are we playing PLO with 2 cards here?
It is almost shocking, though, when you see this, right? Because even this matchup specifically, like, you'd think jacks would be better.
Great flop for the jacks, though.
There is the 7-9. Ooh, but the 10, really Ivy's best card. Now there's no straight draws for Zhang.
How much is it?
Phil Ivy with the big double. Zhang going to be crippled. Now Zhang, we saw him rip about 450K with the ace-jack off. Is he more likely to limp with
his life? And made some changes, started focusing on his health. You know, I believe he just had a child.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you know, so he's with somebody new now. You know, his first marriage didn't work out. I think it was just a lot of personal stuff he was kind of going through, took some time off poker, but has come back, and I agree, has really come back and putting his stamp back on it. Kind of said, you know, the type of y'all must have forgot type of thing. I mean, I don't think anybody really forgot.
Nobody forgot, but he's making us remember if we did.
Yeah.
King's here for Davies.
All in.
Yeah, he's just going to rip.
All in. Yep.
And King's is a much more vulnerable hand in short deck.
All in.
Zhang with the pretty queen 10 of diamonds. Time to gamble for him. And what does Ren do here?
I think Ren has to let this go. He's just not doing very well. I mean, Seth has ace, king, kings, maybe even aces. I'm not sure how Seth plays aces. Maybe he's 3-bet smaller with aces specifically and some other bluffy hands, but...
Trying to bluff you off aces.
Right.
Seth's well out in front here. Michael looking for the double.
Disqualified. Your hand's dead.
Uh-oh. There's something for everybody in there.
Mike just looking for a jack now.
More for you? Yeah. That's pretty good for me. It stays that way. It's a good 10 for me. I think it's going to be the king of hearts. Bad river. GG, buddy.
Going to lose Michael Zhang in 18th place.
I can beat.
You couldn't beat me? You didn't have 8s?
No.
Hasn't lost that at all. There were some really cool hands from the final table, like one hand where the flop came queen 7 deuce, all hearts, and Blesnik bet with just a queen, and Ivy called him with just a queen, all black. Yeah. Ended up busting him because the turn was a queen, but it was just a feel, you know what I mean? Like, he just has such a great feel for the game. Jacks for Davies now. Interesting, just checks back on the button ante.
Yeah, it looks like he's happy just to try to flop a set.
Great flop for Ren, but also really good flop for Tan.
Yeah, he flops, so it's a little deceptive, but the equivalent of the wheel, the short deck wheel, ace-6, 7, a9.
So he has 7-5 technically right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ace playing below the 6.
Yeah, the ace, you can use it to make straights. Makita has top pair, backdoor flush draw.
So interesting lead from Tan. This isn't really a flop that should hit the under the gun limp very often. So again, normally you see somebody check quite often there.
Ren now. Can't imagine he's going anywhere.
Now listen, open-ended straight draws hit a lot, and he's got a flush draw to go with it. My guess is he probably just raises and plays this fast. He's got a huge hand. He's going to be a favorite against Tan heads up, I think, once Seth folds if he raises.
35 seconds. Shot clock's 35 seconds?
Again, the one reason why he may or might not raise here would be the ICM implications.
Yeah, Tan does have him covered. Still 8 players from the money.
He was wondering, like, what hands is Tan leading with? Does he have the nut flush draw? That's really the one hand that does make sense that Tan might lead with under the gun because he's playing ace-x suited stuff. And that's the one hand where he's not really doing well. Now that said, the queen and 10 and open-ended, it's actually a ton of outs in this, so he's not even really that far behind, you know, say like the ace-king of diamonds.
You can tell he's kind of unsure. I'm not sure how much short deck Ren has played.
What he's not doing is folding. How he proceeds at this point. I mean, he's really taking a lot of time right now. And
yeah, and this is genuine.
Which is a bit of a tell, but...
Yeah, at this point, I think he's just going to call, counts out those chips. Yeah, and you see now just he's actually a slight favorite. Davies out of there.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series from here at the Landing Casino in Jeju. Ali Nishad now in for Zarast alongside Will Jaffe and bringing you a deuce through fiveless iteration of poker. Short deck, continuing coverage, of course. You caught a frame from the boys earlier, $380,000 up top. Ultimately awaiting our champion with $38,000. What's going to be the min cash? As we dive inside the Triton Poker Plus app, quickly clearing that, you can see that we have 13 runners remaining. Just one feature table on our hands right now. 5-handed action, and action might be the key word, as we know that short deck is a game not unlike PLO cash, let's say, where the chips like to find their way into the middle quite often. Will, I know you're relatively new to the short deck streets. Tell me what your experience was like being up here in the booth calling that action.
A little bit of a learning experience, but also there's a nice mix between No Limit Hold'em and PLO, right? Where you only have 2 cards, but at the same time, your equities are a lot closer than they are in No Limit Hold'em. So I think that will be on display as we get close to the bubble. You can really pressure people in a way you can't with No Limit Hold'em because your hands have so much equity versus anything, really.
Yeah, the multi-bullet part of the program obviously has come to a close, so everybody's going to be all in. And the depth, 128 antes at the top. Makita Badziakowski, who is at the feature table, top of the running order right now. Average stack, 1.2 million. That's going to be about 60 antes. All the way down at the bottom, we have Wang Yang. And unsurprisingly, as we send it back into the arena and I scan through these remaining 13, a lot of Far Eastern participation. It is a game that makes its home in that hemisphere, and many, with the proximity to Jeju, short flight away, making their way down here to do their thing. Button will be the double ante of 30,000, ante at 15,000. Actually, it looks like 2040 is what we're playing. Forgive me, we did just take it upstairs a touch, and note that under the gun is directly to the left of the button. Tan Xuan, who is a real OG of short deck, limps in with the King 9 suited, and you will see some themes in terms of the candidates that like to press pre-flop being quite a bit different than their long deck counterparts. And also, you know, the limp parade is a real phenomenon out here, sort of flypaper effects, as every player is further incentivized to participate. Also, don't forget that wraparound straight, the ace can be played as a 5 or toward Broadway. Aces and 8s for Ivy, the best of what's around on the button in this three-way limp pot pre. Two checks in front of him. A very casual delivery of 90,000. Of course, if you're just joining us, short deck, the flushes do beat the full houses.
5, right? Is that right?
Yep.
They're harder to make. Did you see Ren Lin verifying that the ace can be the 5? Yes. That's a little interesting comment when you're mid-pot here.
Look, we've been watching for about an hour or two now. We're speculating this may be Ren's first short deck tournament.
Either that or he's really giving him the goo out there.
This would be some pretty advanced goo, Ali.
This seems like some authenticity behind the brow furrowing here. Just second pair.
There have been a few spots like this. They feel really genuine.
Ay, mamma mia. Move to heads up. We bluff. Yeah.
Good.
All in your call?
Yes.
Ace 10?
You had 6-7, huh? 6-7 suited? Told you it was a good hand.
Typho.
Well, I can assure you that this is certainly not Seth Davies, Bads, Tan Xuan, or Phil Ivy's first short deck tournament. These guys are well versed. King 10 offsuit now. Ren recognizing that there's a bit of runway between here and a payout.
Call.
Shortest of all stacks does come with the call. Ivy is entered as well with the same hand. And the ace-6 suited for Xuan. Closes the action and flops himself top pair. Ace-King-Queen board, gut shots and second pair for both Lin and Ivy. Phil perhaps removing association from this part of the board, courtesy of the Tan Xuan check back on the button. So he will lead out, targeting Ren Lin's check. Unwelcome side, of course.
You're almost there.
Seeing Xuan call in position as we're down to heads up, 280 in the middle. And there's the jack that gives Ivy the straight. Xuan dead to a chop. Ivy just rips it. Ton posturing, and I believe Ivy did flash the 10. You're not going to get this dude shook out here, Will.
Redraw. I mean, this has been one of the big stories for me the past few days, Ali. It really feels like he's back.
You know, I've been talking about the better part of the last year plus.
Yes.
Stop.
You know,
oh, 2 more for us? All right.
2 more hands?
Ivy seems to have come into another chapter
Way too slow?
and is approaching life and poker, I would imagine,
Maybe
in a slightly different way. I can't put my finger on what that difference is, but I can certainly
Only
observe
wow.
him in what seems to be a very great place and playing accordingly with that place some of the best poker I've seen for quite some time. And we've seen him play great poker, by the way, so it's saying something.
He looks very comfortable out there.
Always does, though. You know, doesn't matter what's going on.
No, he's
you know,
yeah, it's
natural environment. King Jack suited now. Limp for 40. Ivy with the 7s. 1-7 busy in Tan Xuan's hand.
And 3 off the money now, so I would expect Makita with that big stack to start leaning on these guys more, although Tan is very fearless. Looks like he wants to do the leaning himself.
$150K. Look at the pressure being applied here. Clears one, but not two opponents. King, Jack, 9. Note that Xuan really doesn't have anything to speak of at all on this board texture. You wonder whether or not he's going to assign the limp and then defend against that barrel to this part of the deck. I mean, this is a really poor holding on this board texture.
Check, check.
Forgive the obvious.
I wonder if Phil wants to start representing something. Let's just check though.
Turn card, putting the 4-liner on board, two-tone texture. And with a second check in front of him, Tan now reaching for the chips.
Oh,
180, the dial up.
What you have?
You? Look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? 7. 7. You?
S7.
Professional, Tozy.
Honest exchange there, Will. Is Tan correctly identifying Ivy's holding?
Hi. Thank
Suti.
you.
Suti.
Ivy's having fun out there, man.
Oh, yeah. Also kind of fascinated with, you know, what he might deem to be a crafty opponent to his left in Tan Xuan. These guys soak it up. They're here for it.
And I think the patch might be going in the middle here.
Yes.
Yes, declared.
I am all in. One time, no snap call, please. Yes.
A jam and a speech.
Makita, welcome to my company.
How much is that?
Makita wants a count. He is the chip leader here. Can certainly afford to provide the spin in the interest of clearing the path between here and the final table and the money for that matter. Pocket 8s though don't perform particularly well. Even in the equities are close short deck streets.
Oh, double up.
Decent dog.
Ace Jack.
So the pressure applications there from Ren.
Ren also said earlier if he cashes this, he's going to play more of these short deck events, kind of maybe as like a appetizer for the other players to keep them around.
Okay. So a peek here at the chip counts. Players are racking up as Wang Yang of China has been dispatched in 13th. We'll be back. 2-table action from the 25K short deck after this.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Both long deck and PLO in the rear view. Short deck, that which is upon us. And 2 feature tables as well, as we are down to 12, courtesy of the elimination of China's Wang Yang. Up at the top of the chip counts is Mikita Badziakuski. Got eyes on him briefly before we cut to that break. To redraw to 2 tables, average stack of 1.3 million, 65 antes. Shortest stack in the room is right there on your screen. 26 antes, just $500,000 and a tickle. Good bit of runway between there, and Phil Ivey, who, note, by the way, just finished second in the 50K PLO. Can't keep a good man down. He's right back in the saddle in these short deck streets, hunting the money. That's going to happen at 9 players. Official final table starts at 7. And the short stack under the gun with ace-queen.
Here we go.
Jammed for 5-10. Looks like Richard Young's going to be a patron. Jack-10 suited, note, was not wanting to get in there at this price. That's a hand that performs very well against a wide variety of holdings in short deck. Ace-king, of course, still has value out here in short deck, not nearly as much as it would in its long deck counterpart. You see 30% equity. 4 yaps, ace-queen. It comes 8-8-7. Running 6-9 would have been a path to a chop. Turn is good. Double pairing of the board would have worked as well. And instead,
No chop, no chop.
there's no chop, boss.
我以为是9啊，妈的，你说分钱，我以为是
6 on
6、7、
the
8、
end, and that'll do
9。
it.
他的钱 cover.
For Malaysia's Arthur Yap, here at his second, Triton Festival, did play the short deck in Madrid.
No.
Yeah, and with that, 3 Malaysians left.
Oh, yeah.
Loon Loon, Richard Yong, and his son, Wai Kin, still in the tournament.
New short stack is Ren Lin. Dong Chen also down there, both of them in the $500,000 chip territory. Players, by the way, looking over their shoulder like Davies, looking down at their phones like Watson. You know, they're not out on Facebook and Insta. They're just staring down at the Triton Poker Plus app, as you should be if you're out there streaming us live. It truly enhances the viewing experience in ways that, well, will allow you to discover. Dusty stuff in front of Mike Watson's Queen Jack. See how he feels about it.
He's had a pretty busy series. Does have the big stack here, so can start pressuring these guys 2 off the money, but 10's a pretty tough guy to lean on.
You're not wrong.
And that type of watch, Ali, for you, is that still in the realm of possibility, or is it, you know?
It's going to take a lot of Tritons, Will, on this side of the operation for me to approach a timepiece of that caliber.
You think maybe they could add a few more stops, give you a real shot?
A few is inadequate, if I'm being honest. A lifetime's worth of stops, dare I say. And by the way, we're taken care of out here, so it's saying something about...
Yeah, those puppies are no joke.
No joke whatsoever. Now then, 160 ahead, as Tan Xuan did make the call here. Has outflopped Watson. Did have the best hand going in, of course. Aces and 10s. Note Watson with the gutter. Doesn't want a barrel. 400K in the middle. Goes check, check. Now improvements for Xuan in terms of aces and jacks. Now Watson, of course, picking up the jack. Not really something that's going to be of any interest to him, as you see the second check in front. Tan peering over. $170K, the barrel into this 400. Condensed ranges, obviously a function of short deck. There are less blanks available in general. And even gut shots do have a decent amount of equity. Spots such as this, paired boards, not favored, but nevertheless, Watson keeping an eye on Xuan. Brings the pot to 740,000. 9 on the river. No help to Sir Watts. Appears we have a shutdown. Imagine from time to time Schwen is concerned a bit about possible king-queen, just treading lightly here as we do approach the money bubble.
Yeah, I think earlier he'd be a lot more comfortable value betting this, but you'd hate to put out a few $100,000 and get shoved on.
You're right about that.
Tan really one of the best short deck players out there. You can tell he wants to bet.
He's not a guy that likes to leave meat on the bone and fail to get value where he sees the possibility. And here he is. Note the blocker effects of holding both the ace and the jack in his hand. Curious as to whether or not there are worlds in which he thinks a 10 gets sheepish in a spot such as this, although the sizing, it feels toward the milky side of the spectrum, not the eviction notice side of the spectrum, and Watson does properly lay it down. Nice infusion for Tan Schwen. Talk to me, Will. What kind of festival is Tan Schwen having out here thus far? How many events has he played? Has he made the money?
Bunch of bricks so far for Tan. Came out, looks like he started with the 25K millions, then bricked the 150K, 100K main, and the 50K PLO. He was deep in that, so, I mean, God knows what he's done in the cash game streets.
I was just going to say, let's not make the mistake of presuming that that means the man's in the red on the trip, as the nosebleed cash games do go to the wee hours of the morning. And given that he's only played 4 events, but I've spied him around the room for weeks now.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can see by that first, if he was in a 25K, he wasn't just here, you know, going to the sauna for a couple weeks. He's probably been pretty busy in the cash streets.
No, we leave the sauna trips to Rasty and our boy Nick. You gotten out there in the sauna yet?
I haven't hit it yet.
I don't like the dry schwitz. Watson likes the ace-queen, though, enough to rip it in here. He is the largest stack at the table, 2 away from the money. You see the leverage.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there are any real short stacks at this table. Everybody over $1 million.
Richard enjoying a little rub down here as he is in his natural environment, right at home. Feature table, short deck, at a Triton. You tell me where Richard Young would rather be. Nowhere. Now then we flip it back over to our other featured table. This is where we find the talents of Dong Chen off of the short stack. 2 10s up front, a lot of pressure. Will limp in. Wykin with 8s. Set minor.
Wykin did win a short deck event in London.
Talk to me. How's he doing here in Jeju?
Brick City, but again, only 3 events played, so would imagine he's been playing cash.
Believe it was a late arrival for Wykin, unclear.
Yeah, first event was the 150K, so it seems about right.
Wasn't front and center for the small stuff. So we see the flypaper effects taking shape. Even Lunlun's Queen 8 suited. Interested. Taiha of Vietnam, pocket 7. So 3 pocket pairs. Note 110, 1-8 busy.
Oh, yes.
220K in the middle. It comes 996.
Great flop for Chen. Easy for someone to have a 9 out there.
Four checks in front of Ty's 7s, but he wants to see what's what on this turn. And both Ren Lin and Lun Lun now make better hands. Advantage Lin with that 10 kicker. Everybody's still a touch wary of a 9 potentially lurking, maybe some presumptions that into a multi-wave field. We would have heard from a 9 at this point from Lun Lun's seat.
50.
With only Tai Ha behind him, he will activate here. Just betting 50 into the 220. Perhaps a sizing that can be targeted by the opposition. These hands, though, don't really rate to be the ones. Chen really chewing on this spot here.
Bastian, I saw him pull a couple of bluffs in the no limit events, but not much he can do there.
Yeah. Ren Lin, though, he's got the better hand. He'll make the call. And now kicker problems alleviated for Lun Lun, courtesy of this 9 on the end. Seems like kings and aces can be safely removed from the equation as played.
Lady Gaga. 哎呀，这合牌哈。
Just in case quads were getting fancy.
哎呀，转牌我巧克力死你。
Lun happy to check back and they'll carve it up.
你 check raise 我就是9了，我。
哈哈，这个类似你 call 就9了嘛，没 call 就没有嘛，对吧？
对。
但我可以是9嘛，对吧？我9肯定这么打的嘛。
对，肯定的，肯定的。
分钱可以了，分钱。
圈钱就好。
光阴的长廊。
I gotta tell you that the white jacket in particular, and you know, Ren likes to bring the flavor to these tables, classes up the joint.
I couldn't pull it off.
You know, I reached for one when we went out to Monaco, and I've just been advised, you know, that I didn't pull it off nearly as well as Ren Lin, producer James, just keeping me in my place before I get too proud of the ensemble, but it felt good out there. I made a water teeny, Will. You probably not going to be as embarrassed about that revelation as Nick would have been, hence why I make it now and not while he was in the booth.
A water teeny?
It was a stunt teeny. I didn't actually throw any vermouth or gin in there, as Ren Lin throws 40 in along with Bads. 10-9, Queen 7. Lun Lun wants to party. Aces now for Tai Ha. $200K. And we're going to sift some flour courtesy of this sizing. Dong Chen knows he needs to pick a spot. Queen 7 suited is certainly not the one. 2 antes shaved off of his stack. There's another Queen 7 suited. Bats understands. These are nice little pickups. And the ace is not nearly as dominant, obviously, in short deck as we regard them in long deck. All points that we make with regularity anytime we enter the short deck streets here in the booth. Forgive the redundance for those that are maybe familiar with the game more so, but I would imagine that a few who are out there in the YouTube streets are gazing eyes for perhaps the first time or need a bit of a primer. Confess. Far from a deep knowledge of the game is where I find myself. But nevertheless, we observe, we soak up alongside you.
Fold to final table.
Fold to final table.
Know enough to know the Jack 10 suited is very espoused. We'll play it as a limp. King Queen for Taiha. Ha's second ever Triton Festival. Played the short decks in London. A couple of the long deck as well. Had a final table, 5th place finish in the 25K.
Look at this. He's going to rip with the King Queen and Viking with the pocket aces on the button.
Yep. Covered, but ready to dig in. Reasons are clear.
And this isn't a snap fold for Loonlin.
No,
this is kind of a very interesting gamble spot.
The upside here would be significant. And if he can range these guys kind of in a proper manner, he can potentially sense adequate equity, but instead...
You gamble too much.
It's about as good as it gets in short deck.
Offsuited.
Offsuited, very
good.
I know. The book will say fold.
Google. 顶住。
ChatGPT say fold.
ChatGPT say fold.
2 million plus in the middle. King of the window followed by a queen. Top two for Tai Ha. Wykin's got issues. A 10, an ace, a jack.
Flip.
The flip?
And you see immediately the guys are well aware of how the equity
3, 6, 8, 11 outs.
runs close.
So it'd be 33%.
Down from a flip to a 3 to 2. And there's an ace on the end. Wykin. Note a lack of nerviness. That's a guy who's been down the short deck streets. And a big double for him.
反正短牌就是你推出去，你怎么样都有一个。
还有卡顺，还有
卡顺90。
这是9发的对你好。
90卡顺。
9发的对你更好。
哪点？
哦，9没什么用，对9没用。
Loon would have tripled there had he
9876什么
gambled.
都一样的。所以他转牌
Jack 10 did come in,
他
didn't
发
it?
公队有用啊。
只不要圈，
发公队有用啊，发9发10公队的时候。
对，我的意思是，不要9是8、7、6，都一样。所以他还是有5成，所以他翻钱还是有5成概率。
我審這嚟㗎。
因為轉牌任何翻一張，它都有30底，對吧？最少30底。
我 call 入去 triple up 啊。
AA 呢必須。
我撚想 call 啊。
我也跟台雪跑，台雪圈 K 就跑赢我。
You know, it isn't often I find myself laying out for foreign language table talk, but the reality is it isn't a foreign language in terms of the vast majority of short deck events. Mandarin, more likely to be spoken in any given short deck game than English.
Yeah, have you become semi-fluent at this point?
I don't know about semi-fluent, but I'm going to tell you this, Will. I spent a summer grinding mahjong, and I picked up some things.
You and all those grandmas.
I was playing against the dudes that I was playing Hold'em against after the game would break down in the casino. We would go out and play 16-tile, Taiwanese style, mahjong.
You've grinded a lot of funny games, haven't you, Ali?
I've grinded the dating. I've grinded every. Come on.
The dating apps?
Oh, I've been down all rabbit holes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am all in. No snapper call, please. Snapper call, GG.
Renlin having a blast. He gets through the King 7 suited in 10-7, which tried to limp their way to a flop. Finger wag. Haul in those antes. Fight on. I get the sense just from the early observations, you see the stub looks so lean in the dealer's hand, with 16 cards removed. That you and Rasty's assessment about running the short deck streets is accurate, perhaps?
It's got the feel of a, 25K learning experience. Not that he doesn't have any proficiency. His no-limit skills transfer over a lot.
10-9 suited, also one of those hands that guys tend to get behind in the short deck streets.
Yeah, the problem for Dong is only 17 antes. You really got to play all in. And look at this.
Aces for Ren as Wykin limping. Could we have another, ladies and gentlemen, declaration on our hands?
I am all in. No snap call, please. Snap call. Snap call no good too.
Let's get the snap call, but he really wanted it here, and this is the dream in short deck.
In terms of pre-flop equity disparity, it really doesn't get a whole lot worse than this. 80-12. Dire are the straights for Wykin Young right now. Although he is the covering stack, fresh off of a double. 1.5 million in the middle, and now a king lurking.
It's actually a good flop for him. Better than average.
10? Oh, Jack.
Pairing Jack on the turn.
Oh,
King on the river. Sweat wiped. Now Wykin riding the roller coaster a little bit here, Will.
If you choke too, I don't know what the hell.
I win.
Flipping back over to the other table, we find Phil Ivey with pocket kings. Got himself in against Tan Xuan. Jammed to the left of the button. Ivey waking up with one. Can he hold?
Yeah. That is a spicy flop.
Yeah, it is. His king serving as blockers to what is now an open-ender and a pair for Tan Xuan. Note the equity. 38% with 2 to come. 7 on the turn is safe. Can Ivey hold against the 8 outs? No, he makes top set on the river. And Xuan makes the straight. So Ivey isn't going to find the money here today. Stone money bubble. With the departure of Phil Ivey, as just 10 remain in this lead-off Jeju short deck event.
Busy day for Phil.
Yeah. Now, Dong Chen found one that he wanted to go with, opening with ace-jack suited. Let's see, Ren Lin, ace-9. Nope. I get it.
But Loon Loon is certainly going to look this up.
31万.
They have to call.
King, queen suited. He says, I have to call.
Hey, go, K-Chong.
On their backs they go.
There are 10 players left?
Yep. Stone bubble for you.
Beautiful king there. Beautiful king there. When? This hand.
660
No,
in the middle.
Ace king fold.
And the hopes of the whole field are that this king-queen delivers a bad beat. It turns into an open-ender on the Jack-10-6 board as Dong makes top pair.
Jack is so good. Jack and then on the 4 outs.
If Jack, then yeah, less out.
9, queen, king, ace, all problematic cards for the ace-jack. Now trip jacks, take the ace off the board.
Left 9.
Queen or king won't work, just the 9s.
Yeah, only 9.
Makita professional, huh? Oh, super professional.
Holds on.
Yep.
这个勾来了，
saying we're going to have to keep playing this money
勾
bubble.
不来，老板要把你带走了。
对呀。
We were equal in hands.
陈老师可以啊。
你也是哈，
都起飞了。
OK， 各位待会见哈。
好。
That's always awkward when the guy doubles and then takes off from your table. But of course, the rebalancing efforts in the absence of Phil Ivey at the other feature mean that Dong Chen will leave behind. 5 at this feature. He's up to 660. 5 at the other feature as he heads over. Bad still resting atop. Tai Ha, shortest in the room.
And that wasn't a hit and run by Dong. We're not accusing him of that.
No, of course not. But the optics of it are always so awkward. And here we are back at that other feature. Note the remaining Westerners in this field. Seth Davies. Mike Watson. Watson running third. Taking a look at their Triton track records. Searching for some short deck results. Davies did finish 4th in the 20K short deck back in Vietnam. 7th in a 50K. Cyprus 2022.
Yeah.
150K Euro short deck, 1 bullet back in Madrid. He was 5th. 100K short deck main 7th. So final tables and deep runs for Davies on his resume as we see one developing. Yong jams. 995, ace queen suited. Tan Xuan says call. Young pipping, holding 24% more equity.
Tan looking to burst this bubble and take a pretty big chip lead.
So it looks like the hand at the other feature has been completed in short order. On their backs they go. 2 million in the middle. Triton co-founder Richard Young at risk against the action man Tan Xuan. Ace in the window, followed by another as the case aces make an appearance. Very good board for Richard. Just needs to avoid the queen. Now he ices it. As it comes ace, king. Running kings would have meant to chop. And look at that. The queen did find its way to the board. So very fortunate was Richard as the king was needed on the turn, as it turns out. You can get whiplash out here trying to keep track of the leader in the short deck streets. You know, it bounces around. Watching a tennis match at Stone Center Court vibes. Also taking a look, by the way, at Mike Watson's Triton resume in search of short deck results, Will. Scanning back. 3rd place, Cyprus 2023 in the 20K short deck. 6th in the 25K short deck. Flipping back to Vietnam, he won the 50K short deck. 6th in the 25K. Cyprus 2022, 3rd in the 75K short deck. 7th in London 2019 in the 50K pound. 9th in the 25K pound.
Sir Watts.
Man's nice. Not trying to blow up his spot, but, you know.
It's been done.
It's all available. Don't need a pickaxe to unearth those gems. Young, king, queen, back at it. Off the double. Hauling him in. leaning on that membrane. Reminder, min cash here, $38,000, and there's a ladder every single payout. But there will be no payout until there are 9, and currently there are 10. And bad news for the leaner stacks in the room as the ante goes to 25K, double ante of 50. Dong Chen thins out to 32 antes. Did find that double before he left this table behind. Actually, this is the table he arrived at, forgive me. Lun Lun, 36 antes.
一勾很难推啊，2个后面哦。同花可能推啊，不同花肯定不敢推。
这个阶段
They are hand for hand now, right?
Okay.
高勾
You're not wrong.
高勾应该会推了，对，因为你2个生筹码在我后面嘛。
A 勾应该不会，A 勾应该不会推。
Got a glimpse there at yet another of those golden Trident trophies. The Triton Super High Roller Series. Quite coveted, well respected, hard earned.
Yeah, congrats to Ding Bao for taking out Phil Ivey, winning the 50K PLO. Great series for him.
Yeah, no question about it. Ace-10 suited. Xuan rips Dong Chen pocket kings here. You can't really ask for a whole lot more.
No, obviously feel a lot better if it's no limit hold'em, but
I mean, he is the shortest stack in the room. Just a couple of antes separating he and the aforementioned Lun Lun, but eventually we do need to pick a spot. Obviously, he would have much rather been the jamming entity. But, you know, Xuan has a reputation that precedes him in terms of being willing to move chips around. Make people uncomfortable out here.
Chen really taking his time here. But there it goes.
So eventually, Dong Chen, seemingly reluctantly, arrives at a call with these two kings, performing reasonably well, but note, Ace-10 suited has 44% equity, 1.3 in the middle, and the desire to guarantee everyone 38,000. Everybody in the room rooting for Tan Xuan except Dong Chen. Looks like we got an all-in from the other short stack at the other table. Lun Lun dominating Nikita Badziakuski, who ripped it with the king-queen.
There is also in the call? Oh, wow.
Okay, 2 shots at bursting the bubble here. Note, by the way, that the short stacks are favorites in both spots. More significantly here with Lun Lun dominating. 1.3 million chip pot. King 10-6, and Bads is connected with top pair, leaving Lun in need of a jack or an ace. There's the jack. Some chop outs, of course, for Bads.
Ace.
No ace. So, Lun, he can get behind it. You look at Bad's reaction over there. That's a grizzled short deck player, Will. You don't make a meal out of this situation as we do flip over to the other feature. Kings and Ace-10 suited are revealed.
You sucked out to double.
I say good game.
那边是短码 double 了吗？哦，那我这个我还是很得去。
King Jack 10, top set, some vulnerability in the form of a queen for Dong Chen. Things get nervy out here. 1.3 in the middle. Board pairs, though, no longer need to worry about anything other than the 10. One-outers aren't quite as lean out in these streets, but nevertheless, Schwen can't find the 10 to bring us to the money, so we rage on. 10-handed with both shorties having doubled now.
Yeah, huge double for these guys, and everybody's over $1 million now. I believe Seth's our short stack.
Quala.
'Bunch of close calls for Chen. 22nd, 17th, and 12th already this series, so.
Talk to me about some of these resumes remaining in this field of 10. Anybody that you already know without diving into the app has been printing?
Yeah, I mean, mostly Watson, just a monster series for him. Doesn't have a big win, but I mean, third in the 150K for 1.9 million.
Okay.
The tournament before that, fourth in the 50K for 773,000.
These are massive scores.
Business as usual. Loon was very busy early on, but has quieted down. Had a 6th place in the opening event, and then an 8th place in the 30K.
Loon's also been grinding the cash games a little bit. Not quite the super nosebleed stuff, but a lot of the Malaysian guys are great friends and been trying out some, you know, relatively speaking, lower stake stuff in the room. Guys seem to have been enjoying it. Watson enjoying King Queen from under the gun, and not just the Jeju Festival in general, which you outlined for us moments ago, but his presence toward the top of the leaderboard. As Bads, Young, and Watson all separated by not even an ante. Until moments ago, Bads just slid in front by about 4 antes. Schwen set mining the 8s. Little suited connector. Doesn't keep Dong Chen interested. Bubble effects. Fresh off that double, not looking to speculate, as we might observe in other scenarios. So heads up with 460 in the middle. King 10-7, top pair for Watson. Backdoor straight draws worth more than backdoor flush draws in short deck. Flushes beat full houses because there are 4 fewer of each suit in the deck, making acquiring 5 of a suit that much more difficult. And forgive the obvious for those who are veterans of short deck, but it is a game that we obviously want to be educating our audiences on if they're not quite as versed.
Yeah, you saw Mike just shoving their equity denial. Much bigger thing in short deck as the equities run so close. Anytime you can get your opponent to fold 30, 40%, it's a pretty big win.
Bubble leverage. Davies 37 antes. Shortest in the room.
Jack 10 suited for Mike.
Not this time.
Not this time?
Finally, I just had some garbage I could, you know, just fold with a clean conscience.
Rip and take it, Mr. Young. You know, we talk about the characters around a PLO table, Will, you know, tables that obviously you spent far more time commentating on and playing at. But Short Deck has some real characters as well. And in terms of the legendary games out in Macau with the VIPs and businessmen, tens of millions of dollars exchanging hands for many years early on, the stuff of legend, Short Deck was how a lot of it went down. Marathon sessions, by the way. And obviously, since the inception of the game way back then, there are quite a few Westerners who cut their teeth out there and now have put in some work, and they are showing their aptitude here in the form of Watson and Davies. Dong Chen limping the Jack 10 suited. Davies not looking to get involved here. There are some traps.
You notice didn't even limp there. Wants to preserve those annies.
Well, remember, the flypaper effect is obviously there. We're more and more incentivized in terms of pot odds to come along as a limper once that begins. The trouble is, if somebody does pick up that hand that's wanting to get chips forward, they're pretty happy to do it with all of that seemingly dead money out there, and always mindful of that under the gun limp range. So 4 players to the flop. Couple of suited connectors. Couple of king paints. 7, 7, 9. Top pair for Tan Xuan. 2 overs in the gut shot for Dong Chen. And paint fails to connect. Tan's most likely to have a 7 in his range as the button, just given his chips were in there in the blind. Double ante. Checked it back. He's well aware of that. And this is why he reaches for chips. With the best hand, mind you, firing 85,000.
Yeah, Dong really the least likely to have a 7, but does have that gutter ball, and chasing straights is much more appealing, but yeah, can't really do anything. Imagine this just goes back to 10 unless Sir Watts wants to get sticky. And he can get pretty sticky.
See, the thing is, he understands that Tan is very likely to be aware of kind of what we walked through, and so this barrel doesn't have to be a 9, it doesn't have to be a 7, it doesn't even have to have a straight draw. But now, Xuan fills up. Watson does block clubs, so going to be tough to assign the flush draw to Xuan's combo as well, as the King-Queen does begin to feel a bit future-free in this spot. Hence the check. We've also seen some pretty incredible bluff catching in the short deck streets, and obviously an incredible bluff catch has to come generally right after a pretty incredible bluff. Tan Xuan, one of those sorts of villains who can definitely be guilty of putting us in those sorts of blenders, in particular leveraging this bubble dynamic, but Watson in no mood.
Yeah, this would just be, I mean, it's so easy for Tan to have a 9 or a 7 here.
Yep.
As he does.
Next hand authorized.
Give me 2 Lady Gaga. Okay. Yes.
Well, how about ace-jack suited, Ren? How you feel about that? Off of 1.2. Limping. cards. We'll do the same with the ace-8. Sneaky connectivity with that ace-8. It's not as unpleasant as you think. Reminder that the ace can play as a 5-4 straight, so when the 6-7-9 comes off, you do have that straight. Loon along. Suited one gapper for Ha. Price becomes riper and riper. Wykin, king 10. Let's see 3. 5-way affair. Family pot. 9-7-7. Open ender for Tai Ha. Top pair for Loon Loon. The gut shot for Bads. He seeks a 6. Would be disastrous, of course, against Tai. Unaware, of course, of the issues. He does barrel. And again, he's not supposed to have a lot of 7x in his range as a flat caller behind the under the gun open. Maybe he mixes in the occasional suited 7. Maybe it's a diamond draw. And so with the pair on board and those 2 diamonds, note that the open ender does find the bin. And this bet should get back around. Wykin chews on it.
Well, like the last hand with Tan, I mean, Wykin certainly has the most 7s here.
He's got that on his mind, by the way, Will. He's putting it together, and activations here
150
are upon us. 3xing. And the line is credible, but now we go levels deep. Bads knows that Wykin knows that he's not supposed to have the 7. How often is this a legitimate 3xing? How gangster does Makita want to get on the direct money bubble? Not very. As he puts it into the bin. Nice work there from Wykin. Looking at Wykin's Triton track record, a 4-time title winner back in London. He won the 30K short deck. Scrolling back even further in search of short deck cashes. 5th in a 50K Euro short deck out in Madrid. Short deck main in London in 2019. He took 2nd for 1.8 million plus pounds. That was the year that he won the 100-pound no limit main event for roughly 2.6 million pounds. 250K Hong Kong dollar short deck back in Montenegro. He took 3rd. Here he is with ace queen. More short deck cashes, $1 million Hong Kong dollar short deck. In Jeju in 2019, he finished 8th in that one. Another 250K Hong Kong and Montenegro, 8th place finish. So I don't need to really connect dots. You know that you're working with an operator here as he jams and takes it.
俾你 call 到剩翻100千，剩翻4個人都係輸咗。我唔會啦。嗯，我應該嚟嘅。嚇？我應該真係有牌嘅，我要到。
我很少每个人马量这么接近。
对。
Everybody close. So if I double up one time from Makita, I will be chip leader.
全部太近了，我不敢推。
手罗纳刚升了200多块钱了，罗伦老板，气质呢？
Going for those gummy bears. Those are pretty popular here.
Listen, I've dipped into more than one of those bags myself, Will. There's about 2.7 of them in each bag. But, you know.
不，你刚才那个好险哈，发出来太险了哈。
嗯，如果
They're Haribos too. I mean, that's top shelf gummy bear.
Doesn't get any better than that.
It ain't your dusty roadside truck stop convenience store generically bagged. You know, no born on date.
Made many a convenience store stop.
You ever take a shower at a truck stop?
What kind of shower?
没事，这个多可以再想一下。
Bubble action here in the
Yeah.
short deck event.
Yeah.
Isn't that what's going on here, Ellie? Cards are in the air.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. Some dark alleys.
Always made it home, though, in the end.
Evidenced by your presence here. Not necessarily with dignity and pride intact, I would imagine. Meanwhile, Taiha, ace, queen.
Yeah, interesting spot on the bubble.
We
Not
saw Seth
surprised,
Davis
yeah,
fold,
same thing,
you
yeah.
know, it's not really a reflection of a lack of appreciation for the strength of the hand, but more so that presence of appreciation for the situation.
What time are we playing again? Or when are we playing to the end of 16, which is an hour and 30 minutes, or until the
Okay. I fold the final table. No game. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 1 million. Yeah, double up. I think I'm a cheap leader next hand. Thank you.
Look at the app grind here on the stone bubble. Everybody trying to get their bearings about what's afoot at the other feature table.
Yeah, and there's no real, like, definitive short stack. And now ace-queen suited for tie.
Good luck.
$500,000 of his million plus shipped in here. 10 ante open and the Jack 10 suited of Lun Lun. Pretty one. We don't mind playing it under other circumstances, perhaps, but at this price and in this spot, no thank you, says Lun. Mindful eye being kept elsewhere in the room as we tag out dealers and take a moment to remind you that BetACR is the only place where you can actually fire on the Triton Poker Series. Not a staking sort of thing, just a straight up hub to predict your favorite players' action and outcomes in Triton events. 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top up. Join now. Start engaging with the sporting world today. I signed this thing this trip, this code of conduct. I don't remember seeing anything that prohibited us from taking a piece. No, there have been some careers that have been ended in, situations such as that. Could have been an oversight by the powers that be. And I'm not going to do it. I'm not a sports bettor in general, period. Never placed one.
Yeah, 6.
We could maybe be touts in terms of the Triton Super High Roller Series, right?
It feels like a slippery slope.
It works for Sean Perry.
Does it, though?
I guess that's subjective. It's a great question. One that I would love to hear the answer to. Ace, Queen. Will anyone have the answer to this 2.3 covering stack? Launches in.
Ace Queen, Roland boss.
I have ace queen.
yeah.
I feel like we can get into some, like, Tim Donaghy type of waters. You know, the ref that was...
Of course I know Donaghy. Are you kidding me? We were tight. No, I'm kidding.
Little Mahjong streets.
I would love to get a game of Mahjong going.
The
The problem is everybody's focused on poker. Maybe I need to talk to Andy about, in between stops, a little adjunct.
What about a little Mahjong event? We got short deck, we got PLO.
Just saying,
Diversify.
Just a little tickler, you know, 25K mahjong tournament. I'm dead money, by the way, is my guess.
You were grinded bingo at any point in time?
1 million
Tell you
solo
something,
now.
Jeffy. I didn't have the dauber
Yes,
out.
cannot
You
push
know?
around. Easy call, ace king, well call. King, king,
There
call.
was a time, though, that that midnight bingo session over at Red Rock in Las Vegas was... there were some dark nights in the room. The parlor, if you will. As Viking gets a walk.
Nervous and bubble time.
What about you? You grind a little bingo?
Not a long time.
1 million solo now. Yeah.
Was that the first time you dusted off your bankroll? Bingo. I got to tell you, I got some real emotional regulation issues because if like one individual repeatedly says bingo, I kind of want to walk over and murder them.
Triggers?
It's like, really, lady, again with the thing? And also the bingo caller over at Red Rock, I know that this is a little bit, you know, it's my brand, indulge me. Makita, King Jack suited,
I don't want you to be
seeing who wants to indulge in a possible trip to the showers.
Yeah, just an amazing spot to lean on these guys on the bubble.
100%. I was going to say that this bingo caller over at the Red Rock had this real snooty... No, we're balking here. Relax, Ren.
You're so lucky.
Keep getting some good cards.
You're so lucky. Yeah.
Once the bingo was verified, she would come onto the microphone. And, you know, this was her little fiefdom, and she leaned into it hard. Credit to her. You know what I mean?
And maybe GG.
King Jack flip.
I know.
She would say,
Ace queen no ahead.
Maybe
this
55.
game is closed. And just like that, and I promise you, if there was a loose object that I could have hurled up at her podium,
Yeah.
as I
Ace
said,
king snap, right?
emotional
Ace king
regulation
snap.
issues, bingo and I maybe shouldn't. Maybe shouldn't
Now,
be
in
a
my
thing.
mind, bingo's a game where you can potentially win big, but you can't lose a lot. But something tells me it might have been the opposite for
Listen
you.
to me. I was like, how many cards you got back here? Huh? How many you got left? I want them all, okay? I want to say bingo tonight.
But you never did.
I promise you, I've never said bingo at the Red Rock. I swear to God, I was getting cheated on the
Lady
square
and
out there.
gentlemen.
Meanwhile,
I
Lady
am-
Gaga.
Oh, in Makita, please don't snap a call. I'll let you be the bubble boy. Lady Gaga.
You know what's crazy? Is as long as Ren has been maintaining this
bubble
Lady Gaga shtick,
No matter sure of it.
and as old as it may get for everyone else, he's having as much fun with it as the first day he ever said it here today.
Yeah, it's like he just learned it was a thing.
Many Lady Gagas removed from the onset.
The table, though, the table is a little bit wary. They really start to add up as the night goes on.
He's a kid in a candy store out here.
He really is.
About to make the money, perhaps. Going to require a departure elsewhere in the room, of course.
in.
And look at this.
Young ripped the cutoff, trying to get away with one against Watson. The sneak preview.
KK4 给你了，啊？KK4 给你了。
估计他也不一定会报。
Everybody
够了吧？
seeking some intel here. We are
差不
awaiting
多，他们两个。
completion of the hand elsewhere, so as not to tilt any of the action.
KK 有一根 A 很容易的嘛。
KK 有可能放了，这个这么重嘛。
And for those that don't really understand why this is happening, Will, it is, of course, because if you're at the other table, you're aware that the all-in and the call exists. At that other table, you really aren't trying to get involved in a pot, but totally and blissfully unaware, here we find ourselves at this table. It looks like the pause button has been pressed already. I don't think they owe a hand. Okay, so let's flip back. Haven't quite yet received the authorization.
应该是7.7吧，27吧。
没有了，有好像有啊。
算一算。
This is a crazy collision of stack depths.
Yeah, this is
number
just-
2 and number 3 in chips right now on this bubble will, who would have thunk it?
A huge pot for the tournament, and Richard's very live.
Thank you.
有31啊。
哦。
A thank you got issued by Richard here. That's Elton's line most of the time, and when he's dominating.
茶板里面的 A 圈跑 AK 嘛，是吧？
好彩没 A。
Luca Vivaldi, our tournament director here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, presiding over the explosion of number 3 in chips. Richard Young covered and flopping himself a gut shot straight draw against number 2 in chips, Mike Watson. Top set, 24% equity. Now a heart draw as well.
Great turn.
一樣。
11.
我推佢啦，我呢度卡梗係推佢。我10女嘛。
6, a jack, any heart, and instead, it's the queen. We've lost a boss.
哦，11個11。
Such an improbable pair of stacks to find themselves in that situation. And Richard, never light on a smile.
See, Richard.
Gave them all he could handle, but in the end, we'll leave them behind in the money as we have finally reached 9 players. And the other storyline, of course, is that recipient, Mike Watson.
Not won a lot of those in my short deck tournament.
189 antes in front of him, 4.7 million plus
You got what, 4.5?
on the departure of Richard Young, whose Triton track record will remain static at 9.5 million plus in career Triton earnings, 19 cashes. Pick one up in the 150K 8 max, an 18th place finish there for him. 2-time title winner. There will be no third
More, so I get my back
for him.
Hey, Luca, do I get my fast action time banks reloaded? Nope. All right, it's all good. I don't need them. I mean, I got a bunch of regular ones anyway.
Great news for Seth.
Easily bribable, huh? I don't even need them.
Well, the wheel greasing effects of the bubble bursting could certainly be observed in short order, perhaps for the shorter stacks that are in here. $38,000 has been secured.
Watson now with a very healthy chip lead.
Jacks on the button for Tan Xuan. You don't want to tussle with Watson. He knows it. Hence the check back. Ace 6, 7. And this is board texture where the button can lean. Xuan content to check back with those jacks. And now the queen as Watson connects for the lead on the turn. Mindful of the opportunity for the button to really apply pressure. As a check back from that position. Watson checks again. Nice run out for him. Not sure value's on his mind.
Looks like he's going to go for some now. Tan doesn't like it.
No. Flicks over that 125K on the river. Nice from Mike Watson. And you could see Tan kind of roll his eyes before he made the decision because he recognizes that that boss stack of Mike might just be dancing a little bit. And I don't think Tan expected the Queen Jack necessarily to be hunting value, but 2 checks back.
We all have a Officer Watson in our lives, don't we? Maybe not you, Ali.
I saw something in the chat in reference to Cop Watson.
I was calling him Officer Watson, but then Nick was saying I was overdoing the nicknames, and, you know, here at Triton.
Just a reference to his proclivity to keep people honest out there? Or what was the story?
I mean, you know, plainclothes officer, too, pretty serious looking.
Okay.
No nonsense.
He's an enforcer of sorts, and certainly with 4.9 million in front of him, the enforcement will continue, coming in the form of just these limps, which are kind of surrounding us when we're left to navigate waters with him swimming alongside. 7, 7, 10, 2 spades. Dusty ones everywhere. So let's see the turn. Gutter for Watson. Checked around once more. Jack rolls right on in for Watson as though he needs any help out here on the day.
And he's got like twice as many chips as Makita does in second now.
Mm-hmm. No takers as the predictable barrel of 135,000 comes on in. Makita fortunate, of course, not to be at Watson's table, as that will give him some latitude to continue to operate more freely at the other feature, which is playing five-handed, whilst these guys are forced to play four-handed, and even nicer setup for Watson. Final table will assemble seven-handed.
Have you had any run-ins with the law over the years, Ali?
30-60. Yeah, not anything that didn't involve me and a car.
Some high-speed chases?
Not so much a chase. Is when the lights come on, I tend to, you know, end the enthusiasm. But there have been some land speed records pursued out there. You know, I'll leave you with that. I've done 200 on a public motorway.
Really?
Jaffe. Miles per hour. I'm just going to get that out there, and I live to tell the tale. I won't do it again. Ace, Queen, 7, meanwhile. 240K in the pot here. Note the heart draw for Watson.
Can we at least get some details on the vehicle you were pushing?
It's a Lamborghini Murcielago.
Wow.
Back in the day. Yeah.
To get the rest of this story.
I thought the body panels were going to actually rip off of it, by the way. I mean, it was a pretty visceral, you know, like there's been some space shuttle stuff where the, you know, the astronauts didn't make it back. You know, a little heat shield panel goes wrong. You know.
You could feel the thing coming apart?
I thought I was going to get a little message from Mission Control. Meanwhile, round of checks here. Jack rolls in. Watson, more of this leaning, just able to stick 45 out there. King 10 could certainly be a part of the equation as deep as he is.
Yeah,
double gutter.
It's pretty interesting with the 10.
Keeping an eye on what Watson's up to. There's a fearlessness about that man in the, you know, at a poker table in general. I was going to say in the short deck streets, but I've seen him in the long deck streets too, with the same sort of disposition. He rises to occasions that some others do not. Now then for Dong. Third pair. Gut shot. Still Davies behind him. Just lets it go. Davies does the same with more ease. Heads up to the river. Board pairing queen. Davies would have made a winner. 330 out there. Watson is completely fanned on this one and mindful of Tan checks. Now with no showdown value, let's see whether or not Schwen wants to bet. No. Annoyed, but willing to step away from the 45,000 single barrel that he had to call on the turn. You're just not looking to get involved with this guy. You know what I mean?
That's what I mean. He's not somebody you want to bluff.
I always had a mouth on me growing up. Will, I probably should have been knocked out many times, right? But I knew who I could kind of mess with. You know what I mean? I didn't walk up to the wrong guy and say the wrong thing.
You picked your spots.
I didn't walk up to the wrong guy and say the right thing either, for what it's worth. I just avoided the wrong guy. I did met the wrong girl. That was part of my range for a while. Tan Xuan, 10-9 suited. Check. He limps in. Chen. Queen 10 does the same. Watson with similar kit. In fact, identical kit in some ways. Spade coverage for him. Does check back from the button. 2 gutters, the product of an ace-king 8 board.
Thank God for those dating apps, huh? You don't have to deal with that anymore.
I mean, we're talking pre-dating apps, but yeah.
Now that you're up on Raya and such.
You know what's weird? I never got up on Raya. Just didn't happen.
Slide in there.
You know a guy? I got a little guest pass one time. I just let it expire. 295 in the middle after Tan Xuan leads for 85,000, and my personal life continues to be dredged here at the booth. A flat from Dong. Dare I say an ambitious Dong.
Yeah, these straight draws are so appealing with no low cards to brick off of.
But the gutters are more attractive in short deck. Clean tug at the nuts instead. Second king rolling off, and when we've got 2 customers after we fire this barrel, we're feeling a little bit less cozy. Not that we have anything to speak of. And does he want to come with a 2-barrel approach? Maybe he expects some of the King X to let go. It would be an interesting thought, wouldn't it? If you think that Dong, with a player behind, isn't really going to want to peel, and then, you know, you think Watson is the only guy I need to clear with this bet.
This is really strong.
It starts to come together a little bit. 135 dimes.
Really strong.
Super strong.
Tan. Still has to get through Officer Watson, though.
I don't know, Will. Sometimes we just let the jaywalker just
This is not
cross
the type
the
of guy
street.
that lets off any type of...
You think he's just got the citation book at the ready at all times?
No, looks
like
the jaywalk. Yeah, I mean, Tan is just such an experienced short deck player. Really fearless.
Okay.
Yeah, we harp on these points, but I mean, there really is a variety of sort of approaches, dare I say, to the game.
Different strokes for different folks.
There it is. You got any other fortune cookies? You've been grinding Panda Express? What's going on,
I stopped
Jeffy?
grinding them. I used to be into the fortune cookies when I was younger. I just stopped believing, you know.
It's just what happened. They gave you lotto numbers. They didn't come in.
No, I mean, you have these good ones, you know, like you can be something, you can be somebody, and then you just keep getting them, and
Jeffy,
things don't work out.
I don't know how to point this out to you, but there's a lot of people that wouldn't mind being in that seat right there. Things have worked out. You're here. You're at Triton, my friend.
I'm not
Let's have
complaining,
some
brother.
perspective. You know?
I followed them early, and I am here.
That you are.
All in.
Yes.
King Jack. A squeeze there, apparently.
Ha ha, picture.
Yeah, this is a little too close. And there's pay jumps now, right? So every eliminated player is going to miss out on some extra dough.
Current payout, 38,000. A ladder of 12,000 to 50 if you can slide into the top 8. Then the final table will be set at 7, where all parties will be guaranteed $74,000 as we hunt down 380K here in the first short deck event of our Jeju Festival. Ali Najad alongside Will Jaffe bringing you coverage of the first of 3 short deck events here to wind down this protracted edition of the Triton Super High Roller Series. If you're out there streaming us live, give us a holler. Love to see that you're still with us. Even though the PLO has come to a close, long deck before that. Still plenty to munch on out here on stream. Give us a like, give us a subscribe. Cut off limp here.
Yeah, Schwan hopes to get in there.
He likes to play pots, and as we observed, he's quite comfortable, you know, with the post-flop proceedings. And, of course, Dong Chen, the far more comfortable party on a Queen-Jack-9 board, as second pair is up against second nuts.
What a flop.
180 in the middle. The desire to get chips in now, I would imagine, will be on display.
Tan's maneuvered very well. The jack could get him in a lot of trouble, though.
Sure could.
Nice little pickup for Chen.
What?
Look at that. Camera work out there by these tireless share hands boys who really grind perhaps as hard as anyone in the room.
Yeah, these guys like don't get tired. I don't get it.
Listen, the Latvians are somewhat freaks of nature. I've come to understand this, Will. This is your first trip.
Look, as an American, Ali, it's kind of like scary almost.
The scariest part about it is, you know, what you thought was your upper boundary in terms of a work day. It isn't. Let me just tell you that. Watson jamming, not quite the upper boundary, just king jack offsuit. And let's see. Dong Chen, 785,000. Coming in 7th of 9 runners.
Yeah, I think this is good enough.
He agrees. Sub 30 annies.
I think you're safe. Pocket seat.
That's what I wanted to see.
Watson saying that's what I wanted to see, and you kind of get it. If you are going to get called, you got 44% equity against those 2 cards. 1.7 in the middle.
Oh.
6, 7, 8. Chen's ace queen in front. Does have a straight draw. The 9, of course, would give Watson a gutter. He hunts 6 clean outs, rather. Board pairs. Keep paint away from this river. That's the thought on Dong Chen's mind, and yet the paint does arrive. It's just the paint that works in his gallery. So, token submitted for audit and duplication. Hit that stack with a Xerox.
How many?
That's a bad seat change for Makita.
being directly to the right of Mike Watson, let alone at this table.
Yeah, that mic might as well be an ankle bracelet.
That's the nut low outcome for Makita in terms of this balancing effort. And no, we haven't lost a player. What we're doing, though, is we're not going to continuously force the four-handed party to stay four-handed. I like that, by the way. Fair play.
Yeah, they don't miss anything here, do they?
I's and T's are dotted and crossed on a level unlike any other poker tournament. I know you're kind of getting your first taste of it, Will, but it really is something to marvel at. And when we lay praise upon all parties who come together to deliver this experience to these heroes, these Triton Super High Rollers, it is with genuine appreciation for those efforts. The dealers, the tournament staff, the marketing staff, production staff,
all in,
everybody. And every chip, says Seth Davies. Ace, Jack, a limp and a call in front of him.
And Chen's going to be real tempted here.
He just picked up this 1.7, and you see him leaning over with some interest. This King 10 suited will perform decently against a fairly wide variety of hands.
The price is right.
435 for a shot at 705. In it goes, and there's Seth's peak. You hear him say no. It's because he's got just 7% advantage.
That's the important part.
The 1.1 million chip
Same
pot.
board as last time.
That's a good flop for Dong.
6, 7, 8. He's got the gutter. He's got 2 clean overs. What he doesn't have is the lead. It is a pure flip. Diamond draw does show up.
I need a board pair. How about a
Davies
jack? Jack is
feeling
big.
vulnerable. And the
good.
board does pair. So Seth
495
says not like this. And lives to fight on. Nice timing from the American. The short deck resume reads in robust fashion. Chen. Ace-8 suited, up front limp. That's looks to limp as well. This is Watson's button we're tussling with. No, Tan Xuan's. Mike's clubs are covered as he comes along, and 4 players will take this flop. 270 in the middle. 8-8-7. Trips for both Dong Chen and Makita Badziakowski. Advantage Dong with the ace kicker. Trouble on the horizon. Both of them do check it, though. Watson with the 7. Thought about it, it seemed, for a second. No field thinning effort. As King rolls off on the turn. And now, let's see. Chen wants to do his own bidding. Or tempt, perhaps, what he deems a King X combo into popping its head up out of the sand here with 3 parties behind him in this multi-way limp pot. We've got our answer as he does knuckle. presume activations here from Makita will be eminent, but it isn't going to be with that King X kit that I think Dong thought he'd be targeting. Nevertheless, it's with a hand that's in equally bad shape. $90 into the 270, 1/3 pot exactly.
Check raise incoming.
There it is. More, says Dong. Bads tidies up the 90 and then deliberates. You know, you wonder how many combinations that fall to Queen 8 Bads is going to be tethering to an under-the-gun limp from Dong Chen. Does he think King King is ever involved at this stack depth with 9 left? Does he think King 8 or Ace 8 are out there? Pocket 7s? Some of this stuff is presumably being removed.
It's dicey, but I'd imagine he's always going to want to at least see a river.
So he comes along at an investment of $230K, and he finds the queen. This is filthy. Note, by the way, it is a heart. Now, we don't worry so much about the backdoor flushes.
I mean, this is just a terrible river for Chen.
It is weird because you could end up being put into a real weird spot if you check and face some sort of bomb and wonder where you're at. And maybe he thinks block is the way to avoid that. Mergy sort of, we're hunting some value. The flushes are so hard to make. You kind of need to conquer a little bit of the fear, but Chen, no criticisms of the check. Plenty that he falls to here.
I'd imagine Makita just puts him in.
Might there be some weird world in which he thinks King King is out there and just hesitant given the arrival of the heart? This is just pure speculation on my part, and I'm not even convinced that there are worlds in which that is even on Makita's mind. But he does check back, and perhaps that is exactly what he was thinking about. Maybe even that King 8.
Well, I mean, this is a great example of short deck, right? I mean, it's possible Dong just got out of line with some hearts there.
But then to play it as a check on the river as opposed to barrel once more just feels like it wouldn't be in range.
It would really, King King was what you said. Maybe it was a spot where King King just gets afraid. Kind of a very crazy hand, just an example of how different short deck plays. But mostly just how unlucky Chen was there.
That's one I'm going to want to chat with Makita about the next time I run into him on property. That's for sure.
I'm sure you guys will have Schwitz tomorrow.
You know, don't be so sure about that. I'm more of a Steam kind of guy. Which during COVID, by the way, was a really terrifying. So a schwitz is a dry sauna, isn't it?
I thought a schwitz was just a steam.
A schwitz, the steam. If indeed a schwitz is a steam, then yes, the schwitz. But they don't have that here.
I thought it was just the sweat, kind of.
Davies. Well, see now, but there's different sweats.
Yiddish for sweat.
Yes, you're correct. But yeah, the steam room during COVID was really. You want to talk about risk tolerance? You know.
You were gambling in there, buddy.
Oh, for sure. If a dude sneezed in the steam room, I
mean,
I was
really,
like, well, I'm going to die now.
You've got an odd gambling compass. Like you've never placed a sports bet, but you were out there grinding the steam rooms
Well,
early
when they
COVID
opened,
days.
I remember they shut them down.
Yeah, and you were,
Then
as
they
soon as
came
they
back.
opened up, you were back in those streets.
I was like, come on, man, let's go. Don't leave me in here alone, guys. Everybody come in.
Nobody wants to spits alone.
Dong Chen. See if he wants to socialize with this 210K open from up front.
I think the Lady Gagas will be going in here.
Yep. Sure enough, from the button, no less.
And really gross spot for Seth. He's got a lot of soldiers out there on the field already.
845.
We'll still have some chips left to be calls and loses, but
Yeah, I mean, this is a big amount on request. How well does he think jacks are going to perform against range here?
I mean, you've sent a bunch of your troops into an ambush. You know it's not good. You want to let them die or fight for the rest of them?
I mean, listen, we do need to preserve the battalion at times. I'm no five-star general, but
he gave himself a chance to get out by raising to this size instead of shoving.
you're right. It would seem we could fight on with 690. He's looking around to see who's shorter. What's what elsewhere?
It looks like Ty is the only other short stack, and
Oh no.
he's going to go with it.
Yeah, and you heard the oh no from Davies. This was what he didn't want to be up against, the overpair. The reasons are obvious. A 3-to-1 dog is the covering stack, of course. But 265K with the ante at 30K is never great. And now the jack of clubs is of no use. One pure out for Seth Davies. 1.75 in the middle, and there is that one pure out.
Wow.
Davies hits the set. Does need to fade clubs, a queen or a king, mind you. Oh!
Short deck. Short deck.
This was definitely a short deck.
Yeah, not a lot of cards left in there.
My goodness. Violence.
A short one.
Isn't it crazy? Because when we know we have one out, we just have already resigned ourselves to losing the pot. But once that one out shows up, all of a sudden you're like, oh. But then
The
I don't
emotional
want,
swings.
I don't want the
Ali.
false hope.
The emotional swings. Nobody does. You'd
I
rather
don't
just
just follow
lose and
cheap leader.
tap the table.
Real men lose with jacks, Will.
Got myself in trouble instead.
I mean, and Dong didn't really look like a man who was beaten by jacks. Did he, Ali?
Here we go.
Did he?
It's wild to me, by the way, but I think that there's a decent number of people in any given poker room who are a little bit younger who might not have ever seen Rounders at this point. You know, I mean, we're talking about a 20-some-odd-year-old movie, right? It's coming up on like 30 years old soon.
Gen Z. What's even wilder to me is there's people that have seen it and don't like it. That absolutely blows my mind.
You point me to those people. I'll get that.
I don't want to. No, I don't really want to see that happen.
King 10, Bads. Looking to see what happens when he makes it 150 here.
Now the jacks for Tan.
Worthy of note, by the way, Bads' kind of willingness to open a pot with a hand like this, given Watson to his direct left. We talked about sort of the unpleasantness positioning-wise. And now, Schwen, he saw what happened to Jacks moments ago, and now he's forced to navigate them himself.
Yeah, super easy shove and no limit becomes tricky, but Schwen is not a folder. And what a big swing for Chen there and Davies.
Oh, yeah.
Davies is now nursing the nub.
How much do I have to make it to Rio?
Lieutenant Dan.
Yeah, this is a serious Lieutenant Dan situation, and
9.
I think it might be his last stand, Ali.
I think there might be a demotion from Lieutenant 2 after the way that he handled the Battle of Jacks. Not that we're critiquing the decision, just the outcome
raised it
was
90?
poor.
Yes. So it has to be 240? Call.
I think this just needs to, yeah.
Well, interesting, he just says call.
No, he can save himself his last little pinky finger.
I mean, he will have 2 more hands that he can play off of that many antes. He does flop second pair here. Note that
Kind
it
of
is
an
in front of the
incredible
field.
situation for him.
Right, ace, queen, 7. Bads with the gutter. He was the party starter. Note that outs to that gutter are busy. $100K C-bet.
Tan does have the jack of diamonds.
Doesn't need to really worry about Davies because he's only got 15K more than him.
Davies, incredible spot here to basically triple up.
This is terrific. 2 jacks into the muck. Queens are ahead. And they hold on this turn. Last 15K. Finds its way in. They weren't all in prior to that. And Seth able to fade the king or the jack. And he bounces right back up to 710.
可以可以，可以可以，都可以。有点多。130、140多，140多 ，cash 是推了，好了没有？我会好一点。
700, all right.
Now we fight on.
练法的太差了。
Still 9 players intact.
Jacks are really going around here.
That they are. It's been the hand of the orbit.
What is it?
Chen not showing aversions in spite of the presence of 18 annies for Tai Ha, 19 annies for Seth Davies, Loon Loon 25 annies. Gets through. Current payout 38,000, 12K the jump to 8th.
I didn't expect Richard to jam Queen 10 off.
Yeah, he was jamming like every time it folded. So
Yeah.
But yeah.
Did they call Davies Reacher? Is that his nickname?
I didn't hear that.
Maybe I misheard.
Never have heard that, by the way, so I suspect it was something else, but sure, we'll get an answer at some point.
I think we'll get an all in here.
King, queen, limp and call in front. Note the other king, queen.
A lot of chips in the middle already. This is going to be awfully tempting.
$400,000 as he raises, not all in, Will, but mostly. Seems like a commitment, but note the surgical precision with which he is operating in this particular situation as the second shortest stack in the room, giving himself an opportunity potentially to realize a pay jump in case somehow Schwen and Chen were to both end up all in front of him. He could lay back.
I would imagine Schwen is going to go with this. Seth doesn't have that much. And we know Tan does not like to fold. There it is.
Okay, so the jam from Schwen. Chen out of there, so Davies will defend.
Chop it up, boys.
Don't you ride the broom. 96% of the time, you're right, Will. But clean suits for both parties.
Yep.
Oh. Free roll for Tan.
Maybe.
And that noise as the two club board goes diamond on the